The third year after the world ended, on a frozen plain.
Run. Keep running.
Don't stop, no matter what. Even though the heat from running made the frostbite on her body sting and itch, Su Li didn't dare to slow down. Maybe she was so tired that her mind started wandering. She turned her head and asked, "Why are you chasing me?" Of course, no zombie answered, "Because I need cough syrup." Maybe it was just that her dry throat made her think of it. It used to be the medicine she hated most, but now it was something no one could find. When she could no longer run, Su Li decided to fight. If she won, she would keep struggling to survive in this ruined world. If she lost, she would become food for the zombies. People said that animals that died with anger tasted sour. Fine then, if she had to die today, she would make sure these monsters had a sour meal. Su Li turned and swung her tang sword. The once sharp blade now left only rough cuts on the zombies' bodies. There were too many of them. For every one she cut down, another came forward. It felt endless. She was only human, and in the end, she couldn't match those mutated creatures. They tore at her, piece by piece. She cursed the heavens. "You cruel sky. The world has ended. Why didn't you give humans any powers?" It wasn't just her frustration. Everyone in this world felt the same. In stories, the apocalypse was either zombies or natural disasters. But in their world, both came together. Humans had to face deadly weather and constant zombie attacks. There was no time to think about why the world had ended. Su Li kept swinging her sword mechanically until the last zombie fell. Covered in blood, she finally collapsed, unable to move. Losing too much blood, she felt her body growing colder and colder. Even though she had long adapted to the freezing world, where the temperature stayed below -80 degrees, this cold was different. This was the chill of life slipping away. "You're dying." A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, sounding strangely eerie. Su Li knew it was the system in her head, but she no longer had the strength to answer. The system had appeared in her mind a few days ago, right when she was slowly eating the moldy instant noodles she had managed to find. Then, a loud voice echoed in her head. "Tada! Your system has arrived." Surprised? At that moment, Su Li was completely confused. After spending a few days with it, she realized the system wasn't very reliable. It was more like a joker. She wasn't even sure if the system was real or just something she imagined because the end of the world had driven her a little crazy. It wasn't impossible. In this world, there were far more people who had lost their minds than those who hadn't. Maybe something in her brain had gone wrong, and she had imagined a useless trading system. In a world where people were chewing on tree bark and eating dirt to survive, what was the point of a trading system when she had nothing to trade? Just as Su Li decided to stop thinking about the system and quietly wait for death, the system spoke again. "Actually, the thing that can save you is already in your hands." In her hands? Su Li looked down at the tang sword she was holding. Well, it could save her in a way. She could use it to end her suffering if she still had the strength. The system quickly realized she had misunderstood. No. You're taking it too literally. When I say it's in your hands, I mean you already own it. Like when humans say a couple of things, it doesn't always mean exactly 2 or 3. The system wanted to call her silly, but decided to hold back, thinking it was better to be kind to someone who was about to die.
수리롤렛 하레스.
She thought carefully. Other than the tang sword, the only thing she had left was a small transparent ball she had picked up when she was a child. She couldn't even remember how old she had been when she found it. Back then, she was still a little kid playing in the mud with her friends. There was a pile of stones where they played, and sometimes the children would pick up pretty ones to take home. That transparent ball was something she had found there. She had never figured out whether it was made of glass or crystal, but she always felt it brought her good luck, so she had kept it with her, even after the world ended. Now, hearing what the system said, she used the last of her strength to take out the transparent ball. Could this really be the legendary space item? Thinking of the blood recognition scenes from novels, she placed the small orb against her wound. Since she already had many bleeding cuts, it could absorb from any of them. It didn't matter. However, even as Su Li felt her strength fading, the orb showed no reaction. "What are you waiting for?" Hurry and swallow it. The system urged, its mechanical voice sounding anxious. If she weren't on the verge of death, Su Li would have asked the system, "Have you ever seen a magical item that needs to be eaten to activate?" But she had no energy left. With great effort, she finally swallowed the transparent orb. It carried a faint metallic taste from her blood. She didn't know if it would choke her, but she no longer cared. The moment Su Li swallowed it, a bright white light burst from her body. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her own home. She looked at her phone, January 31st, 2040. She had returned to the time just before the world's end. Could it be that the apocalypse had only been a nightmare? Thinking of this, Su Li called out to the system, "System, are you there?" The system was bound to her soul. If she heard no response, it would mean everything had just been a dream. But things didn't go as she hoped. The mechanical voice replied, "See? I told you. The thing that could save you was always in your hands." It had chosen her as its host because it sensed spatial energy within her. If she hadn't been the only person in this world with such energy, it wouldn't have bothered with someone so weak. Su Li then remembered the transparent orb she had swallowed before dying. She focused carefully and indeed felt a connection to a mysterious space. The feeling was strange yet natural, as if she instinctively knew how to enter it. Inside that space, she could sense that she was its absolute master. With that thought, Su Li stepped into the space. Before she could even take in the view, the system exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, I knew this space was unusual, but I didn't expect it to be this advanced." Su Li's mouth fell open in surprise. The space was truly vast. In front of her stood a 7-story wooden building, and the place where she stood looked like a wide open square, its floor paved with jade. Around the square was a ring of dark soil, divided into separate sections. Beyond that stretched endless layers of mountains, one after another. Su Li knew that if she wished, she could reach any part of this space at will. Thinking so, she moved in a flash and appeared in the middle of a mountain. There were streams, lakes, and all kinds of unknown plants and trees, but not a single animal. No chirping insects, no singing birds, no roaring beasts. Only a strange, heavy silence. Fortunately, the system's constant exclamations in her ear made her feel less uneasy. The space seemed boundless, and Su Li wondered whether it truly had no end, or if it was simply too vast for her to see its limits. With that thought, Su Li flashed to what seemed to be the very edge of the space. Before her was a glowing vortex, swirling as if it could pull someone in at any moment. "What is this?" Having no idea, Su Li turned to the system for help. "This is a gate to other worlds. With this, we can go to different realms and do business." Hearing its excited tone, Su Li couldn't help but think, typical of a trade system. "Is this gate something that came with the space?" she asked curiously. "Maybe the previous owner liked visiting other worlds?" "Of course not. I spent a huge amount of energy to open it," the system said proudly, clearly showing off. "When did you open it?" "We just got here. Right when you entered the space and were staring around in awe." The system replied with a hint of disdain. "Oh, so you're looking down on me now? Fine, you can handle the trading yourself then." Su Li shot back, pretending she didn't care. Hearing that she didn't want to trade, the system panicked. "My dear host, don't be like that. Think about it. When the world ends and there's no food, you can trade for supplies from other worlds. If we're lucky, we might even reach a futuristic or cultivation world, get some treasures, learn new skills, then survival won't be a problem." Su Li rolled her eyes. Of course she already knew that. She just couldn't stand how smug the system looked. "Am I the only one who can go to other worlds for trade? If I bring someone else into the space, can they also use this door to travel to other worlds?"
Su Li asked.
"Of course, only you can trade. This door is just a passage, and only the host of my trading system has the right to enter it." The system spoke proudly, thinking this woman should now understand how powerful it was. What it didn't say was that it only had enough energy to open one door for now. To reach more worlds, the host would need to earn more system coins. "All right, you can go now." "I'll take a good look around the space first," Su Li said, waving her hand. System, humph. Using me and then tossing me aside. How heartless. Suli returned to the white jade square, then walked into the 7-story wooden building at the center of the space. The building was completely empty, no tables, chairs, or any signs of life. She didn't know whether the previous owner rarely came here or if too much time had passed, erasing all traces of them. She walked from the 1st floor up to the 7th. From the outside, the building didn't look big, but inside, each floor was quite spacious. It must have been built with some kind of space magic. Once she left, she could buy some furniture and decorate the place properly. If danger came in the apocalypse, she could hide here. Standing by the window on the 7th floor, she looked out at the rich, dark soil that seemed to shine with life. Suli felt that even if she worked herself to exhaustion, she wouldn't be able to plant even a tenth of it. But leaving such fertile land unused in the apocalypse felt like a terrible waste. Maybe she could hand the space over to the government and let them send people to farm it? The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Suli had always been lazy. If she could lie down, she wouldn't sit. If she could sit, she wouldn't stand. Honestly, there was no way she could handle all that land alone. Besides, the apocalypse was a cruel world. She could stock up on supplies and live comfortably, but she'd have to be extremely careful not to reveal the existence of the space. She also had her parents to think about. She couldn't live in comfort while letting them suffer. They had to know about the space too. In her previous life, her parents had given her their food, starving until they could barely walk. When the zombies came, they couldn't run and were killed right in front of her. That scene was always a nightmare in her heart, and every time she thought of it, the pain made it hard to breathe. But the more people who knew about it, the easier it would be for the secret space to be exposed. Her parents were kind and warm-hearted, and they had not yet seen how cruel people could become in the end times. When they saw that their family had enough food and water while others were starving, it would be hard for them not to help others. That would only increase the risk of the space being discovered. Besides, she didn't want her family to live in hiding just to keep the space secret, avoiding everyone and living like shadows. That wasn't who she was. But if she gave the space to the country, things would be different. Anyone entering the space would need her permission, and she could control everything inside it. The portal at the edge of the space was set by the system, and only she could handle trade with other worlds. If the country prepared the goods for such trade, the supplies would be more complete, and she would have less to worry about. Why not do it that way? If she kept the space to herself, at most she could only protect her parents and her dog. Although she had survived 3 years in the last apocalypse, that had been mostly luck. She was still the same Suli, kind-hearted and not ruthless enough. She didn't have the ability to use the space and system to fight her way through the end times. When she died, it was the 3rd year of the apocalypse, but she never knew how long it would last after the Great Cold Disaster. If, by the end, only her family of 3 survived, what meaning would that have? Even if others survived, there wouldn't be many left. Who would rebuild civilization then? Would 5,000 years of Chinese culture end just like that? Suli didn't have the power to build grand shelters for everyone, but she knew her country did. She also believed her country was not like those small, short-sighted nations that might harm her for her treasure or study her like an experiment. Besides, if she died, the space and the system would disappear with her. But if she worked with her country, they could use the space to store supplies, grow crops, and even use its water to save lives during extreme heat and drought. She could also travel to other worlds to trade for what the country needed, which would make it easier for the whole nation to survive the apocalypse. The national leaders weren't foolish. They knew what choices would bring the greatest benefit. So, dear country, hurry and lend me your strength. Suli is ready to embrace you. Acting on her thoughts, Suli stepped out of her personal space. Hey, host, you're leaving already? I haven't finished looking around yet. The system, still new and inexperienced, had never seen such a space that felt like a small world. What's there to see? I'm going to hand the space over to the country so they can develop it. Are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid they'll study you like a test subject? I know humans sometimes experiment on their own kind. The system sounded anxious. It had finally found a host. It couldn't lose her so soon.
Suli ignored it.
She found the number of her childhood friend, Jiangbo, and called him. Jiangbo had studied at one of the top national defense universities and was a defense student. After graduation, he joined the army directly. Several years had passed, and she'd heard he had become a mid-level officer. Well, what brings the beautiful Suli to call me today?
Young Bautiste.
No time for jokes. I need to meet your commander. Can you help me arrange it? Wow, the commander isn't someone just anyone can meet. What's going on? I can't tell you yet, but let your superiors know. It's a matter of national security. Suli was anxious. There were only about 10 days left before the apocalypse began. Hearing her serious tone, Jiangbo didn't press further and agreed. All right, I'll see what I can do. But this better be serious, or I might get in trouble. Jiangbo and Suli had grown up together since childhood, so he knew she wasn't the type to make things up. But hearing her say she wanted to meet the military commander still made him nervous. Relax, I wouldn't get you into trouble, Suli said as she packed her things. Her dog, Black Panther, whined softly beside her. She patted its head quickly. There was no time for long goodbyes. Since she might not return soon, she packed clothes and toiletries carefully. The military base where Jiangbo worked was more than 8 hours away by car from her city, X-City. She first went downstairs to the game room and told her mother, who was playing mahjong, that she was going on a long trip. Then she set off. Suli didn't plan to tell her parents about the coming disaster. She didn't want them to worry. If everything went smoothly, she believed the government would take care of her parents, so she wouldn't have to worry about them. After arriving in the city where the military base was located, Suli checked into a hotel. She had been driving for hours and needed some rest. Besides, you couldn't just meet a leader whenever you wanted. She had to wait until he was available. The next morning, before Suli even got up, she received a call from Jiangbo. Are you awake? If not, hurry up, get ready, and have some breakfast. Jiangbo knew how lazy she could be. Ever since childhood, if she didn't have class, she could sleep until 9. I'm on my way to pick you up. I'll be there in about an hour. Yesterday, he had gone through many connections and finally got the commander's assistant to agree to meet Suli. When Jiangbo arrived at the hotel, Suli was already ready to go. Seeing her old friend again, Suli felt emotional. The last time she had seen Jiangbo in her previous life was at his wedding. When the disaster struck, she had been with her family, while Jiangbo was in the army. She never found out what happened to him and his wife, whether they survived or not. It had really been a long time since they last met. Jiangbo was also surprised when he saw Suli. How should he put it? Her looks hadn't changed, but her whole presence was different. In the past, Suli had everything: good family, good looks, good grades, and a bright personality. From elementary school to graduate school, everything had gone smoothly for her. The world had always treated her kindly, and she had naturally become a confident and cheerful beauty. She used to be bold and decisive, yet carried a touch of pride and distance, like someone born under a lucky star. But that feeling was gone now. She seemed calmer, steadier, and more mature, almost more reliable than him, even though he was in the army and already married. It hadn't been that long since they last met. Back then, she had joked that she would never be tied down by love, saying she was like the wind, free to roam the world. Now, with her serious and quiet expression, she didn't look like someone who wanted to roam anywhere. He wanted to ask if she had gone through heartbreak, why she had changed so much. But then he remembered she had always been single, so he decided not to bring it up. On the road, Jiangbo was driving while Suli sat in the passenger seat with her eyes closed, trying to rest. She was thinking about how to make her report later. Host, are you scared? Worried that you might be taken apart for research? The system's mechanical voice teased.
What?
Do you actually want that to happen to your host?
Suli replied impatiently.
Not really. But judging by human nature, that might be your fate. It spoke as if it truly understood human nature.
Ha!
Suli gave a cold laugh and said nothing more. After registering at the military district gate, Suli followed Jiangbo into a small meeting room. The room was empty. Jiangbo poured her a glass of water. Have some water first. I'll go find the officer. A few minutes later, the door opened again. A man in his 30s, dressed in a military uniform, entered with Jiangbo. Before Su Li could greet him, the man spoke. Xiao Jiang, is this Comrade Su you mentioned, the one with an important report? Jiangbo nodded. Officer Yang, this is my childhood friend, Su Li. He gave Su Li a reassuring look. You two talk first. I'll step out. Su Li had hoped to meet the top leader of the military district. It would be safer and more efficient, but she knew that wasn't possible. She would have to report step by step. After Jiangbo left, Su Li's heartbeat quickened. She was nervous. In her previous life, she had also dealt with soldiers, but that had been during extraordinary times. Noticing her unease, Officer Yang spoke first. Comrade Su, don't be nervous. Jiang told me you have something important to report, something that might concern national security. How about this, you tell me first. If it's urgent, I'll report it to the commander. He assumed Su Li had discovered a foreign spy or a terrorist threat. What he didn't expect was the shocking thing she said next. The first thing is the end of the world is coming. Su Li closed her eyes for a moment, unwilling to recall the scenes from her previous life. The end of the world? What kind of end? And how do you know this? Officer Yang's face remained calm, but inside, he was deeply unsettled. At that moment, he could only hope that Zhang's friend was simply imagining things. Su Li didn't answer the question. Instead, she said, the second thing is I have a space. With a wave of her hand, she placed the cup she had just used into the space. Officer Yang's eyes widened in shock. This isn't magic, Su Li said seriously, looking straight into his eyes. Of course, Officer Yang knew it wasn't magic. Su Li had been searched twice before entering the military zone and the meeting room. She didn't have any props on her. Then Su Li used her mind to bring the disposable cup back out of the space.
This is the space, she explained.
As a soldier who liked reading novels in his free time, Officer Yang knew exactly what space meant. He stared at her in disbelief, completely stunned. Can I see the commander now?
Su Li asked.
Time was running out. She had to deliver the message to the top leader as soon as possible. You can, but your danger level just went up a lot. We need to make some preparations first, Officer Yang said before turning to leave. Whether the end of the world was real or not, the commander would definitely want to meet Su Li just because of this space. This time, Su Li didn't wait long. In less than half an hour, a large group of people entered the meeting room. At the front was the commander. He had a square face, sharp eyes, and a serious, powerful presence. But Su Li noticed a few strands of white hair on his head. He must have been around 60. Surrounding the commander were armed soldiers, ready to act if Su Li made any sudden moves.
Hello, Comrade Su.
My surname is Lei. You can tell me everything you know, the commander said. After shaking hands with Su Li, Commander Lei sat down across from her. Compared to the tense soldiers, he seemed calm, not at all worried that Su Li might be dangerous. Thinking of what Officer Yang had told him, Commander Lei ordered all the soldiers except Yang to wait outside. The end of the world is coming, Su Li said slowly. The reason I know this is because I was reborn. When I died, it was the 3rd year of the apocalypse. The world was frozen, and I was surrounded by zombies. I had a clear bead that I'd kept since childhood. The system told me to swallow it, and after I did, I was reborn, with a special space of my own. In the silent room, only Su Li's slightly hoarse voice could be heard, sometimes breaking with quiet sobs. Commander Lei didn't interrupt her. His eyes grew darker and more unreadable, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. When Su Li finally finished, Commander Lei gave an order to Officer Yang. Take Comrade Su for a lie detector test. After Su Li left with Officer Yang, Commander Lei dismissed everyone else. He sat alone in the meeting room, motionless, like a statue. The ashtray was already full of cigarette butts. Ever since Su Li went for the test, Commander Lei hadn't stopped smoking. He wasn't usually a heavy smoker, but what Su Li had said had shaken him deeply. According to her, She had died in the third year of the apocalypse, during a time of extreme cold. The apocalypse began at the end of January 2040, when people were still looking forward to the new year. But before the celebrations came the disaster. It was supposed to be winter. Northern lands covered in ice and snow, southern regions cold and damp. Yet the temperature rose abnormally, from 20 degrees to 40, then 50, and even beyond 60 degrees Celsius. The extreme heat lasted for 6 months, and countless people died from heat stroke. Wheat that should have been sleeping under snow was scorched into dust. Rivers and lakes dried up one after another. Wild animals perished in large numbers, but people no longer had the energy to care. Fortunately, most citizens had the habit of storing food, and the government had reserves as well, so starvation was still under control. But food alone wasn't enough. Many people who survived the heat still died of thirst. Then came another disaster, the outbreak of the zombie virus. Countless people were infected and turned into zombies. Zombies attacked any human they saw, feeding on flesh. Those bitten either became their victims or turned into zombies themselves. Humanity never developed the special powers often described in novels, but fortunately, neither did the zombies. When the temperature finally began to return to normal, people thought things were improving and that they only needed to deal with the zombies from then on. But suddenly, the sky seemed to tear open, and heavy rain poured down. At first, people were happy after so much heat. The rain felt like a blessing. They laughed and cried, collecting water in basins, but soon realized something was wrong. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and floods spread across the country. The downpour lasted endlessly, and the floodwaters refused to recede. The only good thing was that the number of zombies decreased. No one knew where those wandering corpses had been swept away. When the floods finally ended, extreme cold followed. During that long, freezing year, the zombies reappeared. Suli died after more than a year of this bitter cold. As for whether more disasters came after that, Suli said she didn't have the chance to find out, and didn't want to. Thinking of this, Commander Lei sighed. If all of it were true, he couldn't imagine how much suffering humanity would have to endure. Would nations, peoples, and civilizations still survive by then? Fortunately, Suli had her special space. He had just seen it himself. She even took him inside for a look. Before seeing it, he already believed most of what she said. After entering the space, he became completely convinced that her story about the end of the world was real. As someone who had held a high position for many years, he could tell that Suli was an honest and upright person. Her sense of integrity was different from that of a soldier, but she was clearly trustworthy. She had even taken him into her space without any hesitation, showing no fear that he might harm her or try to take it by force. This young woman truly trusted her country and him as a soldier. What he didn't know was that Suli had full control over everything inside her space, which gave her confidence. After explaining about the apocalypse and the space, Suli also reported the existence of a system. The system was bound to her soul and couldn't be handed over, so she offered herself instead. If the country needed her, she was willing to travel to other worlds to trade, hoping to contribute to her nation even in the end times. Thinking of this, Commander Lei's eyes grew moist. Huaguo was fortunate to have a young person like Suli. He believed that no matter what difficulties came, this nation, which had stood strong through 5,000 years of storms, would endure once again. Now, they were only waiting for Suli to pass the lie detector test. Once she did, he would take her straight to the capital to meet the top leader. With only a little more than 10 days left before the end of the world, every second counted. On Suli's side, Guardyong had already contacted the lie detection department, so someone was ready to guide her through the whole process as soon as she arrived. To make sure the results were accurate, Suli took the test 6 times in total, 3 with machines and 3 with psychologists. Finding 3 experts from different fields in such a short time made her truly admire Commander Lei's efficiency. When all the results came back clear, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Commander Lei received the report, he wasted no time and ordered Suli to be taken straight to the helipad. He had applied for an emergency flight route so they could take a helicopter directly to the capital, saving precious time. Suli didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to Jongbo before she was already flying through the sky. The wind roared in her ears. Besides the two pilots, only Commander Lei, Suli, and Guard Yang were on board. Because of the noise, they had to shout to hear each other. "Sue, once we reach the capital, you might not be able to go home for a while," Commander Lei warned her, wanting her to be mentally prepared.
Suli understood.
To avoid public panic, the government would definitely keep this matter secret at first. And as someone with special abilities, she would surely be placed under strict protection. "Have you ever thought about the chance that they might study you?" the system asked curiously. Before Suli could answer, Commander Lei shouted again, "Don't worry. You're under my protection. I'll make sure you're safe." The end of the world, the mysterious space, the system, each was a serious matter. How to handle them would have to be decided by the nation's top leaders in a meeting. Where there are people, there are differences in opinion. Commander Lei believed in treating Suli kindly, but others might not think the same. Hearing his words, Suli felt no regret about her decision. Even if the country really wanted to imprison her or study her, she wasn't afraid. When that time came, she could simply hide in her personal space and use the system's portal to travel to another world. She could stay there for 10 or 20 years. Even if time passed differently between worlds, by the time she returned, the apocalypse would have already begun. Then she could find a way to come back and bring her parents with her. If the country truly wanted her to return, they definitely wouldn't let her parents be harmed. Of course, she trusted her country. She believed such a situation would never happen.
"Oh,
"I thought you were fearless, but it turns out you're keeping me as your backup plan," the system said with a hint of mockery. Who was it that had acted so unwilling to make a deal at first, forcing it to beg and compromise? So that was all an act? The senior systems were right after all. Humans are cunning. Seeing Suli lower her head in silence, Commander Lei thought she didn't believe him. But words were useless. Only actions could prove sincerity.
so he changed the subject."
"I've sent a few officers to secretly protect your family. They're all trained special forces, so you don't need to worry about them." When Suli first met Commander Lei, her family background had already been thoroughly investigated. Her father ran a small business, not a top tycoon, but quite well off in the city, allowing the family to live comfortably. Her mother was a homemaker who sometimes joined social gatherings with other ladies, but most of the time, she played mahjong with neighbors in the community center. Suli had studied all the way through graduate school. She had just graduated, spent half a year traveling, and planned to find a job after the new year. Oh, and the family also had a small black dog named Panther, the offspring of a stray Suli had cared for back in high school. "Thank you, Commander Lei." The helicopter's loud hum drowned out her voice, so Suli raised it to make sure he heard her gratitude. Commander Lei had already contacted the capital in advance. When Suli and her team arrived, there were no complicated procedures, just a simple registration before they were taken straight to a meeting room. Inside, Suli saw many people she had only ever seen on the news. At the head of the room sat the nation's top leader. Unlike Lei Dinggua's stern and serious demeanor, the leader looked kind and gentle, giving off a warm and approachable impression. "Dinggua, you said there was something of great importance and called together only the most trusted officials. You can tell us now, can't you?" This time, Lei Dinggua sounded mysterious on the phone, completely different from his usual straightforward manner. How could that not make him curious? He and Lei Dinggua had served in the same army unit, though later, he went into politics while Lei stayed in the military. Despite the years, their friendship remained close. "Xiao Su, why don't you explain it yourself?" said Commander Lei, glancing at Suli. It was always better for the person who experienced something to tell the story directly. Second-hand accounts could miss details. Suli had already prepared herself to repeat the story. She clenched her fists slightly, nervous in front of so many national leaders. But she was naturally bold, and since she had already told Commander Lei once before, this time her explanation was clearer and more organized. She knew what to emphasize and what to keep brief. When she finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Commander Lei was the first to break the quiet. Xiao Su, show everyone your space ability. Su Li then made the conference table in front of her disappear into her space. The leader's water cups, phones, and everything else on the table vanished along with it. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Commander Lei was pleased to see the astonished expression on the senior leader's face. Normally, that man always wore a polite smile, like a tiger hiding behind a grin. But now he wasn't smiling at all. Before coming, Commander Lei had reminded Su Li not to reveal the full extent of her power until they understood everyone's attitude. So Su Li didn't invite the leaders to enter her space. Although anyone who entered her space was completely under her control, no one else knew that rule. Thinking back, she realized that letting Commander Lei visit her space earlier had been a bit reckless. Fortunately, he was a good person. "Oh, I thought I was bound to a host who didn't care about danger," the system's mechanical voice teased. Su Li replied, "Even if your host isn't the smartest, you're already bound to me. No returns allowed. System, I'm going to crash."
I swear I will.
Degree, Su Li was speechless. This system really liked to act dramatic. Watching Su Li make the large table vanish and reappear like a magic trick, everyone in the room felt their understanding of reality completely shaken. They were not like Officer Yang, that young man who liked to read novels in his free time. These national leaders were always busy with important matters, so when they suddenly saw the space, their understanding of the world was completely shaken. "Comrade Su, could you explain this space to us in detail?" one of the senior leaders asked. After Su Li finished explaining how the space came to be and that it could be used for planting and raising animals, she emphasized her own importance. The system said that the gates to other worlds cannot be set on Blue Star, or it would cause instability in the surrounding space. We must go through this space as a transfer point to reach other worlds. In other words, to travel to another world, one must first enter the space and then use the gate set up by the system inside it. The same applies when returning from another world. This is also why the system must be bound to the person who owns the space. Su Li's space served as a link between two worlds, allowing her to travel between them and promote trade and development. However, for humanitarian reasons, the host was forbidden from starting wars or harming intelligent life in other worlds. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. But if the host was attacked by others, they were allowed to defend themselves. The space is bound to my soul, and the transparent sphere that carried it disappeared after the binding was complete. If I die, the space will vanish into the universe. After thinking for a moment, she made it clear that she had absolute control over the space. Others can enter the space, but if anyone inside tries to harm me, I can end their life instantly with just a thought. She wanted the government to send people inside to make use of the fertile land and natural resources, so that even in the end times, they could continue to grow crops and raise animals. But would the government dare to let her hold the lives of so many soldiers in her hands? Hearing this, everyone began to discuss it. Some thought that leaving such rich land in use during the end times would be a huge waste. Others worried that if Su Li ever disagreed with a national policy, she might use the soldiers' lives as leverage. At that moment, someone suddenly asked, "If you go to another world for trade, won't the people inside the space be trapped?" He actually had a deeper worry. What if Su Li had an accident in another world and died? What would happen to the soldiers inside the space then? Would they disappear along with it, or would they die with their space's owner? "I asked the system about this before," Su Li explained. "It can open a door between the space and Blue Star. This new door works like a back entrance. Everyone can go in and out freely without needing me to take them. That means while I'm doing missions in other worlds, you can still bring people into the space to plant crops or store supplies before any disaster happens. If something happens to me in another world, before the space disappears, the system can instantly move everyone inside back to Blue Star." Everyone nodded. That was indeed a good solution. Then the senior leader asked, "You said the door to other worlds is inside the space. If others enter the space, can they also go through that door to another world?" Su Li remembered the system had said that only she, as the owner, could travel through the portal. At the same time, the system spoke in her mind. Of course not. Only the person bound to this system has the right to travel between worlds. What if I want to bring someone with me? Is that possible?
Su Li asked.
After thinking about it, having a helper didn't seem like a bad idea. After a pause, the system replied hesitantly, that would use a lot of energy. Even carrying goods through the portal already takes a lot from me. So, it's not completely impossible then? Well, not for the first trip. I don't have enough energy right now. But if you trade well in other worlds and help me gather more energy, maybe next time you can bring someone along. That was the system's answer. Su Li repeated the system's words to everyone. After the meeting ended, Su Li was given a small villa to stay in. Lei Dinghua and the other leaders continued their meeting to discuss how to deal with the coming apocalypse, how to work with Su Li, and what preparations were needed for trading with other worlds. Su Li didn't ask about anything else. Since she was already here, she decided to accept things as they were. She had done everything she could. No matter what the country planned to do with her, she had a clear conscience. After waiting another day, Su Li was called to meet Commander Lei and the senior leader in private. As soon as they met, the senior leader looked at her with great interest. Comrade Su, can you take me into your space too? Old Lei said he's already been inside. Commander Lei rubbed his nose awkwardly. When it was just the two of them, he couldn't resist showing off a little. Su Li didn't expect the senior leader to have such a playful side, but of course, she agreed. She took both of them and, with a flash, entered the space. Looking at the dark, fertile land and the endless mountains, the senior leader sighed emotionally. This is truly a blessing for our country. With such a treasure, we have nothing to fear from natural disasters. Because she had to guide the two of them around, Su Li couldn't use her teleportation ability. Walking from one part of the space to another on foot made her realize just how vast it really was. After they came out, Commander Lei told Su Li about the country's decision. The country wants to work with you, and also asks your system to help open a back door in the space. We've already chosen a location for the space gate on Blue Star. You just need to visit it before you go to the other world. At that time, we'll send soldiers and agricultural experts into the space to plant and raise livestock. They'll live there long term, and even when they come out to rest, their movements will be monitored. We'll make sure no one leaks information about the space. The country needs you to travel to other worlds and trade for anything that can help our development. Comrade Su, are you willing to accept this mission? Commander Lei's voice was powerful and full of energy. Su Li was moved by his spirit and answered loudly and firmly, I'm willing. Only after speaking did she realize her voice was a bit too loud, and her face turned slightly red. But it didn't matter. She had never been shy. Seeing her agree so readily, both Commander Lei and the senior leader were pleased. Then they told her about the benefits she would receive. You don't need to handle the farming inside the space, but you can keep 10% of all the harvests. You can sell them or keep them for yourself. Su Li once said that her space had a preservation area where anything placed inside would stay exactly as it was. She could store her share of food there. If the apocalypse weren't coming and the country didn't need so much food, they could have given her even more. But to help as many people survive as possible, the government had to ask Su Li, the owner of the space, to make some sacrifices. The items you need for trading with other worlds will be prepared for you in advance, they told her.
You won't have to worry about that.
Also, you'll keep 10% of whatever you bring back from those trades. And you get to choose your share first, before the rest goes to the government. In other words, the government would provide her with the starting funds for interdimensional trade. She would earn 10% of the profits as her reward for being the trader. It was basically doing business at public expense. Plus, she got to travel between worlds.
Sulitot, Ivan.
I'll gladly take this job. At that moment, a mechanical voice in her mind said, Not bad. Your country is quite generous. Since it was finally saying something nice, Su Li didn't argue. That's what we call socialism for the people, she replied. In the end, the top leader and Commander Lei signed a contract with Su Li on behalf of the nation. The contract clearly stated her duties and the rewards she would receive. During their cooperation, the government would protect Su Li's family, ensuring they lived comfortably even during the apocalypse. It also stated that once the apocalypse ended, the government would stop using her space. If Suli still wished to continue trading with other worlds, they would renegotiate the terms. After signing, Suli went to eat with Officer Yang. They had planned to prepare a state banquet for her, but she refused. After all, such grand meals were usually served before major farewells, and she still planned to return to Blue Star. The two leaders then went their separate ways. The top leader continued meetings with various departments to plan for natural disasters and the zombie crisis, and to prepare facilities for studying the items Suli would bring back. Commander Lei, meanwhile, arranged the goods Suli would take for trade and sent people to bring her parents to see her one last time before her journey. Oh, and of course her dog too. The government wanted Suli to leave the next day. There were only 13 days left before the end of the world. They still weren't sure if Suli's rebirth would cause a butterfly effect that might make the disaster come earlier. In short, there was so much to do that no one had time to eat or sleep. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Suli smiled and said, "I wonder what the food is like in other worlds." The system suddenly remembered that since it had followed Suli, it had never tasted food before. Of course, it hadn't known what food was even before that. So it spoke in a flattering tone, "My most beautiful and kind host, am I your one and only favorite system?" Suli gave it a blank look. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't annoy me." The system was upset, but held back. "Can you turn on taste sharing? I really want to know what human food tastes like." After being reborn, Suli had been busy reporting the system to the authorities, while the system had been happily exploring the human internet. Watching all those food videos, it had long been drooling in data form. Suli was amused and a little irritated by the system's dramatic tone, so she closed the chat and turned on taste sharing. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Suli went to rest. She just wanted a good sleep, knowing that peaceful days like this wouldn't last much longer. The next morning, Suli was woken up by a call from her mother. Her mother said that she, her father, and their dog had already arrived in the capital. Then, in a whisper, she asked what Suli had done to make the military come pick them up by special plane. She probably didn't want to ask too loudly with soldiers nearby. Suli told her not to worry and that she would explain everything when they met. When she saw her parents, before they could ask anything, Suli took them straight into her personal space. "Old Sue, pinch me. Am I dreaming? How did we suddenly end up somewhere else?" Father Sue didn't hold back and gave his wife a firm pinch.
"Ow, ow, ow.
"Are you trying to get rid of me so you can find a new wife?" Mother Sue shouted. "I'm just doing what my wife told me," Father Sue replied. Their dog, Black Panther, ran around Suli excitedly, barking and wagging its tail. Watching her parents bicker and her lively dog, Suli felt a wave of affection and reluctance. But there was no other way. For their smiles to last, for them to live peacefully and comfortably in their later years, she had to keep working hard. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. This is my space," Suli explained. Then she told them everything, how she was reborn, how she got the space and trading system, and how she later handed it over to the country. Suli reminded her parents, "When I go to other worlds, you can live in the villa the government gave me, or you can stay inside the space. I've already talked to the officials. The 7-story building in the space belongs to our family. If others enter, they'll build their own dorms." Her father, who was more emotional, was already in tears. "My daughter. She's so small and thin. How did such a big responsibility fall on her shoulders?" Her mother comforted him. "All right, don't cry. It's not like she's never coming back. Being able to travel to other worlds is something many people could only dream of." "Do you still remember why we named her Suli?" Suli knew the reason. Her parents hoped she would grow up to help others and bring happiness to the people. That name had once made her feel a lot of pressure. Now, she realized names really do carry power. After calming her parents, Commander Lei arrived. He took Suli to a huge shopping mall. The entire mall had been prepared by the nation for trading with other worlds. It had everything: food, clothing, housing supplies, medicine, weapons, jewelry, books, and more. The reason it was set up in a mall was simple. The place was already large and well-stocked. The The government only needed to fill in the gaps, which made things more efficient. Can you take this whole mall with you when you travel? Commander Lei asked. Of course not. My system doesn't allow me to bring buildings through worlds, the system replied in her mind. Hearing that, Su Li rubbed her forehead. Why were other people's systems always so powerful, while hers seemed so useless? But there was nothing she could do. As people often said after marriage, we're already in it, might as well make it work. Besides, this system had saved her life. She asked, so when I travel, do I have to find a shop and organize all these things one by one again? The system replied, don't worry, dear. The store system is ready, and I can even help you stock the goods. Su Li was about to praise it, but after hearing what it said next, she wanted to hit it again. Dear, I forgot to tell you, my model mainly handles blind box trading, so I suggest you open a blind box shop. Su Li now seriously suspected that the system had tricked her. Fortunately, what it said next calmed her down. The system will automatically recognize product types and organize them into different sections. For example, food will go into the food section and clothes into the clothing section. As you know, blind boxes can be quite addictive. That way, we can earn more money, and you can buy more things from other worlds. Think about it, makes sense, right?
Su Li felt tired.
The system was like a mischievous spirit, every word stirring her emotions. It made her feel like she was in heaven one moment and in trouble the next. It was all her fault for signing a soul contract with this troublesome system when she was starving and not thinking clearly. People really can't think straight on an empty stomach. She decided she should always eat well in the future. Still, she had to admit, the annoying system did make some sense. After hearing Su Li's explanation about the system, Commander Lei thought it wasn't a bad idea. Blind boxes are actually quite popular. Young people seem to love them. Then he added, but this system doesn't sound very reliable. Once you reach another world, you'll have to rely on yourself.
Su Li nodded.
This time, she planned to complete the system's trading tasks properly. If she earned enough money, maybe next time she could bring someone along when she traveled between worlds. The system shouted in her mind, who are you calling unreliable? How can you talk about your system like that? Of course, it only grumbled for a moment. No one paid attention to it. Now, the main task was to move all the goods from the mall into the system's storage space, pack what needed packing, and sort what needed sorting. Although it was daytime, the entire mall had been sealed off, with construction signs placed around it. Once inside, Su Li ordered, system, let's begin. In the blink of an eye, all the counters in front of her were empty. The system's mechanical voice sounded again, all done. Su Li couldn't help praising it in her mind. Nice job, system. You're really efficient. This speed was truly time-saving. Even Commander Lei, who had seen many things, was amazed. This system is incredible. Pleased by the compliment, the system almost seemed to wag an invisible tail. Of course. I come from the most advanced tech company in the universe. This is nothing for me. Then it explained, the plastic packaging on Earth causes too much pollution. I'll convert it all into biodegradable materials so it won't harm other worlds. Hearing that, Su Li was impressed. You can even do that? Amazing, my system. After collecting all the items for trade, Su Li followed Commander Lei to the place where the space gateway would be set up. This was originally a secret base our country built to prepare for possible future wars, Commander Lei said as he led her around. From the surface down to more than 1,000 meters underground, the entire area was part of the base. The ground level was used for soldier training. The base is now under full lockdown, and we've started expanding the surface area. You can set the gateway in the center. It will become a large plaza in the future. For now, it still looked a bit empty. Su Li walked to the center. The space was indeed large enough, and she could unload goods from other worlds here later. Host, is this the spot? I'm ready to start, the system asked.
Su Li nodded.
Yes, go ahead. She and Commander Lei watched as the space in front of them seemed to twist, as if stirred by invisible hands. Gradually, a swirling, vortex-like door appeared. Compared to the one that led to other worlds, this door was smaller. Su Li wondered if it might be inconvenient for tall or strong soldiers. She shared her concern with the system. The system rolled its electronic eyes.
Why don't you try it and see?
Can I also enter the space through this back door? Suli asked, thinking the space existed only within her and that she could enter it only with her mind. The system said impatiently, the space is only bound to you. You're not the space itself, so why can't you enter? Commander Lei, I'll go in first. Please follow me, Suli said, then stepped into the small vortex. Everything went smoothly, but when she entered, she found herself inside a mountain. Why isn't this near the small building? Suli asked the system. Have you ever seen a back door that leads straight to the main courtyard? Commander Lei thought this arrangement was quite good. The small building is like your private area. Keeping some distance will help protect you, the owner of this space. After setting up the back entrance, Commander Lei asked, can we leave at midnight? Your parents and the senior leader will come soon to see you off. Suli was already prepared, so she agreed. At 11:50 p.m., they stood before the dimensional gate at the edge of the space, which led to another world. The senior leader reminded her, Comrade Su, no matter what happens, your safety must always come first, even if you can't buy anything from the other world.
Suli nodded.
To ensure her safe return, the government had prepared many weapons for her, knives, guns, even some explosives and grenades. Because time was short, she only learned the basic operations, just enough to avoid accidents. Of course, once she returned, she would continue her training. All the weapons were stored in her system space. After all, when she carried out trading missions in other worlds, she couldn't enter her own space or take things from it. She understood this rule. It wouldn't be fair if she had too many advantages. Other worlds' laws wouldn't allow it. To make things easier, she asked the system to store the weapons separately from the trade goods. After saying goodbye to everyone, Suli stepped through the gate. But she didn't notice a dark shadow quietly following her inside. After Suli left, the senior leader, Commander Lei, and her parents watched the gate grow smaller until it disappeared. Suli's mother sighed softly, praying that heaven would protect her daughter and keep her safe. Father Su kept wiping his tears and nose again and again. If the two leaders weren't there, he would have cried out loud. Commander Lei and the senior leader stared at the dimensional gate in silence, their minds filled with worries about Blue Star's future. After a long time, the senior leader finally said, let's go. Commander Lei turned to Mother Su and said, Xiao Su must have told you about the coming disaster. You should start preparing and move to the capital soon. It'll be easier for the country to protect you there. Mother Su nodded and held Father Su's hand. As she turned around, she suddenly felt something was missing. She looked at Father Su. He blinked his red eyes and looked around but didn't find what he was looking for. That's right. Where's our leopard? Commander Lei and the senior leader exchanged a glance. Commander Lei guessed no one was watching the dog just now. Maybe it ran into the mountains inside the space to play. Although Suli had already gone to another world, her parents could still stay in her space and leave through the back gate whenever they wanted. Time in the space flowed the same as outside, so they hadn't planned to stay long. But now that the dog was missing, Father and Mother Su decided to look for it. The two leaders still had many things to handle, so they left first. Meanwhile, Suli stepped out of the time-space tunnel and found herself inside a small thatched hut. Her dog was circling around her feet, looking a bit dizzy. Black Panther. How did you get here? The system was also shocked. Zero. How did it come along? That shouldn't be possible. Animals without intelligence could travel between worlds only as goods stored in the system's space, not by passing through the dimensional gate like their owner. But Suli was delighted that her dog had followed her. In this strange world, she was no longer alone. Who would understand? She had already prepared herself to face everything by herself. Now that her dog was here, even though it couldn't help much, its presence was a wonderful surprise. But after the joy faded, Suli felt sad again as she looked at the hut before her. The thatched hut looked like it could collapse at any moment. Inside, it was fairly spacious with an inner and outer room. The inner room was for sleeping, while outside stood rows of shelves, now all empty. Looking at her poor little shop, Suli could only pray, Autumn wind, please be kind. Don't bully this weak girl from Blue Star. Spare the thatched roof of my humble home. The system told her. This is your starting shop in this world. When you earn more money, you can upgrade it. Not bad, right? Don't worry about how shabby it looks. If anyone tries to attack you or steal your goods, the system's automatic defense will take care of them. Listening to the system's promises, Suli hugged her dog and stared blankly at the blue sky. Give me the mission, she said in a lifeless tone. The missions were automatically generated by the system based on the world she arrived in. They only appeared after entering a new world. The destination of each world gate was random. Even the system didn't know before landing. At that moment, the first mission for the trading world appeared on the system panel. Trading World, Beast Continent Trading Mission 1. Sell 100 types of Blue Star products in the Beast Continent, any quantity. 2. Buy 50 types of Beast Continent products, at least 100 of each. 3. Upgrade the Beast Continent blind box shop to level 3 and open at least one branch. Mission duration, unlimited, beginner's benefit, mission benefits, 1. The host may hire any number of local residents as shop employees. 2. The system will protect all employees' safety inside the shop. 3. The system will provide free dormitories for employees, only if there are employees. The host is not included. Mission rewards, 1. 1 million system coins. 2. 1 system scratch card. Your luck decides the prize. 3. The trade channel between Blue Star and the Beast Continent will open. The blind box shop will be permanently established there, allowing the host to travel freely for trade. Suli looked at the mission and thought the rewards were quite good. But she asked, what happens if I fail? The system replied, there's no punishment for the first failure. You'll just stay in the Beast Continent until you finish the mission or grow old here. Suli understood. Either she completed the task and could go home, or she failed and had to keep trying until she succeeded. It seemed the first world had some kind of beginner's protection. After figuring out the rules, she asked the system to stock the shelves. Put up some tasty food and drinks first, and also clothes, soap, towels, and other daily necessities. Oh, and lighters, matches, candles. Do you have solar lamps? Add some of those too. Then she suddenly thought of something. Since everything is packed as mystery boxes, do you still know what's inside each one? The system replied cheerfully, of course I do. Those boxes and bags only fool human eyes. I can detect what's inside. Then put one unpackaged sample of each type on the shelf, just like in real mystery box stores. After the system finished stocking, Suli walked around the shelves. In front of her was the food section. There were instant noodle mystery boxes, and the system had displayed several sample flavors from a well-known brand. There were also candy boxes, chip boxes, spicy snack boxes, and cookie boxes. Looking at the neatly arranged and clearly labeled shelves, Suli felt very satisfied. Now she needed to go out and attract some customers. Taking her dog, she stepped out of the thatched hut and realized her little shop was in a pretty good spot. The mystery box store stood on a plain surrounded by forest. The tall trees reached high into the sky, the shop was backed by a mountain, and a river flowed in front. If there were beast folk living nearby, whether they went hunting in the mountains or came to the river to fish or wash, they would surely see her shop. She wondered whether the beast folk lived in tribes or small family groups. Just as she was lost in thought, a huge tiger walked toward her. Her dog growled in warning but slowly backed behind her. Suli couldn't help but laugh. What a timid dog. This was the beast world, and she wasn't sure if the tiger before her was a beast man or just a wild animal. Before she could think further, the tiger suddenly transformed right in front of her eyes. In an instant, the tiger was gone, replaced by a tall, strong man wearing a tiger patterned fur skirt and nothing on his upper body. Fortunately, when the beast men here transform, their fur automatically turns into clothes, so she doesn't have to worry about seeing anything awkward.
Abeasman walked toward Suli.
Which tribe are you from, little one? Why are you here alone? Then he noticed Sue, Lee's thatched hut. What's this? It looks strange. Finally having a customer, Suli became very enthusiastic. This was her first business in the beast world. She had to make it a success. Instead of answering the Tiger Beastman's question, she went straight to her introduction. This is my mystery box shop. I sell all kinds of interesting things inside. You can come in and take a look. The Tiger Beast man looked puzzled. Mystery box shop? He knew about trading, of course. Usually, different tribes held markets where they exchanged goods. Some traded directly, while others used shell coins to buy what they needed. Suli explained, it's a shop for trading things. You can exchange items or use shell coins to buy from me. Of course, if you have something you want to sell, you can show me. If I need it, I can pay you with shell coins or trade something in return. This didn't seem much different from a regular market. The Tiger Beast man scratched his head. Do you have many things here? How long will your mystery box shop stay open? Did you set up your own market? If there were enough goods, he could tell his tribe to come and see if they needed anything. Suli patiently explained, the mystery box shop isn't only open during market time, it's open every day. Not sure if the beast men could understand the idea of mystery boxes, she continued, there's one more difference from the market. You can only see the sample outside to guess what's inside the box. Each item has several different versions, and you'll only know which one you got after opening it. She had worried that the beast men might be cautious about this kind of trade, but the one in front of her was just like a curious big cat. Hearing her explanation, the big cat's eyes lit up. Then I'll take a look first before deciding whether to buy. While they talked, Suli carried her dog and led the Tiger Beast man into the mystery box shop. Suli introduced, this side has food, that side has daily supplies, and over there are some clothes. Hu-wei didn't know what daily supplies or clothes were, but he definitely knew what food was. Because he had been hurrying back to his tribe, he had only been eating one meal and skipping several. Now that it was mealtime, he walked to the food section and pointed at the instant noodles, asking Suli, is this food too? How many shell coins for one? The price of the mystery boxes was set by Suli based on the system's suggestion, and the system adjusted prices according to the world's level of development. For the instant noodle mystery box, the system suggested a price of 2 shell coins each. Whether you got a local brand or an imported one depended entirely on luck. Suli picked up the sample Hu-wei pointed at and said, this is an instant noodle mystery box.
2 shell coins each.
Pick one from the shelf. All the instant noodles on the shelf were packed in identical boxes, so you couldn't tell what flavor was inside. Hu-wei thought the price was fair. He handed Suli 2 shell coins, then randomly picked a box from the shelf. When he opened it, it turned out to be a spicy pork bone flavor. I'll make it for you. Just wait a moment, Suli said as she took the box and poured in hot water. Although the thatched hut provided by the system looked simple and shaky, it had everything needed for daily life. Next to the shelf was a water dispenser, convenient for both Suli and her customers. Hu-wei watched the small female, whose beast form he couldn't tell, pour steaming water into the noodles using a strange device. The noodles looked dry and pale. Could that really be food? Then she added some sticky sauce. Wouldn't that upset his stomach? Luckily, Suli couldn't hear his doubts, or she would have said, Beast man, get ready to experience the power of instant noodles. Before long, Suli lifted the lid. A rich, unfamiliar aroma instantly filled the air, making Hu-wei's nose twitch in surprise. This wasn't the kind of meat flavor he liked, but it smelled so good that he couldn't stop his mouth from watering.
Come on, have a taste.
Use this fork, eat slowly, and be careful. It's hot. Suli spoke as she handed him the fork. Hu-wei took it and clumsily tried to pick up the noodles, but the more he hurried, the harder it was to get them. After much effort, he finally managed to lift a bite. Without caring about the heat, he put it straight into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. Omega! How could it taste this good? It was rich, fragrant, and just a little spicy. But there wasn't much of it. Definitely not enough. Suli watched as Hu-wei quickly finished the whole bowl of sour and spicy pork bone noodles, not even leaving a drop of soup. She could tell her first customer was very satisfied. Sure enough, Hu-wei took out 8 shell coins. Little lady, give me 4 more bowls of that. Whatever it's called. Suli accepted the coins with a smile. It's called instant noodles. And you can call me Boss Su. Hu-wei found the title strange. She looked so young, yet called herself boss. But he didn't say anything. Even though he had only been here a short while, he could already tell that this young woman and everything in this little straw hut were quite unusual. He opened 4 more boxes of instant noodles. If he hadn't only had 8 shell coins left, he would have bought even more. The noodles were delicious, but the portions were too small. The first one he opened was braised beef flavor. The second was tomato and egg. The third was spicy kimchi. The fourth was cilantro flavor. They were all Suli's favorites, and she hoped the big tiger would like them too. Suli picked up the braised beef noodles to prepare for him, while Hu followed her example, opening the other cups, tearing the seasoning packets, and learning how to use the water dispenser to make his own noodles. Then came the big tiger's eating show. He finished every bowl, not even leaving the soup. When he ate the cilantro-flavored one, his ears twitched happily. Suli couldn't help but laugh. This simple-minded beast man was actually quite adorable. After eating and drinking his fill, Suli thought the deal was done. But the tall tiger beast man didn't seem ready to leave. After all, 5 cups of instant noodles were only enough to make him half full. Now he understands what a blind box is, and he finds this way of shopping very fun. He is very curious about what flavors he might get if he keeps buying instant noodles. But he has no money left. Suddenly, he remembers that there are some heavenly fruits in his basket. Suli looks at the tall, strong orc in front of her. She searches through the basket and pulls out 2 balloon-like fruits. "Boss Su, can I trade these heavenly fruits for some instant noodles?" Suli takes the 2 fruits and agrees to his request. "Of course, no problem. But first, tell me about these fruits so I can estimate their value and know how many buckets of noodles to give you." Hearing this, Hu realizes she doesn't know much about these fruits. He explains, "Heavenly fruits are full of water and very refreshing. Heavenly fruits grow in the desert. When there is a water shortage, the branches and leaves fall off, leaving only a dry, withered trunk. But when heavy rain falls in the desert, the heavenly fruit trees grow quickly, sprouting new branches and leaves, and producing fruits. They store water inside the fruits. The outside of the fruit has a thin, tough skin that feels a bit like a balloon. When you cut open the skin with a small knife, water flows out. This water is very sweet and refreshing, helping to clear your mind. The most amazing thing is that drinking the water from one heavenly fruit can keep you from feeling thirsty all day. Because of this, orcs often exchange some of these fruits when they go into the desert to drink on the way back." After hearing this, Suli can't help but marvel at the wonders of this beast world. She wonders how many other magical fruits might exist here. She also realizes that these heavenly fruits are like a lifesaver during extreme heat disasters. If they had these fruits, the country wouldn't have to worry about running out of drinking water during heat waves. People can go without baths or laundry, but they can't go without water. It would be great to bring some heavenly fruit trees back to Earth and see if they can be cultivated there. She isn't sure if she will have time after completing her tasks in this beast world. In any case, she must bring more of these fruits back to Earth. The heavenly fruit tastes sweet and refreshing the moment it enters the mouth. After drinking it, I feel more alert and energized. So, she asked the system to store another fruit in the system space. The system's mechanical voice sounded, "Ding! New species detected in storage. Species name, heavenly fruit, effects, quenches thirst, refreshes. Long-term consumption can repair damaged cells and extend life." Suli thought she had underestimated this fruit before and now wanted more. Seeing the fruit suddenly disappear, Hu opened his eyes wide in surprise. But he was a polite big cat and didn't ask many questions. Although there were only 2 fruits, they were very important to Suli, so she took Hu to the instant noodle shelf. These 2 fruits can be exchanged for hundreds of instant noodle blind boxes. You probably can't finish them all. You can take the leftovers home or exchange for other things. This was like a gift from heaven for Hu. But how much is hundreds? Hu counted on his paws. He counted again but still couldn't get the exact number. Forget it. This little female probably wouldn't lie to him. Hu started opening blind boxes of instant noodles, enjoying the cycle of eating and slurping. Seeing him so happy, Suli had an idea. The value of these two fruits was too high for the orc to earn just by eating instant noodles. She decided to add some more noodles as a partner. She went to the noodle shelf, grabbed a few blind boxes, and handed them to Hui. Hui opened one to find a marinated egg, a chicken sausage, and a king-sized ham sausage. After tasting these delicious foods, Hui, the big tiger, was practically overjoyed. When he finished eating, Suli packed several more instant noodle blind boxes for him. Hui quickly waved his paws to refuse. I only have 2 fruits. I've already eaten so many buckets of instant noodles from you, Boss Su. I can't take more. Suli forcefully handed them to him. Although you only have 2 fruits, they are truly valuable. The system appraised each at 1,000, since fruits that can repair cell damage are rare.
Keep them for now.
If you find more heavenly fruits in the future, be sure to come exchange them with me. Thinking for a moment, Suli added, if you can bring me a few heavenly fruit trees, I can exchange them for even more valuable items in the blind box shop. Hearing this, Hui no longer refused. He told Suli, our cat tribe is not far from here. When I go back, I will bring my people to trade with you. We also have a type of fruit in our tribe. You might like it too. Suli didn't ask what kind of fruit it was. She knew she would find out later. The first business deal was finished, and both sides were very happy. Since Hui was the first customer at the blind box shop, Suli had the system find a lighter blind box from the outdoor survival shelf and handed it to Hui. You're our first customer at the blind box shop, so here's a small gift. Hui didn't expect this skinny little female to be so kind. He thought he should tell the tribe leader and the priest that they could trade more with Boss Su in the future. He took the small box without opening it and strode out of the blind box shop. It had already taken too long. If he didn't go back soon, the tribe leader and others would start to worry. After leaving the shop, Hui transformed into a majestic big tiger. He strode confidently toward his tribe, moving swiftly. Because he had eaten well, he was very fast and finally arrived before nightfall. Hui first went to the tribe leader's cave. The tribe leader, King Lion, was a middle-aged male beast man, a huge golden lion in beast form. Hui, the little cub, came back so late that King Lion was worried he had encountered wild animals or stray beast men on the way. He was thinking about whether to send the hunting team to find him, but Hui was already back. His whole body was unharmed and looked very energetic. King Lion couldn't help but ask, you should have been back by noon at the normal pace. Why are you so late? Hui couldn't help but show off his harvest to his tribe leader. Leader, I met a blind box shop on the way. It's similar to our market. I traded for some very delicious food there. He then took out the instant noodle blind box that Suli had packed for him. Meanwhile, over at Suli's place, she only remembered a serious problem after the big tiger had run far away. That was whether the beast men in this world drink hot water. If they don't drink hot water, then even if the tiger beast man takes the instant noodles home, he won't be able to cook them. She could imagine that in the beast world, there might be no fire, so she looked for a lighter to promote her small shop. She didn't think that orcs probably don't drink hot water at all. This was her first time doing business, and she made many mistakes. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. It's okay, just be more careful next time. The helpful system made Suli feel warm inside. While Hui was preparing instant noodles, things unexpectedly went wrong. Even though it was just instant noodles, why did the ones Su Boss soaked in hot water taste so good, while the ones soaked in cold water tasted so bad? The leader of the Golden Lion tribe, who was waiting to enjoy the delicious food the little cubs talked about, was disappointed. Hui was so anxious he scratched his head and kept promising, this really tastes great, but we don't have hot water. The tribe leader pulled him out of his cave. Let's not talk about the food for now. That blind box shop you mentioned is a bit strange. Let's go ask the priest. The tiger and lion approached the priest's cave and first greeted her. After hearing some meowing from inside, they entered. On the stone table inside the cave sat a black cat properly.
This was the priest of the cat tribe, Cat Xian.
Seeing Hui and the tribe leader, who were going to the desert for work, she asked, what are you here for? Usually, The priest found these little cubs annoying and didn't want them to disturb her when they had nothing to do. Although the golden lion was already middle-aged and the tribe leader of the cat tribe, in the eyes of the over 100-year-old black cat priest, he was still a bothersome little cub. She looked at the priest with a disdainful expression, as if saying, "You two little cubs better have something important to do, or disturbing my sleep at night will have serious consequences." The golden lion quickly explained everything. After hearing this, the cold priest licked her paws and said, "Bring it here, let me try." Hu Wei was caught off guard. What? But since the golden lion often interacted with her and understood her well, he was quicker to respond. "Instant noodle blind box. Give the priest a try." Hu Wei hesitated, but soaking in cold water doesn't taste good. It's a waste. "Tomorrow, we can ask Su Boss to soak it in hot water." He didn't want to waste his instant noodles, so he took out the small blind box that Su Boss had given him before leaving. "Boss Su said I was the first customer in the shop and even gave me a free gift." The aloof cat priest lifted her head and said, "Open it and see." Hu Wei quickly opened the small blind box. As expected, inside was something he didn't recognize. Hu Wei and the golden lion looked at it, but couldn't tell what it was. The black cat priest also pawed at it but found nothing. She directed the golden lion, "Press here." The golden lion obediently pressed the spot. With a click, a tiny flame appeared. Everyone present, big cats and small cats, was shocked, and their pupils turned vertical. So shocked that golden lion loosened his grip. The flame from the lighter immediately disappeared. He pressed the button again, and the flame reappeared. He let go, and the flame vanished again. He kept pressing until he fully accepted that this small object could produce fire. The aloof black cat priest also turned into a human form. With a mysterious look in her cat eyes and a calm, elegant aura, she took the lighter from Golden Lion and played with it carefully. Compared to the emotionless expression of the priestess and the calm shock of the clan leader Golden Lion, Hu Wei was much more impatient, still a young tiger cub. In the beast world, making fire is very difficult. Either you use wood to create sparks or pay a high price to invite a beast with fire powers to help. But beasts with fire abilities are rare, and there are very few in the nearby tribes. So after using fire, they keep a small amount of ember for next time. But if they leave the tribe and need fire, they have to start from scratch. Now, seeing such a small, portable device that can produce fire anytime, Hu Wei was so amazed he started to howl excitedly. "Fire. Priestess, clan leader, this little thing can produce fire. It's amazing." Then he proudly said, "I knew the beast god loves me most. Otherwise, why am I the only one to meet Boss Su?" The cat white looked at this silly young tiger and pointed out that the blind box shop was right there. Even if he didn't encounter it, other orcs in the tribe would eventually come across it when they went out, right? However, she didn't scold the young one. Instead, she asked Hu Wei to describe in detail the whole process of meeting the blind box shop and trading with Su Li. After listening, she took out her animal bones used for divination and knelt on the ground, sincerely asking the beast god. Hu Wei saw her toss the bones several times, muttering mysterious words he couldn't understand. After a while, Mao Xian stood up. King Lion hurriedly asked, "Does the beast god say which race this Boss Su is? Could she be harmful to our tribe?" Mao Xian looked at the tribe leader, King Lion. "I can't tell her beast form, but the divination says she is a very important person for our cat tribe. She is destined to have a special connection with us. Meeting her is a rare blessing for our cat tribe in 1,000 years. We must befriend her." King Lion knew Mao Xian's divination skills well. As the priest of the cat tribe, she led the entire tribe through several natural disasters and crises smoothly. So even though her beast form is just a small black cat, much weaker than lions, tigers, or leopards, no one in the tribe disrespects her. He then suggested, "Shall we visit her now?" Mao Xian transformed back into a black cat. With disdain, she flicked her blue cat eyes and said, "Isn't she sleeping at this late hour? Sigh, these little kittens aren't very bright. Without her as the priest, this tribe wouldn't do well." King Lion quickly nodded. "You're right. We'll go tomorrow." The small black cat priest meowed and ordered him. Hu Wei said Boss Su mainly deals in trading. "When we go tomorrow, Bring some strong red fruit and see if we can exchange for what our tribe needs. As the moon rose high, the night in the beast world was peaceful and calm. Here, Suli felt like the end of the world was very far away. But she knew her country was still waiting for her to return. Looking at the distant or near, big or small, oddly shaped moons in the sky, Suli asked the system, "Are the moons in the beast world sold wholesale?" The system explained, "What's the big deal? Isn't Saturn in your solar system surrounded by hundreds of moons?" Suli just rolled her eyes at the comment. Night fell, and she decided to wash up and sleep. Today, after meeting with a tiger orc, she opened a surprise instant noodle box for herself, with a delicious braised beef flavor. She also opened a surprise dog food box for her dog, and it seemed to like it very much. After that, no more orcs came to the surprise box shop. Suli sat with her tablet, watching a TV show she had downloaded earlier. Maybe because of the system's protection or the nearby orc tribe, no wild animals attacked the shop. But Suli still felt unsafe. She always felt that her small thatched house under the very tall trees in the beast world looked like a little lonely thing. She knew she needed to upgrade quickly and replace her small house with a bigger building. She decided to focus on work tomorrow and go to sleep now. Suli hugged her dog and fell asleep. The next morning, birds chirped outside, and her dog kept barking to wake her up. When Suli opened her eyes, she felt a little confused. After a moment, she remembered she was in the beast world. She washed up in the bathroom attached to her bedroom, then went outside and opened the shaky door of her thatched house. She wondered if today would be as lucky as yesterday and if she might meet passing orcs again. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Boss Sue, I'm here again. I brought my tribe members." Early that morning, the tribe leader, the Golden Lion, gathered the orcs of the cat tribe for a meeting. Tigertail told everyone about his strange experience yesterday. The Golden Lion also told everyone that if they needed to trade or wanted to visit, they could follow him and Tigertail to the surprise box shop. Even if they didn't need anything now, they might in the future. It's good to see what's in the shop first.
Suli warmly welcomed everyone.
She also reminded Tigertail about the instant noodles. "I forgot to tell you, you need hot water for the noodles. Do your tribe usually drink hot water?" Tigertail explained the situation in the beast world. "Our cat tribe usually drinks cold water, but I know that some orcs and the monkey tribe boil water before drinking." "It's quite troublesome," Suli suggested. "It's a bit of trouble, but boiling water and letting it cool before drinking is better than drinking cold water directly." Cold water might cause stomach upset. Tigertail and the nearby orcs looked surprised and understood what she meant. No wonder their tribe often has orcs with stomach issues, even though they haven't eaten any poisonous plants. "Did you eat the instant noodles I gave you yesterday? If not, I can prepare some for you. You should try it." Huey opened his animal hide bag. "I only ate one box. The cold water made it taste bad, and I didn't eat the rest." Huey went to eat his noodles nearby, while Suli started greeting other cat tribe orcs. Golden Lion told the tribe members to look around the shop first. He was the first to approach Suli. "Hello, Boss Sue. I am the leader of the cat tribe, Golden Lion." From his name, Suli guessed his beast form. She said, "You can first look at our shop samples. Tell me which one you like, and I will give you a detailed explanation." Golden Lion took out Huey's lighter. Of course, this lighter had now been taken over by the tribe. "I want to ask, what is this? Does the flame inside last forever?" Suli thought to herself. As expected, orcs have no resistance to lighters. This small thing is called a lighter. When the fuel runs out, it can no longer produce fire. Suli pointed to the liquid inside the lighter. "How long can one lighter last?" Golden Lion asked again. "It depends. If you use it often or if the lighter is small, it will run out faster. If not, it can last quite a while," Suli answered carefully. Since it was a blind box purchase, she couldn't guarantee what size or model of lighter would come out. Hearing this, Golden Lion understood. But he had one more question. Is this lighter made by a beast with fire element abilities? Suli didn't answer immediately. Her heart was pounding with excitement. Could it be that beast men in this world have special abilities? She hadn't heard the system mention anything about that. Thinking of this, she quickly called the system. Are there beast men with abilities in this world? The system searched its database and replied, this isn't really a world of ability users. The number of beast men with abilities is very small, less than 1 in 1,000. Before the system finished speaking, Golden Lion also saw her surprise. Could it be that the lighter wasn't made by a fire element ability user? He had suspected that. Since ability users are so rare, especially those with fire abilities. However, because he had seen a fire-type ability user once from afar, he made this guess. The Golden Lion smiled shyly. It seems I guessed wrong. Ability fruits are rare, and even after eating one, you might not awaken an ability. Su Li also understood that the ability users here are those who have eaten ability fruits to awaken their powers. Moreover, the chance of awakening is not 100%. At this moment, the system continued to explain. Ability fruits are very precious in the beast world. Usually, only the tribe leaders of large tribes have them. Although they are rare, Su Li became interested. If she could bring ability fruits back to her country and train a few ability users, it would be a great boost in the apocalypse. Of course, it would be even better if she could bring back an ability fruit tree. No rush, take it slow. She had just arrived in the beast world and knew nothing about it. Once her business grows big enough, she believed the tribes with ability fruits would come to her willingly. For now, it's more important to negotiate the current deal with the cat tribe. Su Li looked at the Golden Lion. The man in front of her had shoulder-length, curly blonde hair, and all his features were large. His upper body was muscular and bare, and under his golden beast skin skirt were strong, long legs. You can first look at the samples in my shop. Tell me which ones you want, and if you're unsure about their uses, I can explain. And what do you plan to trade? Shell coins, Su Li asked him. Although the currency in the beast world is shell coins, the people here seem to prefer bartering. The Golden Lion signaled the 2 beast men behind him to open their baskets, from which they took out a fruit. This is our tribe's powerful Zhu fruit. During market days, many other tribes want exchange for it. He handed the fruit to Su Li. Su Li looked at the fruit in her hand, about the size of an apple, shaped like an orange and colored like a strawberry. She asked, it's called Zhu fruit. Does eating it make you stronger and bigger? But the Golden Lion quickly shook his head. Boss Su, you must not eat this Zhu fruit. If you do, you'll bleed all over and die. He said this, worried Su Li might not believe him, and tried to the Zhu fruit back from her hand. Sololai found it funny, but her constantly guarded heart in the end of world was now feeling warm. She couldn't help but ask, what is this fruit for? The powerful red fruit can't be eaten, but if you apply its juice on your body, the area will become incredibly strong. He said this and demonstrated with a small beast man behind him. The beast man squeezed a large red fruit and spread its juice on his arm. Instantly, his arm looked very muscular. The beast men turned and walked outside the blind box shop. Sololai followed behind them. The small beast man approached a tall tree. The tree was broken into 2 parts. Sololai's pupils widened in shock. Winky face. Sorry, I lost my composure. I've never seen anything like this before. She looked at the Golden Lion with eager anticipation. Can I trade? Come in quickly and see what you want to exchange. After thinking for a moment, she asked, how many of these powerful red fruits do you have? Please don't be like the tiger's fruit, which only is 2. That would make me sad. Fortunately, the Golden Lion replied, this time, we only brought 50, but our tribe has plenty more. The small beast man also puffed out his chest proudly. The powerful red fruit is a specialty of our cat tribe. We have many fruit trees, and this year's harvest is good. The Golden Lion nodded. In our cat tribe, tall beast-shaped ones like me are rare. Most are small cat-like priests. If we didn't have the powerful red fruit, our cat tribe would have been wiped out by other tribes long ago. And as long as they are stored properly, the powerful red fruit can last a year. But after that, the effect isn't as good. Sololai understood, but storage wasn't a problem. In the beast world, she could keep them in her system space. When she returned to Earth, she could put them in her space's preservation zone. How many of your powerful red fruits do you want to exchange? Tell me. The Golden Lion looked around the blind box shop. Everything here was new to him. He saw the other tribe members already browsing inside, picking up samples to look at and touch if they were interested. The little tiger cub from Hue was holding a bucket of instant noodles, slurping happily. Several young beast men gathered around him, each begging him to share a taste. The golden lion could even smell the strong aroma of instant noodles, which was completely different from the cold water-soaked version from last night. He didn't look for the food himself but asked Suli for help. Our beast world is about to enter the cold season. We need enough stored food and some warm clothing. During the cold season, wild animals hide away for winter and they can't hunt for days. They can only rely on dried meat stored during the hot and windy seasons to survive. Even so, many beast men still die of hunger or cold each year. It's not just their cat tribe. Most tribes across the beast world are the same. Long-lived beast men like the cat sage are very rare on the continent. The cold season is hard to endure. Even if they survive, every beast man becomes much thinner. Also, Tiger Wei took back the lighter yesterday. Please trade us a few more. With a lighter, they could start fires often, keeping the cave warm and reducing the number of beast men freezing to death. From what he said, Suli guessed that the cold season is similar to winter on Blue Star. But this beast world is quite different from her understanding, so she asked the system. The system confirmed her guess. Yes, the beast world also has 4 seasons, but they are a bit different from Blue Star. The 4 seasons on the beast continent are the rainy season, hot season, windy season, and cold season. The rainy season is like spring on Blue Star. But unlike the warm and gentle spring, the rainy season has heavy rainfall and is more frequent. The hot season is like summer, but here it is truly dry, with no rain at all, just intense sunshine. The windy season is similar to autumn, with clear skies and cool breezes. However, during some days, the wind can be very strong, sometimes even causing tornadoes. The cold season is marked by continuous snow and very low temperatures, making it very difficult for beast men. After learning about the 4 seasons, Suli knew what to exchange with the Lion King tribe. She first took the Lion King to the grain and oil area. Instant noodles don't fill you up much, and we can't eat them every meal. These are foods from my hometown. She then took out the Cooking Guide for Blind Box Store Food comic version provided by the system. Unfortunately, the beast world hasn't invented writing yet. These recipes are easy to learn. Your tribe members can follow the pictures in this guide. Golden Lion looked at the recipe in front of him and felt amazed. So, you can also draw pictures to record things? I've learned something new. At this moment, Suli never would have guessed that her small action actually inspired the beast world continent to start recording events through drawings. Later, this even led to the invention of beast world writing. Golden Lion flipped through the comic-style recipe book and found he could understand it. Of course, this was because the pictures were very clear and realistic, and the cooking methods were as simple as possible. Suli watched Golden Lion nodding while flipping through the recipe book, and she muttered to the system. System, do you think the orcs can understand all those cooking methods and the many ways to make bread? It's not surprising that Suli doubted this, since currently, in the beast world continent, they mostly eat raw, roast, or dry meat. Don't worry, orcs aren't as simple as you think. Just take your time and figure it out. They'll learn eventually. While they were talking, Golden Lion was still muttering to himself. Suddenly, he looked at Suli with curiosity as he held the recipe book. He pointed to one page and asked, "Boss Su, look at this. I noticed many things need to be sprinkled with this powder. What is it?" Suli glanced at it and realized it was salt. This is salt, a kind of seasoning. She thought that the beast world continent didn't use salt and was about to take Golden Lion to the shelf where the salt was stored. But then Golden Lion exclaimed in surprise, "Do blind box shops also sell salt? Why are these salts so fine? They're completely different from the large grain salt they usually eat." When he saw that booklet earlier, he didn't recognize it at all. Hearing that he seemed to know about salt, Suli became curious. "Do you also eat salt?" Since their environments are different, she didn't expect that the orcs' bodies also need salt like humans do. Golden Lion nodded. "We orcs can't live without salt. Without it, we have no strength." He then looked a bit helpless. "Unfortunately, there's no salt on land. If we want to eat salt, we have to trade with the Sea Tribe orcs, and we have to give them a lot of powerful red fruits each time. Suli nodded in understanding. But she guessed that there should also be salt lakes on land. It's just that the orcs haven't discovered them yet. Golden Lion's expression was angry as he said, "The sea tribe orcs are so greedy. They only give us a stone bowl of salt for 50 powerful red fruits. Their cat tribe carefully eats salt, making sure not to waste any. Our tribe's beastmen haven't returned yet from trading for salt, but it should be soon," he said. Then he asked, "Boss Sue, how much is your salt selling for?" Suli took him to the salt shelf and pointed to the top package, which was a sample. 10 B coins per bag. Salt is not expensive in Huagua. It costs just a few yuan per bag. The 10 B coins is the suggested price from the system, and she thinks it's fair. Although there might be rare boxes that contain more expensive pink salt, those are less common and considered hidden items. However, Jinshi raised his voice again. "How much?" "Only 10 B coins." Suli rubbed her ears. "This big lion is good at everything, except his loud voice." She nodded and said, "If you trade with big strength red fruits, 1 red fruit can exchange for 100 bags. The price of a red fruit is also 1,000 B coins each, which is the suggested price from the system, and she has no objections." Jinshi remembered the red fruits he traded with the sea tribe beastmen in previous years and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Luckily, his lion brain couldn't handle such a huge number as 1 billion. Otherwise, he would think he had missed out on 1 billion. But Jinshi decided he would never trade salt with the sea tribe again. Isn't it better to buy salt directly from the blind box shop? Especially now. Suli opened the salt package she was holding and handed it to Jinshi. "You can check the goods first before deciding whether to trade." Jinshi looked at the pure white salt, as white as winter snow, and sighed. "Is this really salt? Why is the salt in the blind box shop so white and fine?" The salt exchanged from the sea tribe was not like this. Those salt grains were large, yellowish, and tasted bitter. Thinking of this, Jinshi stuck out his tongue and licked the salt in his hand. He was salty and frowned, but he didn't spit it out. "This salt is salty but not bitter, and it would be delicious for making dried meat." Jinshi said to Suli, "Boss Sue, our tribe also wants to trade for salt. We'll exchange B coins first, and if that's not enough, we'll add big strength red fruits." Thinking of this, Jinshi felt relieved. Luckily, the priest always told him to save B coins for the tribe. Now he could finally use them. The priestess has better foresight. She is worried that the blind box shop might have more good items, and even powerful red fruits are not enough for trading. Suli has no objections. She asked the system, and it turns out that as long as the currency from different worlds reaches her, the system will convert it into a universal system currency. Of course, the system currency can also be exchanged for currencies from other worlds. This means that if she earns too many coins in the beast world to spend, the system can convert them into system coins first. Later, when she goes to other worlds, she can convert those coins into local currencies. In short, her money won't be idle. However, exchanging only lighters, food, and salt with the cat people isn't enough. Her goal is to gather all the powerful red fruits used for trading in the entire cat tribe. Thinking of this, she took the golden lion to the winter clothing area. There aren't many blind boxes for clothes, only a few items for each season. The current thatched hut is still too small to hold everything, so many items can only be displayed a little. There are also many that take up space or are not useful in the beast world, so she didn't put them in the system space. First, Suli showed the golden lion a sample of the winter clothing blind box, a men's cotton jacket. "This is very thick. You can wear it during snow seasons and it will keep you warm." The golden lion took it and tried it on himself, looking a bit confused. Suli noticed the big lion's clumsy paws and taught him how to put on clothes. As soon as the cotton jacket was on, the golden lion felt warm all over. He sighed. "It's warmer than wrapping a layer of beast fur during snow seasons. Although beast fur is warm, it's not very tight, letting in drafts, especially since they're still inside the fur." Hearing this, Suli had a good idea. She could also trade beast skins with the beast people of the beast world. The people here are not very skilled at tanning and tailoring, but the craftsmanship on Blue Star can definitely make beast skin soft and close-fitting. When the extreme cold disasters come, Wearing beast skins from the beast world will keep them very warm. On Blue Star, wild animals are protected, so their skins can't be taken. But in the beast world, those animals without intelligence are just food for the orcs. She really is a clever planner. Perfect. Thinking of this, she decided to act. She told the Golden Lion, "The blind box shop also accepts beast skins. If you have extra, you can trade them." She handed several blind boxes from the shelf to the Golden Lion. "Open and see what's inside." Actually, when the Golden Lion was talking business with her, he hadn't opened any blind boxes before. He only looked at the samples. Every customer who enters must experience the fun of opening blind boxes. The big lion quickly opened a few boxes. The first contained a set of men's thermal underwear. But it was size L, which definitely wouldn't fit him. Su Li explained, "These clothes come in different sizes. Beasts of all shapes can find something that fits. You can give this one to someone else." The Golden Lion nodded and continued opening boxes. This time, he was very lucky and got an XXL black men's down jacket. He looked at it and felt he could fit into it. So, following Su Li's earlier instructions, he put on the down jacket. He was more surprised this time than when he put on the cotton clothes. How did Boss Su manage to have such amazing things? It felt light when worn, with no heavy weight. But how could it be so warm? The best part was, it didn't feel tight or restrictive, and it didn't let the wind in like poorly cut animal skins. It just kept getting warmer the longer he wore it. With this kind of clothing, they wouldn't have to turn into beast forms and huddle together for warmth during cold seasons. Instead, they could stay in human form and do more outside activities. After discussing how to trade lighters, salt, food, and winter clothes with the Golden Lion, Su Li looked at the big lion, who seemed relieved that he still had enough money at home, and took him to another area. "This is toothpaste and a toothbrush, used to clean teeth and keep them healthy. This is soap for bathing and washing your face. This is cat food, also a kind of food with a special taste. You can try it and see if you like it." She recommended cat food to the feline beastmen, no problem, right? "This is beast-shaped body wash and fur conditioner which can make the fur smooth and soft. Over here are medicines. Do beastmen often have fevers or diarrhea? These can help treat those issues." Under Su Li's sales pitch, the Golden Lion looked around, glancing here and there, his eyes not enough to take everything in. What should he do? He wanted everything. But it seemed he didn't have enough coins. "Boss Su, our tribe really needs these, but our ruby fruits and shell coins are not enough." He didn't mean to bargain. The honest orcs haven't realized this yet, unless they encounter the cunning and greedy orcs from the Sea tribe. What he wanted to ask was, "Can your blind box shop stay open a bit longer? Some things we can buy next year." Of course, the blind box shop will stay open. The system said that completing a task in a certain world opens the trading channel for that world. In the future, even if she keeps opening blind boxes in other worlds, the country will send people to take over the Beast World continent. But, well, she can't say that now. She told the Golden Lion, "This thing, of course, is better to buy early and enjoy early. Although the blind box shop has been open for a while, if other tribes' orcs come to buy, I can't refuse, right?" Hearing this, the Golden Lion suddenly became a bit anxious. But he couldn't stop Su Li from trading with other tribes. At this moment, Su Li asked him, "Are your tribe's strong ruby trees willing to trade? If yes, ruby fruits are very valuable. One tree can exchange for many things." Su Li's idea was, at least, to bring back one ruby fruit tree.
Even if it was just a small sapling.
She didn't know if she could grow a tree directly from a ruby fruit seed. Since it has become a specialty of the cat tribe, it probably isn't easy to grow.
Su Li guessed correctly.
Almost every tribe in the Beast World continent has its own special plants or animals. To reproduce these, the tribe's priest must draw totems or recite spells. This is a secret technique unique to each tribe. Unless the priests are willing to share, the method is lost even if the entire tribe is wiped out. Hearing Su Li's suggestion, the Golden Lion hesitated. In his view, trading a few large ruby trees for the blind box shop was acceptable. After all, there are many ruby trees in the cat tribe. Using them to prevent the tribe from starving, freezing, or even curing deadly illnesses like fever and diarrhea is incredibly worthwhile. But although he is the tribe leader, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. Only the priests can draw the totem for planting the ruby trees, and he wasn't sure if they would be willing to give it to Boss Su. In the Beast World continent, priests usually only teach their successors how to draw totems and some secret magic spells. Besides the successor, these secrets are never shared with others. Jean sure told Su Li, "I can't decide about this. I need to go back and discuss with the priest." Su Li understood and said, "No rush. We can first trade the items we agreed on today. The rest can be discussed by your tribe later." Jean sure exchanged all his powerful red fruits and shell coins for food, winter clothes, and surprise boxes. Then he took some people back to his tribe. After Jean sure left, other beastmen like Hui came to trade with Su Li. But retail trading is different from wholesale. These beastmen mostly traded shell coins, beast meat, fruits, and other food from the Beast World continent. They didn't find any particularly strange species. Sometimes, a beastman might have 1 or 2 powerful red fruits, but they were rare and scattered. It seems that good things like powerful red fruits are mostly kept by the tribe, with only a few in private hands. However, the items the beastmen traded were different from what Jean Sure, the tribe leader, preferred. They liked to trade snacks, fruits from Blue Star, or some interesting little gadgets. For example, a female beastman was passing by a mirror surprise box and was attracted by the sample mirror. She was first startled by the reflection inside. When she stepped back and the reflection also stepped back, then she raised her hand and the reflection did the same, she realized it was her own reflection. It was like a clear water surface, but much clearer. This female beastman loved beauty and couldn't resist. She immediately wanted to trade with Su Li. She took out some fruits from the Beast World continent. Su Li tried them and found the flavors unique and delicious, things she hadn't tasted before. She could sell these on Blue Star to wealthy people. Su Li asked the system to calculate the price, then let the female beastman choose a mirror surprise box. When she opened it, inside was a vintage European-style makeup mirror, much more beautiful than the sample, with a red plastic frame. Although beastmen don't understand style well, they do have an eye for beauty. She happily hugged the mirror, carefully, saying she wanted to take it back to show her good sister. After serving one feline tribe customer after another, Su Li felt a little tired. At that moment, Hui arrived with his good friend to see her. Hui's friend was a slim-looking male beastman named Biao Xiaohua. Seeing the dark lines under his eyes, Su Li guessed that he might be a cheetah in beast form. Since they had just met, she didn't feel comfortable asking more. She put on her professional smile and asked, "What would you like to exchange?" Biao Xiaohua shyly wrung his hands and told Su Li, "I want to trade for candies, but I don't have any coins or fruits and meat." Earlier, Hui had opened a candy blind box with him. Each time, they didn't know what flavor of candy they would get, which made it impossible to stop buying. He loved sweets and usually enjoyed sour and sweet fruits. Now that he found candies, he was very happy. But he didn't have any coins. Thinking of this, he shyly took out a small stone from his beast skin skirt pocket, which he used to relax his claws when in human form. "Boss Su, can I trade this claw-sharpening stone for a candy blind box?" He blushed a little as he said this. Su Li also blushed, feeling excited. Looking at the fist-sized lump of gold in front of her, she opened her mouth in surprise. Wait, are all beastmen this bold? This big lump of gold probably weighs about half a kilogram. A kilogram is 1,000 grams, and 1 gram of gold costs about 900 renminbi. This lump of gold is worth roughly 450,000 renminbi on Blue Star. Although prices differ across worlds, the system's purchase price was 100,000 coins. This made her realize mineral resources in the beast world are quite valuable too. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Biao Xiaohua. Of course, a candy blind box costs 20 coins. This piece of gold can exchange for many candies, and you can trade for other things too. Biao Xiaohua was stunned. Is this claw-sharpening stone really that valuable? Even Hui next to him looked a bit restless. "Boss Su, Is this soft, yellowish stone really worth so much? We have plenty of them here, and no beastman even bothers to pick them up from the ground. Su Li's inner voice roared. Do you think you're speaking human language? At this moment, Leopard Little Flower continued to speak after Tiger Wei, saying, Yes, there is a mountain near our tribe. This mountain can spit fire, and when it does, it shoots out many of these yellow stones. Is it a volcano that spews gold? Su Li looked like a naive country person who had never seen much. Gold? Realizing that the gold Su Li mentioned was the claw-sharpening stone, Tiger Wei and Leopard Little Flower nodded together. They looked at Su Li with some confusion. Could it be that she had never seen a volcano that spews gold? But isn't that quite common? All right, after you return to your tribe, tell your people that this kind of yellow stone is accepted at the blind box shop. You can exchange it for many things. Leopard Little Flower looked carefully at Su Li with a serious expression. He and Su Li confirmed again, can this kind of stone really be exchanged for things? Whoa, he had nothing but the claw-sharpening stones. Su Li nodded confidently. Besides this kind of stone, if you find other stones, you can also bring them to me. If they are suitable, they can be used for trading. Leopard Little Flower and Tiger Wei looked at each other, their eyes shining brightly. Are they finally able to buy whatever they want at the blind box shop without worries? Instant noodles, potato chips, candies, spicy strips. Here we come. With this piece of gold, the tiger and leopard duo stayed in the blind box shop for a long time. They didn't bother exploring other areas and just lingered in the snack section. When most of the other feline beastmen had left the shop, the pale blue sky gradually darkened into black ink. Finally, the tiger and leopard were ready to leave. It was time to close. Su Li let out a sigh of relief. Today had been busy from morning till night. Before Tiger Wei and Leopard Little Flower left, Su Li counted the snacks they had bought at the blind box shop. The price was far less than that lump of gold. Thinking for a moment, she asked Leopard Little Flower, You still have some gold left. Is there anything else you want to buy? Leopard Little Flower looked puzzled. Is gold really that valuable? He and Tiger Wei had eaten so many snack blind boxes that they were about to from overeating. Even with the gold left, he had gained a new understanding of the value of the claw-sharpening stones. Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Li suggested, You could also buy some blind boxes for your family to play with. Before she finished speaking, the little leopard girl lowered her head. He whispered, My father and mother have both passed away. I'm all alone now. Su Li frowned in frustration. She quickly apologized. Sorry, you can keep the remaining gold for your next visit to the blind box shop. To show her apology for her mistake and to thank the little leopard girl for telling her about the gold volcano, she went to the pet supplies area and picked out a very large cat bed blind box. She made up a reason. Open it and see. You're the first customer to trade with gold today, so the shop will give you a gift. When the little leopard girl heard about the gift, her face lit up with happiness. She took the blind box from Su Li and was about to open it. Beside her, Tiger Wei also looked on eagerly. When the little leopard girl opened the box, she found a thing shaped like a cat's head inside. The inside of the cat head was spacious and lined with soft cushions. There was a small hole in front of the cat head where her beast form could go inside. Su Li explained, This is a cat bed. When you transform into your beast form, you can crawl through this hole and rest inside. The little leopard girl touched the cushion inside the cat head. So soft and warm. I wonder how comfortable it is to curl up inside. It must be better than sleeping on a hard stone bed, and this small, cozy space looks very safe for a cat. He looked a little proud and showed off to Tiger Wei. Look, Boss Su gave me this. Tiger Wei looked a bit downcast. He also wanted a cat bed, but he had already spent all his coins. Su Li comforted him. Tiger Wei, if you help me with something, you can pick any item from the blind box shop. How about it? Tiger Wei immediately brightened up, staring at Su Li with determination. Boss Su, you can count on me. I'll do it, Su Li asked. Can you go to the desert again and help me get more of the sky fruit? Also, bring back a few sky fruit trees. She thought about how the powerful Zhuguo was a special product of the cat tribe. Then she asked, Is the sky fruit a specialty of any particular beastman tribe in the desert? Unexpectedly, Tiger Wei denied her guess, saying, No, the sky fruit is a gift from the beast god to the entire beast world continent. It doesn't need priests to draw totems for its growth. When there is a heavy rain in the desert, fruit trees will produce heavenly fruits, which any encountered orcs can pick freely. However, because the orc tribes near the heavenly fruit trees are more convenient for harvesting, they pick more often. Don't worry, Boss Sue. I will definitely handle this for you. The last time I went to the desert, I was visiting relatives of the desert cat tribe. I know that area well. Hearing this, Suli nodded in relief. She really wants to go to the desert with Hui to see it. Of course, she also wants to visit the volcano crater to find gold. She can't imagine how happy that would be, probably even more fun than opening blind boxes. But right now, she is the only boss and employee of the blind box shop, so she can't leave. It seems she needs to start hiring orcs soon. After discussing the heavenly fruit trees with Hui, she also gave him a super large cat nest blind box. Hui happily grinned and opened his blind box. He got a 2-story cat nest. The top floor is a small bed with soft cushions, and the bottom has some cat toys for playing and hiding. Hui kept thinking his cat nest was better than Leopard Little Flower's, while Leopard Little Flower thought hers was better. Seeing both orcs look quite satisfied, Suli tactfully took a sip of water. Yes, they're both quite happy. She really is a master at keeping things under control. She watched as the 2 orcs transformed into beast forms, carried their cat nests, and walked away gracefully, their figures gradually disappearing down the forest path. Suli closed the broken door of the thatched hut. Today's business was done. After dinner, she planned to watch some shows and then go to sleep. She made herself a spicy hot pot in a self-heating pot. She also unpacked a dog food blind box for her dog, and they both ate happily. Today, during her transaction with the orcs, she kept the Black Panther in the bedroom. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, her dog might run outside the shop. If some wild animal or orc nearby ate her dog, it would be bad. While eating, Suli chatted with the system. System, are you tired? I feel pretty tired. Her tone was strange, as if she had something to say, but didn't say it. The system rolled its eyes in frustration, annoyed by humans who don't speak directly. It deliberately said, "Thank you for your hard work, host." I am not tired. Seeing that it didn't respond, Suli continued to whimper. Your system doesn't know how to be considerate. Is there no way to make your host less tired? The mechanical voice sounds.
Ding.
Today's sales at the blind box shop exceeded 10,000 coins. The host can exchange for a self-service trading machine. Would you like to exchange? Self-service trading machine? Tell me about it, leader. Basically, it's a machine that can trade automatically. The orc puts the selected items on the machine to scan. The machine gives a price, and the orc pays with coins. Suli asks, what if the orc wants to trade items directly? System. First, exchange your items for coins on the machine, then use the coins to buy blind boxes. Suli, exchange it. Hurry up and do the exchange for me. With the self-service trading machine, those individual traders can handle their trades on their own. She only needs to focus on the big deals within the tribe. Now, about Jin Shi. After trading with Suli, he hurried back to the tribe with a few orcs. He couldn't wait to experience the joy of opening blind boxes. Jin Shi and the other orcs, returning to his cave, happily opened blind boxes together. Jin Shi, look at this one I got. Could it be rice as shown in the cooking guide? He then took out the recipe Suli gave him. Matching the color and appearance, he finally found it. He pointed to the orc next to him. Quick, try cooking this according to the recipe. They continued opening blind boxes and matching the items to recipes, letting the orcs try to cook. Maybe it was because the orc had a natural talent for cooking, or maybe the recipes from the system were really simple and easy to follow. Jin Shi and his friends not only enjoyed rice porridge, but also ate stir-fried vegetables with sliced meat. The vegetable and meat blind boxes were recommended after they traded some rice, flour, and oil. They exchanged a little first. If the orcs could cook dishes following the recipes, they could trade large quantities later. These simple foods on Blue Star made the orcs crave them so much they almost wanted to swallow their tongues. After all, they mostly ate raw meat before, or dried meat, or grilled it over fire. Especially Jin Shi, who also opened an instant noodle blind box, tomato beef flavor. It smelled so good that he kept lamenting how miserable his position as tribe leader was. The young tiger cub from Hueyas already tasted such delicious food, but the clan leader only had a chance to eat after a long day of work. Sigh. It's all for the sake of the tribe. After eating and drinking enough, Jinshi thought about discussing the trade of the powerful red fruit tree with the priest. He quickly took some unopened blind boxes and went to the priest's cave. Priest, look. I brought you some unopened blind boxes. Jinshi presented them like a treasure, handing over several identical boxes. Opening blind boxes is so fun. You should try it, priest. Cat Xian was still in beast form, a small black cat with a proud and aloof look. He took the blind box from Jinshi, and a sharp glint flashed in his claws. The first blind box was opened. It was instant noodles. Jinshi volunteered to boil water and make noodles for his priest, but when he opened it, there was no seasoning packet inside. The second blind box was opened. It was a very delicate lighter. Cat Xian could use it himself, but after pressing it several times, he couldn't produce a flame. The third blind box revealed half a pound of green vegetables. The vegetables were bright green and shiny, with water droplets still on them. But upon closer inspection, a few fat, white worms were crawling inside the vegetable stems, and the leaves had been partially eaten by the worms. This continued until the 10th blind box. In summary, each blind box contained good things, but every item had a small flaw. Watching the already irritable priest's mood worsen, the little cat's expression grew darker. Jinshi silently wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare speak QAQ. Clearly, he had no such problems when opening blind boxes with other beastmen. The priest was just too unlucky. He secretly glanced at the priest, whose blue eyes seemed to be about to flare up. What should he do? Should he still mention the powerful red fruit tree? What if the priest blames the unsuccessful blind box opening on Boss Su and refuses to trade the red fruit tree? That's a secondary concern. More importantly, what if the priest, angry, forbids the entire tribe from going to the blind box shop? His instant noodles, his delicacies. He just tasted them once. Could he lose them so quickly? Cat Xian watched the silly lion in front of him, changing expressions every moment, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't know how, with a constipated look. It truly feels like the beast god gave him a face, but he keeps twisting and turning it. Does he want to create a new one for himself? I really can't stand it anymore, she asked. Just say what you want to say. You're like a male lion hesitating all the time. No wonder you haven't found a mate after so many years. The golden lion looked up, with a sad expression in his eyes. It's because there are so many good things at Boss Su's place, and our tribe really needs them. Thinking about the priest opening the mystery box earlier, he felt a bit guilty when saying this. But others had opened mystery boxes without any problem, and previously, Tiger Wei hadn't shown any such issues. He continued, but our tribe's Dali Zhu fruit and shell coins are running low. Do you think we could trade for Dali Zhu fruit trees? The black cat priest glanced at him. Is that Boss Su's idea? The golden lion nodded obediently. She knew her silly little one didn't have that kind of idea. She replied, All right, go back now. Tomorrow I'll go see Boss Su. The golden lion obediently transformed into a big lion, jumped, and ran back to his mountain cave. The next morning, when Suli opened her mystery box shop, she saw a black cat sitting at the door. The cat had eyes like a deep blue lake and was entirely black. There was an intricate, mysterious pattern on its forehead. The whole cat sat straight at the entrance of the thatched hut, looking elegant and adorable. Suli wondered whether it was a beast man or a wild cat. If it was a wild cat, she was ready to reach out and pet it. Suddenly, the cat made a sound. Its voice was cold. Hello, Boss Su. I am Cat Xian, the priest of the feline tribe. Su Li understood immediately. It was a beast man, so her hope of petting the cat was dashed. But she still politely replied, Hello, priest. Are you here about the Dali Zhu fruit tree? However, Cat Xian didn't answer that question. Instead, he changed the subject. I haven't eaten yet. I want to eat instant noodles. Su Li was momentarily stunned. Is this how the high-cold feline priest behaves? Does she think she's not important enough to be treated differently? She took the little cat into the shop and bought her a mystery box of instant noodles, flavored with pepper and beef. After the noodles were ready, she politely suggested, "The noodles are hot. I heard cats are sensitive to their tongues. Would you like to eat in human form?" The cat refused her suggestion. Beast men have tough skin, so they're not afraid. So, Suli saw a pure black cat sitting in front of a small instant noodle bowl, happily slurping and eating. While eating, it purred softly. Suli watched intently. The cute little cat made her heart melt. Suddenly, the priest, who was happily eating, looked up at her. "Welcome to the beast world, outsider." Suli felt her whole body stiffen. She hadn't really thought about hiding that she wasn't from this world's beast men. The things she brought with her didn't fit in here, and over time, some clever beast men might guess her true identity. But she didn't expect that. In less than 3 days after arriving, this beast man would already figure out who she was. It just shows that the priests of this beast world are quite sharp. At first, Suli thought the priest only took care of growing special plants. Now, it seemed she was too simple-minded. Before she could answer, the cat priest continued. "The great beast god told me this when I was divining, but I haven't told the others." "Do you want others to know about this?" Suli replied, "Let it be natural." Hearing this, the black cat priest nodded. After finishing her meal, she washed her face with her paw. She squinted and said, "We can discuss the big red fruit tree, but first, let me play with a mystery box." Suli didn't refuse. She first took the priest to the candy area. The priest opened a bag of rainbow candies, and Suli thought they looked pretty good. Then she saw the words on the package, "Sweet and spicy flavor." Suli, oh. Next was the fruit area. The cat priest pulled out a durian. She hid her nose in her neck and quietly pushed the durian away with her paw. It was clear she disliked durian. Then, in the cat nest area, Suli thought this shouldn't be a bad choice. But the cat priest pulled out a cat bed that was missing a leg and looked like it had been slept in. Suli didn't understand how that broken-legged cat bed had managed to get in. Even the system couldn't help but comment, "This is so unlucky." The cat priest also confirmed one thing. She was really very unlucky. She huffed and turned her head. "Meow, I don't want to play anymore." No, Suli found the little black cat, who was clearly upset, extremely cute. She couldn't help but gently its head. The cat didn't seem to mind. Instead, it rubbed its soft back against her palm. After some close contact, both the person and the cat felt more connected. Suli thought, although the priest of this cat tribe was a bit unlucky, as the saying goes, there are no bad talents, only misused ones. If the unlucky priest opened blind boxes herself, she would definitely be unhappy. But if she let the priest open a batch of blind boxes regularly, she could easily pick out the defective items. That way, she could give other customers a better shopping experience. Just as Suli was feeling like a genius, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly sounded. "Have you ever thought, or considered the possibility, that, Suli?" The system paused briefly before continuing. "That maybe the items in those blind boxes were fine to begin with, but only became problematic because of this unlucky priest opening them?" "Suli, are you suggesting Schrodinger's blind box? That sounds too mysterious." The system didn't reply, but the truth was just like that. As a high-tech machine, it simply couldn't understand why some people are so unlucky. Even the system's vast database couldn't explain the mysterious luck involved. Hearing this, Suli decided to abandon the idea of having the cat priest open blind boxes to filter out defective items. What if the system was right? Then her blind box shop would be losing money. That partnership was falling apart, but there might be bigger opportunities elsewhere. She patted the black cat's head and asked, "What do you want so that you'll sell me a large number of red fruit trees?" The black cat didn't mind her touch, and instead lay comfortably down. "I can give you 100 saplings of the red fruit tree, and I'll also teach you the symbols needed to plant them." Suli was delighted. She had thought bringing back 50 saplings was a good deal, but now the priest was willing to give her 100. It seemed the priest wanted quite a lot in return. Sure enough, Cat Xian then said, "The blind box shop needs to give each of our tribe's orcs 2 sets of light, warm, and thin clothes to get through the cold season. Also, we need a lot of salt and enough food to survive the winter, especially tasty and storable foods like ham. I also want enough lighters. If there aren't enough, I saw that the blind boxes from Golden Lion include disposable fire starters that light with a scratch, which is fine too. Suli knew she was talking about matches. Priest Cat Xian and the tribe leader, Golden Lion, mainly need winter supplies. It seems the cold season in the beast world is really tough. She definitely wouldn't refuse their requests. The cat tribe still has plenty of these items in stock. After trading some with the cat tribe, she could also trade with other tribes if there's a chance. But this time, the amount of goods was too large. Using blind boxes for all trades would be complicated. For example, with clothes, you can't be sure what size you'll get, so it's hard to match them properly with the orcs. If there's a problem, ask the system. System, for such a big deal, can we stop using blind boxes and just provide what the customers want directly? Thinking about the large sum of money coming in, the system agreed happily. Yes, you first need to list exactly what and how much you want. For clothes, also note the sizes. Leave the rest to me. Just as Suli thought she and Cat Xian had almost finished their negotiations, she heard Cat Xian's cold voice say, "One last request." She glanced at Suli, who showed no signs of impatience or displeasure. Then she continued, "Next time I come to the blind box shop, you need to provide me with delicious food. I want you to open the blind boxes for me, and whatever comes out belongs to me." This was simple, and Suli agreed without hesitation. She never expected that this aloof little black cat would act so stubbornly, refusing to leave the blind box shop. In short, after signing the trading contract with Priest Cat Xian, each person and cat pressed their hand and paw prints, and the cooperation was happily completed. Although Cat Xian couldn't understand the contract, Suli still kept a copy for her. In the days that followed, Cat Xian gave Suli seedlings of the great bright red fruit tree and came daily to the blind box shop to teach her how to draw totems. Before she started teaching, Suli first gave her a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. She asked her to draw the totem on the paper. This original version, drawn personally by the priest, needed to be kept. If she returned to Earth and the drawing of the totem didn't turn out well, there would still be this original handwritten draft for researchers to study and copy. While Suli was learning to draw the totem, the blind box shop was operating normally. After the initial cautious period with unfamiliar things, the cat tribe's beastmen gradually joined the enthusiastic shopping spree. Everyone was excited about opening blind boxes. They wanted to buy, whether they had money or not. If they didn't, they would find a way. Little Leopard Flower and Tiger Way told them that some minerals could also be used to trade at the blind box shop. For example, the yellowish minerals that come out of volcanoes with flowing lava. At first, they didn't believe it much. But after trying a few times, they found that Boss Su really liked things called gold. He could exchange a lot of items with it each time. Seeing such enthusiasm from the beastmen made Suli very happy. Her shop was one step closer to upgrading from a thatched hut.
But she was really exhausted.
Although there was a self-service trading machine, some beastmen just couldn't seem to learn how to use it.
They simply couldn't get it right.
For example, the voice prompt on the self-service machine, "Please place the items you want to sell to the blind box shop on the scanner." They would then put the blind box they wanted to buy on the scanner. Overall, Suli found it very tiring to watch. She once again thought it was urgent to hire an employee. That day, Suli was practicing drawing the totem that Cat Xian had taught her on paper. Cat Xian was lying beside her, licking his fur. Since using the grooming products from the shop, his fur had become soft and smooth. Suli, who was already familiar with the cat tribe's beastmen, also let her dog, Black Panther, out of the bedroom. Sometimes, Black Panther would run around near the thatched hut. Cat Xian said that the area around the blind box shop was actually part of their cat tribe's territory, so it was safe. Sometimes, the dog would patrol inside the shop. When feeling brave, he would even walk around Cat Xian, trying to paw at this fellow who was also covered in black. At those times, Cat Xian would show his sharp claws to scare the little timid dog away. At this moment, Suli watched a cat and a dog playing a game and found it funny. Suddenly, they saw an orc crying loudly at the self-service trading machine. While crying, the orc said, "Which trading station are you talking about? Isn't buying and selling the same?" "I don't understand anything," sob. Suli was about to go over and help when she saw Bao Xiaohua walk over. Although a little shy, she gathered her courage and helped the unfamiliar orc exchange gold she had for a large amount of coins at the trading machine. Then she used the coins to buy the blind box the orc wanted. Finally, the orc happily went home holding the cat toy blind box he opened and a big bag of coins. Suli called Bao Xiaohua over. "We want to hire some orcs as staff for our blind box shop. Would you like to join?" she continued. "Your job is to help orcs buy things using the self-service trading machine, just like you did earlier. If an orc doesn't understand what some items are for, you need to explain to them. We provide food and accommodation, and each season we give you 1,000 coins. Is that okay?" On the orc continent, there are 4 seasons: rainy, hot, windy, and cold. There are no months. So, it's roughly about 300 coins per month. Bao Xiaohua's eyes widened when he heard about earning 1,000 coins each season. After all, before Suli bought his claw-sharpening stone, he was a poor orc. Doing such simple work every day, earning 1,000 coins per season, could it be true? Many weak male orcs in different tribes hunt less valuable prey that earns less than 1,000 gold coins per season. And 1,000 coins can buy many blind boxes. Just thinking about it made him almost smile. Plus, in the past few days, he found some claw-sharpening stones and exchanged them for many coins. Now he was quite a wealthy male orc. Finding a partner would be much easier in the future. Thinking about working all year round didn't seem realistic, so Suli added, "If the blind box shop does well, we will hire more orcs. You can take turns resting, but each person can only take 15 days off per season." Bao Xiaohua asked, "Does taking a break mean not working at all?" Suli nodded in agreement. Little Leopard Flower immediately raised his voice. "I'm willing. I can start working right now." Before Suli could respond, he went to the self-service kiosk to guide customers. Suli then had the system prepare an employee contract. She chose a quiet time at the shop and called Little Leopard Flower over. Each of them, the person and the beast, pressed their fingerprints on the contract. The moment the contract became effective, a mechanical voice from the system announced, "Congratulations, the host has hired their first employee. The employee dormitory has been unlocked. Would you like to place the dormitory now?" Suli said, "Wait a moment. Let's wait until the beasts leave before setting it up," but she already decided where to put the employee dormitory. It would be good next to the thatched hut, close and convenient. As the stars in the beast world gradually set and several moons, some full and some half, appeared one after another, the shop's only people besides Suli were Priest Cat Xian and employee Leopard Flower. Suli planned to take them outside to set up the employee dormitory. Although suddenly building a house might seem a bit strange, one beast was already aware she came from another world, and the other was her employee. Sooner or later, they would notice the unusual things about the mystery box shop. There was no need to hide it. At this moment, Tiger Wei arrived. The big tiger transformed into beast form, carrying a bulky beast skin bundle on his back. He quickly ran from the forest toward the mystery box shop. When he was almost at the shop, he managed to stop his body just in time. "Boss Sue, I've already talked to my parents. We're leaving today to go to the desert tribe." At this point, Little Black Cat asked, "What are you going to do in the desert? Weren't you just sent to deliver food to the desert cat tribe recently?" The desert tribe is a large tribe. All the beasts living in the desert are part of this tribe, but they are divided into different groups. This year, something strange happened in the desert. The plants didn't grow well. Many herbivorous beasts starved because there wasn't enough food, so the carnivorous beasts couldn't hunt either. In short, everyone in the desert tribe, whether they eat meat or plants, was very thin this year. It's said that even the sand snakes and beast forms looked skinnier. Everyone was out of options, so they had to ask their relatives for help, hoping for some food. The cat tribe received a request for help from the desert cats. Previously, Huwei had gone to the desert tribe to deliver food. Although the cat tribe also needed to prepare for the cold season, the hot season had just ended, and the windy season had begun, so there was still some time before winter. Even within the same species in the animal world, differences in habits mean they can't live together. But they always stay in touch and help each other, so the cat tribe was willing to share some food. When the priest asked this, Hui hadn't answered yet. Suli told her, I want Hui to go to the desert tribe to promote the blind box shop and exchange for some of their heavenly fruits. The little black cat licked her lips and nodded. Heavenly fruits are really tasty. She hadn't had them in a long time. Then, Emo Xian looked at Hui. Go quickly, and when you come back, pick a few heavenly fruits for me. Although heavenly fruits have special functions, they are different from other special plants. They don't need a priest to draw a totem to grow. As long as it rains in the desert, they can produce sweet, tasty fruits. The fruits contain only clear, sweet water, without flesh. They're like natural water tanks, purifying the water to the best taste.
Suli stopped Hui.
Don't rush. I'll prepare some things for you for the journey. If Hui ran to the desert on 4 legs, she didn't know how long it would take. Even if animals are strong, long-distance running would tire them out, and their speed would slow down. So she had the system pick a mountain bike from the warehouse. If only motorcycles didn't need fuel and cars were too hard for beasts to learn, she wouldn't want to choose the slowest bike. She patted the big-headed tiger's head. Turn into a human first and try this. Hui looked at the strange thing with 2 circles in front of her, feeling a bit unsure. Suli sat on the bike first to show him how it worked. With a push of her foot, the strange 2-circle thing moved forward quite a bit. And it didn't fall as they had feared. The 3 in the animal world couldn't help but be curious. How exactly did it work? Suli rode her bicycle around to the front of a group of people, where 3 orcs were already eager to start. She handed the bicycle handlebar to Hui. She said to the other 2 orcs, Hui needs to focus on important work. You 2 can learn later when you have free time tomorrow. Xiaohua, the leopard, nodded understandingly, but still looked a bit sad. The black cat meowed a few words at Suli, then turned her back to her. Suli didn't understand what she was saying, but she felt like it was a rude comment. As she became more familiar with the cat priestess was becoming more relaxed in front of her. She no longer looked cold and distant. Instead of paying attention to the black cat, Suli started teaching Hui how to ride a bike. Hui was a smart orc and had good balance. In a short time, he was able to ride the bike, wobbling a little as he moved forward. Suli told Hui to practice riding his bike back to his cave tonight and come to the shop again tomorrow morning before leaving. She planned to prepare some food for Hui to take with him. After Hui left, Suli didn't go back to her thatched hut. Instead, she went to an open space next to the hut and told the system, let's put the employee dormitory here. The system made a mechanical sound. Beep. The employee dormitory is about to drop. Please stay away from the falling area. Suli stepped back with the cat Xian and Xiaohua, keeping a safe distance. Then, they watched as a new building suddenly appeared in front of them. For the 2 in the beast world, it was like a huge object falling from the sky. Suddenly, a square-shaped structure appeared before their eyes. It looked a bit like the blind box shop, but seemed a little more beautiful. To Suli, this was a bit too much. System, can you explain why the employee dormitory is more exquisite than the blind box shop? The blind box shop was a small 2-story building, looking like a tiny villa. The system replied, the blind box shop can be upgraded, but the employee dormitory cannot. Suli entered the small building with Xiaohua and Xian. The first floor had a living room and a kitchen. The living room not only had an air conditioner, but also a TV. There were also 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The second floor has 6 bedrooms, each the same size and layout as the ones on the first floor.
Suli felt envious.
The system is like the best boss, dedicated to providing every worker with the most comfortable living space. She no longer wanted to live in a thatched hut. She also wanted to improve her living environment. So she discussed with the system, this is the employee dormitory. Actually, I'm also considered an employee, right? Fine, no one has said that the boss can't live in the employee dormitory. Suli smiled happily. She told Xiaohua the leopard, look at these houses. You can choose one to live in. She picked a room on the first floor and Xiaohua chose a room upstairs. Thoughtfully, Suli showed the beast man how to use the faucet, flush the toilet, and operate the washing machine. Watching the water flow from the faucet, Xiaohua asked curiously, Can't we drink this water? He thought it was wasteful to use it just for washing, as beastmen don't usually take baths. Suli explained, if you want to drink this water, you must boil it first. But it's better to drink water from the purifier on the first floor. She had already told Xiao Hua about the water purifier earlier. Cat Xian was very curious about the dormitory. She looked at Suli with bright eyes and rubbed against her. I want to live here too. Although the kitten's coquettishness was a bit hard to resist, Suli still firmly refused. No, this is only for employees of the blind box shop. Immediately, Cat Xian said, I can also become an employee. I want to work at the blind box shop. Suli replied, you are a cat priest. Cat Xian said, I can be both an employee and a priest. Suli sighed, all right, we'll sign the contract tomorrow. So, Cat Xian chose the house next to Suli's as her bedroom. After settling everything in the dormitory, both beastmen stayed in the small building. Suli turned on the TV for them. She didn't know how this dormitory building worked, but it had water and electricity. The programs on TV were also from Blue Star. The two beastmen were completely captivated, so much so that they didn't even notice when Suli left. Suli then went back to her blind box shop to prepare some food for Tiger Wei on the way. Looking at the somewhat pitiful thatched hut compared to the employee dormitory, Suli's desire to upgrade reached its peak. She first asked the system to choose a lightweight but large-capacity sports backpack for her. Then she packed some dried meat, flatbread, compressed biscuits, ham, and other long-lasting foods into the backpack. When Hui arrived the next morning, he saw it was full of food and couldn't stop smiling. But why wasn't there his favorite instant noodles? Suli thought instant noodles wouldn't fill him up on the road, so she packed him some self-heating rice. However, the boy specifically asked if she could give him some instant noodles. He also said that now it was very easy to boil water and cook noodles, so he could enjoy instant noodles anytime. Curious, Suli asked how he planned to boil water without a pot. Hu Wei then demonstrated how he could make a stone pot out of his bare hands.
Suli, Sarito Badriu, Beastman.
After getting the instant noodles, Hu Wei kept saying he would make sure the desert tribe's beastmen bring the sky fruit tree to trade with the blind box shop. After Hu Wei left, Suli continued her normal business. Little Leopard Flower and Cat Xian both became employees at the shop. Suli originally thought Cat Xian, being a lazy cat, wouldn't work seriously, but surprisingly, he did quite well. The beastmen from the cat tribe often came to open blind boxes. When they had coins, they bought the more expensive ones. When they didn't, they chose the cheaper options. They also mimicked others, opening boxes that contained things they had never seen before, often from their friends or neighbors. They wanted to open similar items themselves. For example, when a male beastman got a razor, many other male beastmen came daily asking to open razor blind boxes. Overall, everything looked very lively and prosperous. However, the dog tribe near the cat tribe's area recently felt something was wrong. What was wrong? It was those annoying cat neighbors from the cat tribe. The dog tribe's village wasn't far from the cat tribe's. In the past, at night, both villages were dark and quiet. But recently, after sunset, every cave in the cat tribe's area glowed with light. If Suli knew their worries, she would tell them it was because every household now had solar-powered lamps. Also, recently, the smell of food from the cat tribe's area could be smelled every day. The aroma was unlike anything they had ever smelled before, making the dogs drool with hunger. Another thing was that recently, the big cats and kittens of the cat tribe stopped going out to hunt. Every year around this time, it's the best season for hunting. The orcs dry the excess animal meat until there's no moisture, so they can store it for the cold season. This helps make the winter less difficult. Since the two tribes live close to each other, they often encounter problems when their hunting grounds overlap, like prey running into the other's territory. They often argue or even fight over this. Of course, because their dog tribe has better weapons, they usually dominate the cat tribe and make them surrender. But this year, something is different. What are those cats doing? They aren't hunting and are just eating and drinking every day. Have they run out of things to do? The dog tribe is very curious about the strange behavior of the cat tribe. Their leader, Fox Smart, plans to secretly go and see what those cats are up to lately. Maybe they've found some new food to store? If that's the case, they definitely need to check it out. They can't let the cats eat well while they go hungry during the cold season. If a fight breaks out then, they'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Leader Fox Smart took along a seemingly honest fox, a silly husky, and a fierce-looking wolf. They set out under the cover of night. Suli has been on the Beast World continent for several days, but only a few hours have passed in the modern world. After Suli left, her parents searched the space for a long time, but couldn't find their dog. They guessed that the dog must have gone with Suli. The couple decided to stay in the small house in the space, waiting for their daughter to return. They bought many pieces of furniture for the house. Meanwhile, the country sent several agricultural scientists and many soldiers to the space to farm. The scientists study what crops can grow well in the space's soil. The soldiers do manual labor. To improve efficiency, various planting machines were also brought into the space. Solar panels are a must, along with drones that spray pesticides and robots that plant seeds. All the equipment needed for harvesting, like reapers and threshers, was also brought in early. People come and go in the space, and everyone is very busy. The atmosphere is lively and bustling. Although farm work is tiring, the magic of the space makes everyone very excited. Everyone wants to know if planting here will lead to a bigger harvest. Su Dad and Su Mom are also influenced by this atmosphere. They either stay with the agricultural experts to learn small tips about soil and crops, or do physical labor with the soldiers. Every day, they work so hard that they fall asleep immediately, which eases their worries about their daughter. Outside the space, the atmosphere is not as good. After Suli left, the government issued a notice. The notice told all residents of Huagua to stockpile food and water recently. To prevent panic, the government assured everyone that with an ID card, each person could get enough food and water at the nearest supermarket every day. They also promised to punish those who sell food and water at high prices. Some people trust the government. Especially the older generation, who already have the habit of stockpiling, go early every day to buy supplies. Others are more suspicious. They wonder if the government is trying to disrupt the international food market to achieve certain goals. For a while, there were all kinds of opinions online. A day later, the government issued a new notice. It said the whole country might be under martial law, and foreigners without green cards should leave Huagua within 10 days. It also suggested that Chinese people abroad return home as soon as possible. This caused a lot of discussion internationally. Foreigners inside Huagua, especially some spies, started online arguments. Why are you forcing us to leave? Isn't your country supposed to be very friendly? Some people expressed how much they liked Huagua and asked if they could stay. Some Chinese people were influenced by this and posted online, hoping foreigners wouldn't be forced to leave. Most Chinese abroad, except those who heard rumors at home, made their children return to China. But most people didn't take it seriously. Media in Western countries speculated that Huagua might be preparing for war with other countries. People even guessed which country it could be. Is it the neighboring country that often tests borders, or the US that is engaged in trade conflicts, or the long-time rival Japan? Some foreign internet celebrities even started polls. Of course, some guessed it might be a civil war. Some regions have been delayed for too long. It's time to reclaim them. The country has not responded to the many rumors and disturbances. Instead, it quietly deployed enough troops and weapons along the borders. Missile and defense systems are also silently prepared. This means that although we are busy now, others should not come to provoke us. The presidents of several major countries have called our leaders to ask about the situation. Those with poor relations just joked that there won't be a war, only some policy adjustments. Closer allies were reminded that recent natural disasters might occur, so they should prepare more. Besides informing the public, the country has also done many secret things. For example, collecting available freshwater and secretly transporting it in buckets to quickly build underground bases. Coastal areas are also fishing heavily, as no one knows what will happen when the zombie virus outbreak occurs. Meanwhile, various grains like rice, wheat, and corn are being purchased from different places, depending on what is available. Because the prices are attractive, many are willing to sell their stored food. Future disasters are many, and no one knows when the land can be farmed again. Until then, we can only rely on current reserves and the crops produced in space. Seeds of various crops and plants are being sent to space and stored in preservation zones. In short, behind the scenes, the country's machinery is running so fast it almost sparks. Recently, Suli has had some free time. With the addition of 2 employees, Cat Xian and Leopard Little Flower, there's little left for her to manage. Even the self-service trading machines, which are somewhat difficult for beastmen, are now understood by the beastmen under Cat Xian's cold gaze. Cat Xian is also puzzled. The cat race is very smart, especially compared to those silly dogs. So, why do the young ones need to learn the self-service trading machines multiple times, while she, an older beastman, can learn it easily? For Suli, her only recent worry is earning too little. The beastmen of the cat tribe have spent almost all their money on her. This sheep has been thoroughly exploited. She needs a new, fatter sheep. One day, she planned to let the cat Xian watch the blind box shop while she and Leopard Little Flower went nearby to look for gold near the volcano. At that moment, the golden lion came into the shop. He came to find Cat Xian, rushing in hurriedly. "Priest, there's movement from the dog tribe. Do they not hunt at this time?" "What kind of movement could it be?" The golden lion was very angry. "Those little dogs have been sneaking into our tribe lately. I've seen their paw prints on the ground several times. There were paw prints, but no sign of the dogs themselves. Otherwise, they should catch them and give them a good scolding." He frowned and asked, "Could they be trying to steal our food? If that's the case, it would be bad." Normally, the fighting strength of both tribes is about the same. Even the cat tribe is a bit more agile than those clumsy dogs, and their own tribe's powerful red fruit can help make up for their strength shortfall. But what makes him angry is that the weapons of the dog tribe are very powerful. Although both tribes are cautious and hold back during fights, they don't want to kill each other. But every time they fight, to avoid the dog's weapons, the cat tribe exhausts their energy and ends up being overwhelmed. Cat Xian remains much calmer. "How do they know we have food?" "They probably just saw that we didn't go hunting this year and are curious." After saying that, the little black cat suddenly leapt into Suli's shoulder. "Didn't you say recently that the trades aren't making much money? How about we work together this time?" Suli has recently learned a bit about this cat priest. She looks cold and mysterious on the outside, but inside, she's as dark as her fur. Still, she finds her quite cute. So she petted the black cat's back and asked with a smile, "What kind of cooperation do you want?" The black cat haughtily huffed. "I'll give you information about the dog tribe. You trick them a bit and earn more." Suli asked her, "Since it's a trade, what do you want in return?" The black cat replied, "Every night, let me watch 2 more hours of TV. The family drama I love is on late." Suli was speechless. Ever since they got a TV, Cat Xian had become addicted to watching it. She had to limit this little cat's TV time. And now, she was waiting for her here. "Then tell me, what valuable things does the dog tribe have?" Hearing her question, Cat Xian knew there was a story. After so many days of interaction, the two of them had gotten to know each other a little. How to say it? Neither of them was a good person. So, Cat Xian stared at her intently. "You first promised me to trick those lousy dogs. You will definitely find a use for my information." Suli also knew that this guy was not as honest and easy to fool as other cats, so she had to agree. Okay, I will trick them into giving me a big gain." She didn't know what grudges or resentments there were, but she really disliked the dog tribe. She thought both kinds of furry creatures were very cute. Thinking of this, she felt a bit guilty, so she said, "If you extend your TV watching time by 2 hours, is that okay?" Recently, Cat Xian and Leopard Little Flower often watched TV and learned a lot about Blue Star. So she understood what hours meant. Seeing her agree happily, Cat Xian shared the information straightforwardly. "Our cat tribe's treasure is the strong red fruit, but the dog tribe's treasure is a kind of beast." Curious, Suli asked, "Beast?" "The dog tribe itself is a beast, so what kind of beast could their treasure be?" Cat Xian nodded. "It's the iron stomach sheep, a sheep with some special abilities." This piqued Suli's interest. Could it be that the dog tribe on the beast world continent also herded sheep? Is it because of the sheepdog breed? But after Cat Xian explained the iron stomach sheep in detail, Su Li's face showed a rare look of constipated confusion. If planting magical plants on the Beast World continent requires priests to draw totems in the ground, then raising animals requires priests to recite spells. This is not a big deal, Su Li understood. The iron stomach sheep can eat various hard things like minerals, beast bones, hardwood, and so on. Then they produce metals. And the different things they eat, the different metals they produce. How to say it? Su Li thought this ability was very impressive. The dog tribe used the metals pulled out by the iron stomach sheep to make strong, sharp weapons. With these weapons, their tribe could not only dominate the neighboring cat tribe, but also defeat them. Even across the entire Beast World continent, they are considered to be among the stronger groups. Su Li only understood why the golden lion and cat Xian looked so angry when they mentioned the dog tribe. However, the thought of these dogs turning the iron stomach sheep into weapons made her a bit uncomfortable. Does the bond between dogs and the iron stomach sheep always remain unbreakable, no matter the world? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Even if she took the iron stomach sheep back to Blue Star, she wouldn't be the one studying them. She only felt a moment of sympathy for the researchers. After learning about this valuable creature, Su Li couldn't wait to get some iron stomach sheep from the dog tribe. The minerals on Earth are different from those on the Beast World continent, so she wondered what surprises the iron stomach sheep might bring. Cat Xian just said they eat the bones of wild animals. She wondered if they also eat the bones left after zombies are cremated. If they do, what kind of waste do they produce? Looking forward to it. She patted Cat Xian's head. Can you tell me more about the beast men of the dog tribe? Cat Xian nodded.
The dog tribe is a bit bigger than our tribe.
There are mainly 3 types of beastmen there. One is a big family of foxes, led by a fox lineage. They are very cunning, more than the holes in a shower head. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. After staying in the dorm for a few days, Cat Xian even recognized the shower head? Wow, that's quite an improvement. Cat Xian rolled her eyes at her. Then she continued, the other 2 types are wolves and dogs. The wolves are quite fierce, while the dogs are a bit simple. If you want to trick them, you can start with the dogs. Su Li understood. It seems the personalities of the beast men are similar to the animals on Blue Star. Then she beckoned. Golden Lion and Cat Xian both came over. Let's do this, then that, and then. The 2 beast men and she whispered and discussed for a long time, their eyes shining with scheming. As expected. The next day, Su Li saw several beastmen from the dog tribe at the entrance of the blind box shop. They appeared in animal form. There was a clever-looking white fox, a fierce-looking gray wolf, and a silly-looking husky. The 3 beastmen came when the shop was empty, and she wasn't sure how long they had been observing nearby. Su Li smiled. She had previously discussed with Mao Xian and others to inform the beastmen of the cat tribe to disguise themselves over the next few days. They would pretend to hide something valuable so that the dog tribe wouldn't discover it. Then, quietly, they would lead the dog tribe beastmen to the blind box shop. As the saying goes, a deal where someone rushes in is not a good deal. She needed these dogs to come to her willingly. Sure enough, they took the bait. Su Li's lips curled into a villainous smile. For Hu Tsong, the leader of the dog tribe, he was facing something he couldn't understand in his entire life. This was the blind box shop in front of him. Recently, the beastmen of the cat tribe had been acting strangely. They not only stopped hunting but also seemed to hide good things, not wanting other tribes to find out. He secretly watched the cat tribe beastmen from the shadows with Wolf Brave and Hot Air, then followed them here. But what is this place? It looked old and broken. Was it where beastmen lived? It was very different from their caves. Inside, there was a small female beast who looked very vulnerable. Who was she? She didn't seem to be from the cat tribe. Interestingly, every time the cat tribe beastmen came out of this place, they looked very happy, as if they had gained a big advantage. Nearby, there was a tall structure that also seemed to be a residence. He only saw the cat priest and a small cub go inside, which made him very curious. He wanted to find out what was inside. Also, if there was something valuable, he couldn't let the cat tribe have it all. The cats and dogs always looked down on each other. But before, the dog tribe had been suppressing the cat tribe. If the cat tribe got something good, would the dog tribe benefit? The vengeful cat beast men would definitely see them as stray beasts to be dealt with. Hu Tsong shook off the leaves stuck to him from hiding in the woods. Then he transformed into a handsome, pale beast man, with the gray wolf and husky behind him also turning into humans. The three beast men entered the blind box shop. Suli pretended to just notice them. She stood up and said, "Welcome to the blind box shop. I am the shopkeeper, Suli. Do you want to buy something?" Fox Tsong. Buy? Is this a marketplace? Suli knew they wouldn't understand the concept of a shop, so she replied, "Yes, it's been open for several days. Nearby beast men often come to trade here." "Are you just passing by?" She pretended not to know their background. Fox Tsong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the delicious-smelling food, the glowing magical items from the cat tribe recently drifting in the night, are all bought here? What else did they trade? Are there enough goods in this market for their dog tribe to trade? Why did I only discover this place now? Fox Tsong suddenly felt anxious. No, if the cat tribe has it, then the dog tribe must have it too. He thought this, but Fox Tsong knew he shouldn't show too much eagerness. He still didn't know much about the strange young female named Suli. Better to be cautious. Fox Tsong's eyes flicked as he looked at Suli. "May I ask what kind of things the nearby beast men have been trading with you? When they previously stayed near the cat tribe, they didn't see priestess Mao Xian." He was wondering where Mao Xian had gone when he saw her in this mystery shop. He also wondered about the relationship between the cat tribe and this young female. Did Mao Xian come here just to trade, or was there something else going on? A series of questions raced through Fox Tsong's mind, but he couldn't show them. Suli immediately saw he was a clever fox. This was a test to see her relationship with the cat tribe, since the only beastmen nearby besides the dog tribe were the cat tribe. But that was okay. She liked to answer straightforwardly to such tricky questions. "You mean the beastmen from the cat tribe? They buy a lot here. Let me show you." She first took out a lighter. This is what they use to start fires. Then she handed Fox Tsong a bag of salt. The cat tribe really likes this salt. They buy a lot. When Fox Tsong took the salt, she casually asked, "I heard that recently the sea tribe and the land tribes are exchanging salt. Did your tribe also participate?" I heard that it takes 50 big strength red fruits from the cat tribe to exchange for a stone bowl of salt. That's such a bad deal. I can exchange just one big strength red fruit for about 100 packs here," he said, with a look of real resentment towards the cat tribe, which he thought was very greedy. Hu Tsong's calm expression couldn't hold up anymore. He couldn't believe that the foolish cat tribe had even told this mysterious beast man about the existence of the big strength red fruits. He was even more jealous that the cat tribe could exchange one big strength red fruit for so much salt. The sea tribe is known for being very cunning. Their special products are so valuable that every year, besides keeping some for themselves, they mostly trade with the sea tribe for salt. After all, beast men can't do without salt. At this moment, Hu Tsong didn't have time to play tricks anymore. He quickly asked Suli, "Do you still have the salt? Our dog tribe also wants to trade for some." Suli nodded. "Yes, we do. But the cat tribe trades for it using big strength red fruits." "What does your tribe have to trade?" Hu Tsong didn't want to reveal that his tribe had the tough sheep, so he asked Suli, "Can't we use shell coins instead?" Suli nodded. "Of course, 10 shell coins per pack. You can also exchange animal skins, meat, or ores for shell coins at the shop, then trade with those." Hu Tsong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his tribe also had plenty of these things. Suli saw what he was thinking and continued to tell him what the cat tribe had bought. The more Hu Tsong listened, the brighter his eyes became, but inside he was bleeding. He also wanted the warm clothes and food the cat tribe bought. But if he bought all of that, he would have to trade for the tough sheep. The tough sheep are a treasure that keeps their dog tribe strong. But they could also negotiate the price, so he asked, "Our tribe has a kind of treasure that can rival the cat tribe's big strength red fruits. Maybe we can trade that." Suli nodded. "Tell me what it is." Hu Tsong introduced the tough sheep. Then, the two of them, one human and one fox, started discussing how many to exchange. Hu Tsong wanted to get about the same amount of the tough sheep as the cat tribe's big strength red fruits. He thought about offering 50 tough sheep, since raising them was difficult, but they produced a lot of metal each time. But he didn't have time to speak. Then he heard Ha Ershing excitedly say, "Clan leader, our iron-stomach sheep had 1,000 lambs this year. That should be enough for us to trade." Su Li, wow, no wonder it's era. Thumbs up for you, she then suggested. How about trading 200 iron-stomach sheep for the things you want? What do you think, clan leader Hutsung? Remember, the cat tribe not only brought out 100 large red fruit trees, but also many fruits from this year's harvest. The dog tribe's iron-stomach sheep can only be traded as whole sheep. Asking for 200 seems fair, right? Hutsung looked pained. 200 sheep? They only trade about 500 iron-stomach sheep with the sea tribe each year. Su Li was firm on this number, and didn't plan to back down. Or you could reduce some of the items you need, like salt, which you can trade with the sea tribe. That way, I can give you a better price. Hutsung thought. No, the salt from the sea tribe isn't as good as ours. Seeing him still trying to bargain and hesitating, Su Li told him, some of our food items, like vegetables, fruits, and meats, are limited in quantity. If they stay too long, they spoil. If you don't want them, I might sell them to others. Then, when you want to buy, they might be gone. Of course, Su Li was just making this up. The blind box shop does have some vegetables, fruits, and meats from Blue Star, but the system has set restrictions. The items inside the blind boxes are frozen in time. Whatever is put in is what comes out. However, considering the upcoming disaster on Blue Star, the food in the boxes isn't abundant and is limited in quantity. Hearing this, Hutsung no longer hesitated and gritted his teeth. Fine, 200 sheep, just 200. Alright, you can look around the shop to see if there's anything else you like. I'll add some extras. I'll prepare the goods first, then we can go to your tribe to trade for the iron-stomach sheep. Hutsung initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary. But Ha-Er and Wolf Brave, who came with him, had already started browsing the shop, so he had no choice but to stay silent and look around too. After Su Li asked the system to prepare the items for the trade with the dog tribe, she saw 3 dog tribe beasts in 3 different locations. Wolf Yong was already attracted by the sample on the blind box, a small fruit knife. He picked it up and touched it repeatedly. Gently slicing his hand with the fruit knife, he broke the skin and blood seeped out. Wolf Yong's eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Ha-Er was paying attention to a rubber ball in the children's toy area, playing with it by bouncing it back and forth. He looked a bit silly. Hutsung was in the alcohol area, curiously looking at the clear liquid inside a bottle. A few days ago, after seeing off Huwei, Su Li spent 10,000 system coins to buy a space expansion feature for the blind box shop. After the expansion, the shop didn't look much different from the outside, but the inside was much larger. The system said that once the shop upgrades again, it will have a space folding function, making the interior area very spacious. Then, with more space, they could set up proper blind boxes. They could display all kinds of similar items as samples. Currently, the blind box categories that the canine beastmen liked were placed there after Su Li expanded the space. The orcs from the cat tribe hadn't discovered this yet. She went over to Hutsung and explained how to play with the blind boxes. What's in your hand is a sample. Are you going to take this one or randomly pick one from the blind boxes below? Hutsung chose the latter. Hutsung drew a bottle of wine from the blind box, which was completely different from the white wine he had. But after Su Li opened the bottle, Hutsung took a sip. Suddenly, he felt a unique aroma rush from his tongue straight to his forehead. It was an incredible taste experience. Ha-Er and Wolf Yong also chose to pick blind boxes. Coincidentally, Ha-Er drew a soccer ball. Su Li took him outside to kick it around. Ha-Er immediately fell in love with it and said he wanted to bring his parents to play together. Wolf Yong drew a curved dagger, which he loved and kept touching. After the 3 of them experienced the joy of opening blind boxes, Su Li told Hutsung, "The goods you traded are ready. Let's go to your tribe to deliver them." Hutsung looked at Su Li's empty hands and didn't ask much. He simply led Su Li to the canine tribe. By then, it was completely dark. Su Li closed the door of the blind box shop and turned on her flashlight to light the way. Seeing the flashlight, the 3 orcs looked excited again. Hutsung asked directly, Boss Sue, is this also from the blind box store? Can I buy it? Suli replied. Yes, tomorrow you can come with coins to try your luck at the blind box. The style might be different, but the function is the same. Ha, Yao shouted. Clan leader, can I try too? I can pay with coins. Hu Tsong ignored him. As the leader of the canine tribe, could he lack a few coins? If he wanted to try the blind box, he could just do it himself. Why compete with him? Husky dogs are just annoying. Suli smiled. No one could resist the charm of the blind box. Because the space was small before, each blind box only displayed one sample. If an orc didn't like that sample, they might not be interested in the whole category. Once the blind box shop upgraded, all samples could be displayed. To get the one they liked, the orcs would definitely place a lot of orders. Tonight, they probably would complete a big order for the canine tribe, and the shop could upgrade. On the way to the canine tribe, they also met some young cats playing outside. Suli greeted them and told them to go back to their tribe early. The group moved forward under the moonlight. Maybe because they were excited about the shop upgrading soon, Suli didn't feel like they had walked for long. When they arrived at the canine tribe, Suli asked Hu Tsong to find a wide open space. They unloaded food, warm clothes, salt, medicines, and other supplies. Seeing the things suddenly appearing out of nowhere, a few orcs were quite startled. But they guessed Suli might be an orc who had eaten a special fruit, which gave her such strange powers. Suli also gave Hu Tsong a book called Blind Box Store Food Cooking Guide comic version, the same as the one with the golden lion. Hu Tsong flipped through the recipe book and asked Suli, "Can I only use the methods here to cook food bought from the blind box store? Can wild vegetables, not shown here, be used?" Suli sighed, as expected from a fox. "Your mind is quick," she replied. "Of course, as long as the meat and vegetables are edible, you can use the methods here. But you'll need to figure out the details yourself." Hu Tsong was very happy. Now he wouldn't need to buy meat and vegetables from the blind box store anymore. Of course, even if he wanted to buy, there was none left. Currently, the food section in the blind box store only has staples like rice, flour, and cooking oil left. The small amount of fruit and vegetables remaining, Suli plans to keep for herself. Although there are fruits in the Beast World continent, Suli is not used to eating them. She prefers the fruits that have been cultivated and improved over generations in her own home. Then, Huatsong took Suli to see their iron-stomach sheep. The sheep are strong and sturdy, with thick, curly white wool. They are raised by the canine tribe on a barren mountain. The mountain looks like a mine, with many rocks piled up that Suli doesn't recognize. Suli saw a sheep eating, and with one bite, it swallowed a rock. She could even hear the cracking sound as the rock broke apart. Its teeth look very strong, probably capable of biting through zombie bones. Then, Suli looked at another sheep that was defecating. The sheep noticed her gaze, turned around to face away from her, and showed its backside. Suddenly, a black pile of dung dropped to the ground with a loud, duong sound. It created a small hole in the ground. Immediately, a strange smell spread through the air. Even the smell of the iron-stomach sheep's waste is so unique. The smell was so strong it made people want to retreat. But the beastmen of the canine tribe, who take care of the sheep, happily went to pick up the dung and put it into their backpacks. Seeing her watching the sheep, Huatsong explained proactively. The iron-stomach sheep can't be left alone. Someone must always watch them. Otherwise, they might eat back what they've just expelled. Suli's brow furrowed even more, and she quickly asked the system to take these taste-sensitive sheep into the space. She chose 200 healthy, plump lambs that looked like they could produce a lot of wool, and had the system store them in the space. Time in the system space is paused, so she doesn't need to feed the lambs. After collecting the iron-stomach sheep, she and Huatsong agreed to send someone to the blind box store tomorrow to teach her the spell for raising sheep. The spell for the iron-stomach sheep is not only known by the priests of the canine tribe, but also by all the beast tribe's animal caretakers. Thinking about the breeding of the iron-stomach sheep, Suli couldn't help but silently mourn for the researchers responsible for them on Blue Star in the future. Although she brought these animals back herself, she still felt a slight sense of guilt. Thinking this, Suli slightly lowered the corners of her smiling mouth. She turned around to go back to her dormitory. At that moment, she suddenly saw a sheep eating a dark object out of the corner of her eye. At first, she thought the sheep was eating her snack, so she didn't pay much attention. After turning around, she suddenly felt that the dark object looked a bit familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't that a piece of coal? She pointed at the sheep and asked Huatsong, "Does your tribe have many of these stones that the sheep are eating?" Huatsong nodded. This kind of stone fades in color, so even the beast men in their tribe wouldn't choose it when playing with stones. They could only use it to feed the iron stomach sheep. Su Li reminded him, this kind of stone should be burnable. In cold seasons, it can be used for warmth. You might want to try it. If discovering coal could help the beast men survive better in winter, she would consider it a good deed. When Su Li returned to her dorm, it was already late. Biao Xiaohua and Mao Xian were curled up on the sofa watching a melodramatic love drama. After spending time working together at the blind box shop, Biao Xiaohua was no longer afraid of the black cat priest. Biao Xiaohua watched and wiped tears at the same time. Mao Xian was watching and criticizing the male lead as crazy and the female lead as weak. Su Li didn't understand why she always had to complain while watching, but when she wasn't allowed to watch, she was unhappy. Forget it, she thought, never mind. She looked at the dog bed in the living room. The dog was already asleep, so she didn't disturb it and went back to her bedroom. After washing up, Su Li lay on her bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard the mechanical voice of the system. The host's current points have reached the level up requirement. Would you like to upgrade the blind box shop to level 2? Su Li thought she was dreaming. She mumbled, "Yes, upgrade quickly." Then she turned over and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't notice the changes happening in the neighboring blind box shop. Su Li woke up, washed up, and after eating until she was full, she took her dog and cat, Xian, slowly to the door of the blind box shop. Both she and the cat were surprised and opened their mouths in an "oh" shape. Even her Black Panther dog barked loudly at the building in front of them. If the dog could talk, it might be worried and ask, "Where's my thatched cottage? How can such a beautiful house be on my territory?" The old, shaky thatched cottage, which looked like it could fall down in a strong wind, was gone. Instead, there was a beautiful 2-story, small building. Unlike her dormitory, the walls of the small building were made of clear glass. Through the glass, she could see shelves filled with various goods inside. A string of pink and blue wind chimes hung outside, making a pleasant sound when the wind blew. The whole glass building looked delicate and cozy. Xian the cat looked at Su Li with confusion and asked, "Did you sneak over last night while we were sleeping?" Su Li gave her a look that said, "Do I look that hardworking?" Then she slapped her forehead and remembered. Last night, she seemed to hear the system say that the blind box shop could be upgraded. At first, she thought it was a dream, but now she realized it was real. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. The blind box shop on the Beast World continent has been upgraded to level 2. The system rewards you with a foldable shop space and 3 self-service trading machines. Keep working hard to upgrade further." After speaking, a wink emoji appeared on the system screen, *-. Seeing this expression, Su Li thought, "My native language is speechless. How could a system be so greasy? Maybe this will be a mystery she never solves." Su Li and Xian opened the door to the blind box shop. Inside, it looked even more cheerful than outside. The system neatly arranged all the shelves, placing samples of each type of blind box outside. When the space was small before, only one spicy beef noodle blind box was displayed outside. Now, all flavors of instant noodles are placed on top of each blind box, so everyone can see the variety at a glance. Su Li sighed. Having space that can fold is really impressive. Looking at the attractive blind box shelves, Su Li said, "The system is a bit greasy, but that's okay. After all, nothing is perfect." After the blind box shop was upgraded, the beast men from the cat and dog tribes became even more active. Many items that couldn't be displayed before now have a place. For example, bicycles that both the cat and leopard tribes love, and other beast men also like them. Recently, some wealthy beast men have been practicing riding bicycles near the shop, wobbling back and forth. Of course, Su Li also placed electric bikes, motorcycles, and small cars next to the bicycles. But to buy these, you need to buy the proper fuel. For example, gas cars need fuel, and electric cars need solar panels. These systems are quite expensive, and so far, no beastmen have bought them. However, the most popular items among the beastmen of both tribes are not bicycles. Surprisingly, the most asked about items are pet supplies. Dog and cat food are obvious, and all beastmen who have tried them say they are good. Cat and dog beds are also very popular. Especially a rabbit beastman from the cat tribe who made a cat bed with a climbing frame, which made other cats very jealous. In the pet toy area, Ha-Er from the dog tribe opened a flying disc in a blind box, which made many dogs envious. Of course, the flying disc wasn't something you get in one try. Ha-Er kept opening blind boxes and finally got a flying disc after trying out cat toys, small balls, and chew sticks. That day, Su Li was sitting in the shop chatting with Cat Xian, and Fox Kong Leopard Xiaohua was introducing the new customers to how to use the self-service trading machine. Since the shop was upgraded, Fox Tsong often came by. Every time he bought some blind boxes and his luck was pretty good. Every time he opened something, Cat Xian would be jealous, grinding his teeth and sharpening his claws. Suddenly, a Samoyed and a snow leopard rushed toward the blind box shop at high speed. They crashed straight into the glass wall of the shop. Inside, there was a loud bang. Then, a cat and a dog staggered outside, looking like they might fall over at any moment. If they weren't from the cat and dog clans, Su Li would almost suspect that they were just trying to cause trouble. Hu Tsong first looked at the Samoyed, who was still smiling foolishly even after being hit and knocked out. "You're back so soon? How much salt did you trade with the Sea Tribe this time?" Actually, after getting cheap and fine salt from the blind box shop, Hu Tsong and Jinshi no longer wanted to trade with the Sea Tribe. But the beastmen who went to trade by the sea this year had already left, so he planned to cut off that trade starting next year. The Samoyed seemed still a bit dazed. The dog was lying on the floor of the blind box shop, sticking out its tongue, looking confused about who and where it was. Compared to the Samoyed, the snow leopard from the cat tribe was much calmer. He shook his dizzy head and turned back into human form. The snow leopard, now human, wore a leopard print animal skin skirt with very fair skin. He was neither thin nor very muscular, with some muscles but not many. He had a scholarly air that many other beastmen didn't have. He looked at his priest and explained, "We first went back to the tribe. The beastmen, there said you and the dog clan leader are here, so we came over." He and the Samoyed followed the directions given by their tribe members and ran over. But this strange shop was too scary. Even though they could see the priest clearly from outside, they still encountered obstacles when they came in. It looked like there was nothing inside. Su Li looked at him with concern and asked, "How do you feel now?" If they had a concussion, she didn't have any medicine to treat it. Hu Tsong smiled and said, "Don't worry, beastmen are strong." Su Li sympathetically looked at the white dog lying on the ground, still sticking out its tongue, and didn't say anything more. Cat Xian asked the snow leopard, "You guys are in such a hurry. Did something go wrong with the trade with the Sea Tribe? If they successfully exchange the salt, the two beastmen should each return to their own tribes, not come to the blind box shop to find her and Hu Tsong, who are in charge." Recently, the cat clan leader Jinshi had been going out every day with a hunting team to gather more meat for the cold season. Any problems in the tribe would be brought to her, the priest, at the blind box shop. The snow leopard's answer confirmed Cat Xian's guess. "When we arrived at the seaside, we hadn't started trading as we usually do. The Sea Tribe announced that this year they would stop trading with all land tribes." Hu Tsong asked, "What's going on? Tell me more." Su Li also perked up her ears and took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket. The snow leopard shared the news he heard at the seaside. "I heard it's related to the central city." Su Li was confused. What kind of beast territory is the central city? Since coming to the beast world, she hadn't heard of this place. Mao Xian explained, "The central city is the only city on our land. It's far from our cat tribe and dog tribe in the Woi forest." Hu Tsong saw Su Li was interested and added, "The number of beast people in the central city is more than both our tribes combined. The city is strong and prosperous. I heard that not only do land herbivorous and carnivorous beast people live there, but there are also bird tribes that can fly in the sky. And the city's ruler family is very powerful. Mao Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, the ruler family is made up of very strong black and white beasts. Their shapes are strange, but they are very fierce fighters. Hu Tsong looked at Mao Xian and said, I heard the black and white beasts look a bit like your cat tribe. Mao Xian shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen them and didn't know. Hearing this, Su Li tapped her system. Boss, do you think the black and white beasts could be our country's national treasure? The system analyzed and responded with a mechanical voice. There's a 70% chance, but also a 30% chance they are creatures we've never seen before. Su Li asked, isn't there a system task about opening a branch store? What do you think of the central city? This way, she could complete her system task and also find out if the black and white beasts are really giant pandas. The system replied, as long as you complete the system task smoothly, the host can decide where to open the branch store. The system doesn't interfere. It also added proudly, I am a very democratic system. Su Li ignored it and turned her curious gaze back to the snow leopard. So, what conflict is there between the Sea tribe and the central city that makes them stop trading with all land tribes? You should know that each orc tribe on the land has its own special products. Just among the ones she knows, there are the mighty red fruit and the iron stomach sheep, both incredible. The Sea tribe must hold a lot of resentment to give up such big benefits and stop trading salt with the land orcs. The snow leopard looked confused but repeated the news she heard. She said, it's said that the new Sea tribe queen and the son of the city lord of the central city were supposed to be a couple, but suddenly announced they wouldn't be a couple anymore and stopped trading with all the land orcs. Then she added, some Sea tribe orcs say that their tribe might even attack the central city. Su Li's years of gossip radar kept ticking. From all the soap opera love stories and dramas she's seen, she's sure there's a big scandal involving deep hatred and love, but she doesn't know the details. After sharing her thoughts with her new friend, Mao Xian, a cat, both of them were curious and anxious. Suddenly, Su Li remembered something and asked Mao Xian, do you know what the Sea tribe queen's beast form is? Mao Xian shook his head and looked at the snow leopard. The snow leopard also shook his head, saying he didn't find out anything. So Mao Xian waved his paw, telling the snow leopard to go back to the tribe. Huatsong also took his silly dog and left. In the days that followed, Su Li ran her blind box shop while discussing with Mao Xian what might happen with the Sea tribe and the central city. Unaware that stories about her shop had already spread through the Woi forest. A squirrel orc carefully carried a beast hide bag, planning to store food for the winter. Suddenly, a rabbit jumped in front of it. Did you hear? There's a blind box shop opened on the east side of Woi forest. It's all over the forest. The little squirrel asked curiously, what's a blind box shop? The little rabbit explained, it's a very magical shop with all kinds of things inside, food, drinks, places to stay, and entertainment. I saw an orc riding something called a bicycle from the blind box shop, and he zoomed away so fast. A crocodile lying on the river suddenly called out to a graceful, winding python. Did you hear? Near the cat and dog tribes in Woi Forest, there's a blind box shop. The giant snake looked at the crocodile and sneered sinisterly. I don't know about the cat and dog blind box shop, but I do know that bad luck might be coming for the crocodile. The crocodile was so scared that he quickly sank into the water. He shouldn't have spoken so much. The giant snake family is just full of crazy people. In the beast world, there's an unwritten rule. Intelligent beasts are not allowed to eat each other. But some beasts ignore this rule, like stray beasts that often prey on lone animals. Was the giant snake really planning to eat him, or just scaring him? He couldn't tell, so he decided to run away first. The noise in the forest was caused by Tiger Wei, who was heading to the desert tribe. He was riding his bike quickly, eating some food prepared by Su Li whenever he was hungry. Maybe because he can transform into a human form. In the beast world, cats and dogs can eat things that cats and dogs on Blue Star can't, like grapes and chocolate. They not only can eat these, but they really like them. Tiger Wei loves chocolate the most. Sometimes, when he doesn't want to stop for a meal, he would let go of the bike's handlebars with both hands, take a piece of chocolate from his backpack, and enjoy it. Beasts riding strange things travel along forest paths. Sometimes, they transform into tigers and run while carrying strange objects with 2 rings. Such scenes naturally attract the attention of many beasts in the forest. When asked about it, Tiger Wei introduces the blind box shop to them. He tells them they can check it out if they want to trade. For smaller beast-shaped animals, Tiger Wei even gives candies or something similar to help promote the shop. In short, when Tiger Wei leaves the wasteland forest and enters the desert, stories of blind box shops are already spreading all over the forest. Suli has been a bit busy lately. Many beasts have come to the blind box shop, but they are not regular customers from the cat or dog tribes. Some say they are rabbits living in the southern part of the forest. Others say they are mice spread throughout the forest. After asking around, Suli finds out that it was Tiger Wei who promoted the blind box shop while on his way to the desert tribe. Although Tiger Wei isn't officially an employee at the shop, this is still very impressive. Suddenly, the reputation of the blind box shop spread throughout the entire forest. Xian was very happy. His little ones were indeed clever. Each one was better than the silly dogs next door. However, as more customers came, Leopard Little Flower and Xian couldn't keep up. They are 2 beast men, one preparing 3 meals a day for everyone, and the other occasionally handling matters for the feline tribe. Su Li, the boss who finally had some free time, also had to work. She either taught the beast men how to use the self-service trading machines or directly handled the cash register. Business increased, and although most customers were scattered beast men, they paid with either shell coins or some fruits. Sometimes, they even found some treasures. That day, Su Li received a big surprise. Someone was queuing with a handful of gems at the self-service machine. Even from afar, Su Li noticed the red, blue, and green gems. They sparkled with a dazzling light that could blind people. The largest one looked like a big pink diamond. Looking at these sparkling gems, Su Li's heart trembled. If she took them to Blue Star for auction, how much money could she make? Even if a doomsday came on Blue Star. As long as it wasn't from a super powerful cultivation world, in other worlds of the same level as Blue Star, these gems would be very valuable. Thinking of this, a warm smile appeared on Su Li's face. She walked toward the beast man holding the gems. As she got closer, she noticed that the beastman's belly was slightly protruding. It looked like a pregnant woman. But this beastman's appearance was handsome and elegant, like bamboo, and he was a male beast man. His outfit was also typical of the male beast men on the continent, wearing a beast hide skirt with a bare upper body. Su Li found it strange. Could it be that males look like females? She approached the beast man and greeted him. "Hello, I am the owner of the shop. Would you like to buy something?" The beast man was lost in thought and was startled by Su Li's sudden appearance. He slightly widened his cold yet affectionate eyes and looked at Su Li. "Sorry, what did you just say?" Su Li looked at his belly and thought that this orc might be the type with a big belly only. Seeing that the orc didn't hear clearly, she asked again, "I just asked what you'd like to buy in the shop." Then she pointed to the box of gems in the orc's hand. "I am the owner of this blind box shop. Are you planning to use these gems for trading?" The orc looked at the gems in his hand, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, but finally he became firm. He nodded and said, "Yes." "Can you tell me how many coins these gems are worth?" Su Li noticed he seemed a bit reluctant, so she offered, "If you find it hard to part with them, you can just take 1 or 2 to trade. These gems are very precious, and 1 or 2 are enough for you to pick freely in the shop." Su Li thought the orc would agree, but unexpectedly, he shook his head. "No, sell them all to the shop." He then shoved the box of gems into Su Li's hand. Su Li called out to the system. "System, calculate how many coins these gems are worth." System replied, "Wow, did you step in dog at home?" Su Li didn't understand why the system always said things she didn't like to hear. Fortunately, the system was still reliable. According to the system's calculation, there are 10 red gems, 40 blue gems, and 20 diamonds of various colors, each 5,000 carats. The total value is 100 million coins. Su Li said, 5,000 carats? Isn't that bigger than the largest diamond on our Blue Star? System responded, "Yes, congratulations, host, you hit the jackpot." Though you're a bit foolish, fools sometimes get lucky, Suli said. No, wait, are there really so many blue gems? There are also yellow and green gems, System explained. Except for the red gems, all other colored gems are collectively called blue gems. The system suggests that the host read more books and watch fewer shows when you have free time. Suli was angry and snapped. I really didn't know this fact. With so many coins, if exchanged, they could pile up into mountains. She then asked the system, can you make a card for this orc so he can store all his coins inside? He can just swipe the card when he wants to spend. The system also thought this was the best idea. Suli looked at the orc in front of her. Your gems are enough for you to enjoy free shopping at the blind box store for your whole life. Are you sure you want to sell them all to the store? The orc nodded. He said, they no longer mean anything to me. It's better to give them to the orcs who like them. Suli felt that the orc in front of her had a story to tell. She asked, what is your name? You have so many coins from exchanging these gems. To make things easier, we can register you here at the blind box store and give you a card. It's like storing all your coins on the card. Later, you can just swipe the card when buying things here. The orc looked very gloomy. He didn't seem happy about suddenly becoming rich. He just replied, my name is Juyu. Suli nodded to show she understood. As soon as the system learned the orc's name, a card appeared in Suli's hand. Juyu looked at the card that appeared out of nowhere. After taking it, he looked at Suli again. But then he returned to his gloomy expression, as if he had lost interest in everything. Seeing this, Suli took him to the snack area. She explained things as they walked, and then let him pick a blind box himself. Feeling unhappy, huh? Just eat something tasty. Suli has experience with this. Juyu watched the store owner be so friendly. He finally stopped looking so gloomy, unlike when he first arrived. He tried to cheer up a little and followed Suli around the store. He didn't know why he came here. His parents must be worried about him now. When he left the central city, he didn't know where to go. He just wandered aimlessly. When he reached the Woi Forest, he heard other orcs say that a magical blind box store had opened on the east side of the forest. By some strange coincidence, he decided to come and see. When he arrived at the store entrance, he saw a lively scene inside the transparent shop. Orcs were choosing their desired blind boxes. There were two lines of people. One line's orcs were exchanging coins for various items and the magical machine. The other line's orcs were using coins to buy the blind boxes they chose. The machine inside the store could even talk like an orc, guiding them on how to operate it. This caught Juyu's attention. He took out the gemstone he always carried with him. This gemstone was a gift from the woman. She said these gemstones could only be found in the deepest parts of the ocean. Only the bravest sea creatures dared to go to the deepest depths. She gave him the gemstones as a token of their promise. Because she had him in her life, she felt endless courage. He treasured these gemstones and believed they could become true partners under the witness of the sea god. But why has everything changed? Suli and Juyu wandered around the snack area. Juyu picked up a blind box from each of 10 shelves: cookies, milk, chips, candies, and more. The cookie blind box contained original flavor Oreos. The chip blind box had cucumber-flavored chips from a certain brand. Suli also liked to eat these chips, and the milk blind box had a bottle of sweet milk. Suli helped him open all the snacks in front of them and said, "Eat quickly." Juyu took an Oreo, bit into it, and chewed casually before swallowing. It was delicious, unlike anything he had tasted before. Suli couldn't stand it anymore. How could Oreo be eaten like that? She picked up one and licked the filling in the middle. Then she ate the cookie. She looked at Juyu and said, "See? This is how you eat the cookie." Juyu was smart and followed her way. He didn't know why, but it suddenly tasted much better. After that, Suli and Juyu finished all the snacks except the sweet milk. Juyu's mood, which was very gloomy at first, gradually improved. Suli opened the bottle of sweet milk and handed it to him. "Try it, it's really good." Juyu carefully took a sip of the sweet milk. His eyes lit up instantly. How could something taste so good? It was much tastier than his favorite bamboo. After drinking, he felt much happier. After leaving the blind box shop, Hu Wei rode his cool bicycle all the way. When he was tired, he ate the food Su Li had prepared for him. When he was thirsty, he looked for a river or a stream to drink some water. When he feels full of energy, he often carries his bike on his back and runs wildly through the forest. Along the way, he meets many orcs interested in bicycles. When they ask about it, he introduces them to the mystery box shop. After entering the desert, the soft, fine sand dunes make riding a bike impossible. So, Tiger Wei again carries his bike on his back. After crossing one dune after another, he reaches a gravel desert filled with broken stones. He then rides his bike again, though it makes his bottom bounce a little. After more than 10 days of continuous travel, he finally arrives at the desert tribe. When the desert cat tribe leader sees Tiger Wei, he looks a bit surprised. Didn't he just come to deliver food not long ago? Why is he here again? Could it be another food delivery? It seems his relatives in the cat tribe are living quite well. But clearly, he hopes to disappoint him. Tiger Wei wipes the sweat from his forehead and follows the desert cat tribe leader into his sand cave. Before the leader can ask anything, Tiger Wei speaks up about his purpose. Uncle, there's a mystery box shop near our tribe that has lots of food. We've traded many things there. Would you like to bring some orcs and come see it? The desert cat tribe leader is a bit tempted. Their desert tribe is almost starving this year, and they don't know how they'll survive the cold season. He asks, what kinds of food are there? Are the prices high? Tiger Wei shakes his head. The prices are very cheap. They have foods we've never seen before, but they're very tasty. He then shows the leader some leftover food from his journey. He hands the leader a large sausage and then transforms his hand into a tiger paw, tearing open the packaging in a few bites. Uncle, try this. It's from the mystery box shop. He continues, the shop accepts not only coins but also ores, beast meat, and beast skins for trade. By the way, the shop owner really likes the sky fruits from the desert. If you're willing to trade with sky fruit trees, you might not have to worry about food this winter. The desert cat tribe leader doesn't reply immediately. He silently eats the large sausage. It smells so delicious. It doesn't look like meat, but it has a meaty aroma and is even more chewy than meat. It's so delicious that after one bite, I want to keep eating and can't stop. Soon a whole ham is gone. The desert cat leader also feels a bit full. If he could eat this kind of food every day, he can't imagine how happy this little cat would be. He told Hu Wei, there are sky fruits. A few days ago, there was a flood in the desert, and the fruit trees have borne many fruits. They haven't been all picked yet, but I need to discuss with the other leaders to see if anyone wants to go together. If we go as a group, we can look out for each other. The desert tribe is made up of many desert races, including desert cats, ear foxes, lizards, and sand pythons. Each race has its own leader, and they hold meetings to discuss big matters. Hearing this, Hu Wei said, you go ahead and discuss, I'll go pick some sky fruits. The desert cat leader nodded. Sky fruits are not owned only by the desert tribe. Anyone who comes to the desert can pick them. The beast god allows all his people to enjoy the sweetness of sky fruits. Hu Wei poured all the food from his backpack onto a stone table in front of him. Uncle, you can take whatever you want to eat. Don't be shy. After saying that, he quickly ran out with his backpack. The desert cat leader was a little touched. His young relative is so filial. He didn't realize that Hu Wei was just trying to make more space to store sky fruits. Thinking about the delicious ham he just ate, the desert cat leader called the beast man to inform the leaders of all the tribes. In the usual meeting cave, he told everyone the news Hu Wei brought. But as soon as he finished, the ear fox leader objected. I don't agree. Who knows if this is a trick by your cat tribe? They might trick all the beast tribes of our desert tribe to go out, then attack and take over the entire desert by themselves. It's known that the desert cat tribe is quite cunning and shameless. They always like to steal from the ear foxes. It's simply outrageous. The desert cat leader touched his nose. Although they belong to the same tribe as the ear foxes, their relationship isn't very good. The ear fox leader's opposition was expected. Thinking this, he took out various snacks that Tiger Wei had just pulled from his backpack. I'm not lying to everyone. This is what our cat clan's little ones brought from the blind box shop. Everyone can try some and see if it's both tasty and filling. Then, Each clan leader picked up a piece and started eating. Suli prepared delicious and filling treats for Tiger Wei, such as beef jerky, pork jerky, sausage, and energy bars. After tasting these, no one objected anymore. Everyone agreed to bring their own coins and the rare desert produce, the heavenly fruit trees, to the blind box shop in the Woi forest. The Sand Python clan leader asked, "How many heavenly fruit trees should we bring?" The clan leaders discussed and finally decided to bring 200 trees plus an additional 500 trees. This number might seem large, but compared to the total number of heavenly fruit trees in the entire desert, it's not much. Heavenly fruit trees only turn green and bear fruit when there is a desert flood or an oasis with underground water. Usually they look like withered branches. Not all trees survive after a flood. The stronger ones absorb more water and can revive, while the weaker ones miss the chance. This time, they plan to bring the branches that didn't revive after the flood. It's not because their desert tribe is unkind. After all, withered branches are lighter and easier to carry than full-grown fruit trees. Bidding farewell to the cat clan leader, Tiger Wei, carrying his backpack, arrived under a heavenly fruit tree. The tree had already absorbed enough water, its trunk shining like jade. The leaves were few, but looked lively. Hanging from the branches were transparent, thin-skinned, and resilient fruits. When squeezed, they felt soft and bouncy, very relaxing. Tiger Wei, a tiger beast man, showed agility like a monkey beast man. He reached up with his hands and kicked with his feet to climb the tree. He carefully picked the medium-sized, clean-skinned fruits. One hand picked the fruits, while the other held his backpack open. In a short while, his backpack was filled with heavenly fruits. Looking at the many fruits still hanging on the tree, Hui felt a bit disappointed. It's really a shame that he couldn't take them all. He hoped Uncle Zuzu could persuade more orcs so everyone could bring back more sky fruits. He wasn't sure if they were willing to trade sky fruits from the trees. Unexpectedly, while he was just picking a fruit, by the time he returned to the Desert Cat tribe leader's sand cave, he was already packing up. Seeing Hui return, the leader pointed to the bicycle. "What's this strange thing?" Hui had noticed this odd object with two circles when he first arrived. But he hadn't had the chance to ask until now. Suli got herself into trouble. She thought she had taken the gemstone of Bamboo Jade, and Bamboo Jade had taken her a VIP membership card. It was a simple trade, done and over with. After she got familiar with Bamboo Jade in the shop, she went to greet other orcs. Recently, the customers at the blind box shop were too many. There were 4 self-service trading machines, each with long lines in front. To reduce waiting time for the orcs, Suli started handling the payments herself. By the time dusk fell, she was about to close the shop. She noticed a handsome orc with a calm, bamboo-like demeanor, but with a big belly, who had no intention of leaving. Suli told Mao Xian and Bao Xiao Hua to go back to the dorm. She approached the wealthy orc and asked, "The shop is closing. Aren't you going home?" The orc shook his head. "My home is too far from here, not even inside Woi Forest." He knew staying here would cause trouble for Suli. So he said proactively, "I'll just find a tree nearby to wait." "You don't need to worry about me, Boss Suli." "Find a tree to wait? What kind of beast is this?" But he traveled a long way from his own shop to shop here. And he made a big purchase, becoming the shop's first VIP. Suli really couldn't let him sleep in a tree. If he had no plans to go home in the next few days, would she have to let him pay for her shop during the day and sleep outside at night? That seemed a bit inhumane. Thinking of this, Suli took the initiative to invite him, saying, "Let's do this. The building next door is our staff dormitory, and there are empty rooms inside. You can stay in the dormitory for now." Suli led Jiyu to the dorm and let him choose a room by himself. Jiyu looked around at the strange rooms filled with furniture he had never seen before, tables, chairs, and sofas. In that black square, he saw someone moving. The people there dressed differently from the beastmen he knew. At this moment, he realized that Boss Su might be very important. But he didn't have time to ask more. Suddenly, he saw the black cat beast man who had been teaching the beastmen how to use the self-service trading machine in the blind box shop, staring directly at his belly. "Black cat, you have a baby inside." Suli was so surprised that he almost dropped the small black dog he was holding. The black panther fell to the ground and barked loudly at Suli, complaining. Suli quickly picked it up, patted it, and comforted it until it calmed down and leaned against him. Even the simple-minded little leopard, Xiaohua, widened her eyes. She secretly looked at Zhiyu's belly again and again. Then she looked at her own priest with confusion. He was so small and didn't understand. How could a male beast man get pregnant? Zhiyu didn't expect that there could be such an insightful beast man in the wild forest. But since he was seen, he nodded honestly. Yes, I am indeed pregnant. Suli was still a bit stunned. No, how can a grown man get pregnant? Where did you give birth? How could a female beast man in this world make you pregnant? Suddenly, Suli remembered a video he saw on a certain website about seahorses giving birth in a jet-like manner. It seemed that male seahorses were the ones giving birth. Could it be that the beast man in front of him was a seahorse beast man? But how could he be on land? Seeing Su Li and Xiaohua looking confused, the black cat priest explained, I heard that the sea tribe has cultivated a kind of giant algae underwater. These algae are very rare, but their fruits can make beast men pregnant. And both males and females can get pregnant. Zhi didn't deny it. The priest is indeed knowledgeable. Then the little black cat asked his own question, confused. But you're a land beast man. Why are you eating the sea tribe's fruit? Bamboo Jade's head drooped, looking a bit sad. My former lover was a sea creature girl. I didn't want her to suffer during childbirth, so I took the female part of the pregnancy fruit myself. Cat Xian only knew about the pregnancy fruit before. Now she also knows that each pregnancy fruit is split into male and female halves. Those who eat the female part can become pregnant after intimacy. That's quite rare, and kind of a good man. Suli was curious. Does your parents know you're pregnant? I think it's pretty exciting for a man to get pregnant. She even wanted to visit the sea tribe to see if she could buy a plant of the pregnancy fruit. But if this happened on Blue Star, the man's parents would probably be very angry. Bamboo Jade nodded. My parents have no problem with it. Since he's pregnant, why did he come so far to the blind box shop? He should be with his partner, waiting for the new life to be born. Suli wisely didn't ask more. But clearly, not everyone here was as perceptive as she was. Little Black Cat, with her small mouth at 37 degrees, asked a question that made Bamboo Jade feel a little heartache. What about the mother of your child? You love her so much. Why isn't she with you during the pregnancy? Hearing this, Bamboo Jade's eyes lost their light. She's with another beast, Suli exclaimed. Wow, what kind of terrible person is this in the beast world? Since coming to the beast continent, she has learned a bit about their marriage system. Here, beast men can have multiple wives or husbands or just one. It's very flexible. But even if you're flexible, you can't be with another partner when your husband is pregnant. Seeing this beast situation, the usually aloof cat priest and the innocent leopard girl looked at him with sympathy. Suli thought that, as a pregnant man who had also been hurt emotionally, he needed care and companionship right now. But they, as strangers, obviously couldn't give him that. So she asked, Where is your home? Maybe you should go back tomorrow. After the baby is born, you can come again. My blind box shop will stay open. Of course, whether she would still be here, as the owner at that time was uncertain. Zhiyu thinks the people at the blind box shop are very kind, so he doesn't plan to hide anything. My home is in the central city. Wait, central city and the sea tribe? This story, Suli feels like she has heard before. She glances at the little black cat. The two exchange looks and then nod in agreement. Suli, curious, looks at Zhiyu. Are you the son of the city lord of Central City, who originally planned to marry the new queen of the sea tribe but later cancelled? The little black cat also meows at him with confusion, as if saying, Hurry up, tell me. I want to know the gossip. Zhiyu didn't expect his story to spread all the way to the wilderness forest. Seeing everyone in front of him look so curious, he simply sits on the sofa, hugging a pillow. He begins to tell his complicated love story. In simple terms, it's about a devoted man who falls for a fickle woman. Because the land-based central city and the sea tribe often interact, Zhuyu and the new queen of the sea tribe had been childhood friends and grew up together, so they naturally got together. But when the original childhood sweetheart, who was a princess, became queen, she saw a handsome fish during her succession ceremony. By then, Zhuyu was already pregnant. They had planned to become partners after she officially became queen. But the queen, wanting her new love, discussed with Zhuyu and wanted to be with both male beastmen at the same time. They would live together as a trio. Zhuyu, of course, disagreed. He only accepted monogamy. He made it clear he would break up with her and raise the child alone. The queen, angry, cut off all trade with the land tribes. After hearing the story of a domineering queen's infidelity and her running away with the child, Su just wants to ask, you and the sea queen, one land beast man and one sea beast, after becoming partners, who do you live with? Zhuyu originally planned to live in the sea tribe after becoming partners. She is the queen of the sea tribe, so he definitely can't make her leave her tribe. And the position of city lord in Central City is always given to the most capable. Unlike the hereditary queen of the sea tribe, Central City wouldn't be affected if he lost his position. Moreover, he can use a water-repelling pearl to live in the sea. But she is a sea orc, and living on land outside the ocean must be uncomfortable for her. After listening to Zhu talk about their original wedding plans, Su couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. However, she was more interested in the sea tribe's pregnancy fruit and water avoidance beads. The black cat priestess looked at Zhu with a silly expression. After eating a lot of gossip, Su decided to take the dog back to her room to sleep. She told Zhu, since you don't plan to go home now, you can stay here for a while. Zhu nodded gratefully. He ran away from home mainly to relax. He was also worried that the woman who changed her mind might come to the Central City to find him. When he left the sea, she didn't agree and asked the sea tribe to watch him. He used his special ability to hide his aura to leave successfully. He couldn't understand why she had others and still refused to let him go. After returning to her room, Su thought about the gems Zhu brought her today and decided to check the system. System, I made a big profit today. Can the blind box shop be upgraded to level 3? The system answered mechanically. I was about to ask if you want to upgrade. Su said, yes, upgrade it quickly. Recently, many items from the orcs have been traded. The trading volume has reached a point where only upgrading and opening branches remain. The #1 blind box shop in the beast world has been upgraded to level 3, meeting the system's requirements, and just needs one more branch to complete the task. She was excited about returning to Blue Star soon. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding! The Beast World Blind Box Shop has been upgraded to level 3. Rewards, 6 self-service trading machines, 2 defense shields for the Blind Box Shop, 100,000 system coins, and a free site selection for the second Blind Box Shop in the Beast World. Please continue working hard and trading more. Su was confused. Doesn't the current blind box shop already have a defense function? The system replied, this defense function is built into the system, mainly to protect your safety. After we leave this world, the blind box shop will need a defense shield. Su asked, now, when stocking and organizing shelves, is that also your job? What will we do after returning to Blue Star? The system replied, don't worry, host. Once the trading channels between the two worlds open, others on Blue Star can also come to the Beast World continent. Your country can send people here to run the blind box shop. They can also send supplies here and then transport goods from the Beast World back to Blue Star. At this moment, Su completely didn't realize that the system had set a trap for her. To fill the trap, she would need money. She thought she understood everything, and then considered her parents and the current situation on Blue Star, gradually falling asleep. The next morning, when everyone arrived at the blind box shop, they found it had changed again. Thanks to their previous experience, they remained calm. The shop, now level 3, had expanded from 3 floors. It looked the same from outside, but inside it was several times larger, able to hold more orcs. In the following days, besides greeting customers, Su spent her time asking Zhu about the Central City. She thought, since Central City is the biggest city on the Beast World continent, the second blind box shop should be there. Especially after she accidentally saw Zhu's beast form once, she became even more convinced. The black and white beast the orcs talked about was actually a giant panda. Suli was thrilled to have found a giant panda on the beast world. Seeing Zhuyu turn into a giant panda drinking milk made Suli feel like her heart was melting. At first, she was worried that showing her beast form to other orcs might be inappropriate. She feared that if she touched their ears, she might have to marry them or something similar. But after asking Cat Xian, she found out there was no such rule. On the beast world continent, as long as they get along well, they can touch each other's beast forms.
So, Suli stopped pretending.
She excitedly rubbed the panda's ears and petted its head. Then she told Zhuyu, "You can drink all the milk in the shop, no charge." Who in China would charge a panda for a bowl of milk? Enchanted by the panda, Suli didn't think about anything else. She decided that the second blind box shop should be in Central City, where the pandas are. Moreover, when she first arrived on the Beast World continent, she heard about a special fruit called the ability fruit, which was cultivated from pandas. Zhuyu also said that when she reaches the Central City, she can exchange for special ability fruit trees with her parents. Although she was eager to go to the Central City, Suli did not forget that Hui had not yet returned from the desert tribe. Her plan was to wait for Hui to come back first. After trading for the sky fruit trees, she would then go to the Central City to open a branch. Suli didn't wait long. Hui missed the delicious food from the blind box shop and was eager to return. Plus, the beast men from the desert tribe were all very hungry and thin, and the tribal leaders were also worried. So, everyone hurried without delay. They all focused on traveling quickly, and soon the beast men entered the Woi forest. Not long after, they arrived at the blind box shop. When a group of beast men, tired from their journey, reached the shop, Hui hadn't had time to introduce himself. The tribal leaders from the desert tribe quickly spotted Su Li among the crowd. Hui described her as a small, fair, and pretty female. They pushed past Hui at the front and crowded towards Su Li. "Boss Su, I heard your blind box shop has food. I brought many sky fruit trees. Let's see how we can trade," said the desert cat. "Boss Su, I not only brought fruit trees but also the fruits. Let's trade first," said the ear fox. Although the desert tribe was a single group, during hunting, each clan was separate. Trading food was even more so. Everyone was rushing to be first, worried that they might run out of food before they could trade. Seeing their eagerness, Suli guessed that the desert was suffering from a serious famine, so she didn't hold back. She took out recipes used by the cat and dog clans. She explained what kinds of grains the blind box shop had and how many sky fruit trees could be exchanged for each type. In the end, Suli traded for 600 sky fruit trees and 250 fruits. Originally, the desert tribe planned to exchange 500 sky fruit trees and 200 fruits in total. But during preparation, each tribe had their own little plans. They all hoped to get more, so they could exchange more food for their own clans. If sky fruit trees were easier to carry, they would have taken even more. Of course, the current amount far exceeded Su Li's expectations. However, looking at the withered tree roots in front of her, Su Li began to doubt. These roots looked so dry that she felt they might crumble into pieces if she squeezed them hard. Could they really survive? System, please check the vitality of the heavenly fruit trees. The system scanned around. Don't worry, they can survive even if kept in a space. With the system's reassurance, Su Li stored all the withered heavenly fruit trees into her space. Then she gave the desert tribe the food they needed. At first, Su Li was worried that bringing so much food back to the desert tribe would be difficult. But right after the trade, she saw some of the orcs who came to trade turn into animal forms. There were camels, ostriches, and some large birds she couldn't identify. These transformed orcs didn't hesitate. They immediately carried the exchanged items on their backs. The desert cat tribe leader told these orcs, "Take the food back first. We'll look around the blind box shop. Since you're here, might as well." The orcs nodded obediently. If they could deliver the food to their tribe early, their people could escape hunger sooner. The remaining tribe leaders wandered inside the blind box shop. The three-story shop was filled with all kinds of amazing things, dazzling their eyes. The desert cat tribe leader liked the bicycle ridden by Tiger Wei. The fox tribe leader was interested in outdoor tents, and after wandering around, the sand python chose a water bed displayed on the third floor. Su Li was puzzled. Do cold-blooded animals like you also need water beds to cool down? As for how Su Li knew about these tribe leaders' animal forms, it was because Tiger Wei saw Su Li looking confused during the trade. After they finished their negotiations, they squeezed through the gaps of the desert visitors and approached Su Li to introduce themselves. But customers are always right. Even if Su Li couldn't understand, she still offered prices to each tribe leader. This way, they experienced the joy of opening blind boxes and bought what they wanted. By the time they finished, it was already dark. The tribe leaders from the desert tribes hadn't finished exploring. In a hurry to go home and watch TV dramas, Cat Xian suggested to Su Li, let them stay in the cat tribe's village tonight. They can continue exploring tomorrow. She didn't mind a group of outsiders staying in her village. Su Li had nothing more to say. After the blind box shop closed, Su Li called Hu Wei to return to the dormitory building. This time, Hu Wei went to a desert tribe and gained more than she expected. A capable orc like him should work at the blind box shop. After she leaves the Beast World continent and returns to Blue Star, someone still needs to watch over the shop. Currently, the blind box shop in Woi Forest has Cat Xian and Leopard Little Flower working there. Although Cat Xian appears cold and proud, Su Li trusts her to handle things well. Leopard Little Flower is also very capable at her job. However, she plans to open a blind box shop in Central City, and she hasn't found staff yet. She asked Hu Wei for his opinion. Do you want to work at the blind box shop? The salary is the same as Leopard Little Flower's. Earlier, when they were in the shop, the two friends had already discussed this. Hu Wei knows that Leopard Little Flower works at the shop, where she gets free food and accommodation, plus 1,000 B coins each season. Su Li said that was her salary. Leopard Little Flower also told him that he can now take a shower every day. She said there's a room called the bathroom in the shop's dormitory, with a faucet and shower that flow water when turned on. Leopard Little Flower really looks much cleaner now. Maybe because she's eating well, the once skinny cheetah has gained some weight. Hu Wei suspects that in beast form, even if he's faster, Leopard Little Flower's now chubbier form might not be as quick as him. Thinking about Leopard Little Flower's changes, Hu Wei didn't even discuss it with his parents and just nodded in agreement. After signing the employee contract with Hu Wei, Zhu Yu asked Su Li when they would go to Central City. He wasn't in a hurry to go home. He remembered Su Li said that once the desert tribe people arrived and they finished trading the sky fruit, they would leave for Central City. As for Zhu Yu himself, he's been quite happy at the blind box shop lately, almost forgetting the hurt caused by that woman. Every day, he can drink free milk in a basin, and if he wants to buy other things, he can also use a card to open blind boxes. His collection of blind boxes has filled his bedroom at the shop. Maybe because he's in a good mood, the little ones in his belly have been moving more often recently. Every time he feels the baby move, Su Li stares at his belly with wide eyes, curious. He can't help it. Seeing a man's belly move is a first for Su Li. Hearing his question, Su Li thought for a moment and replied, let's leave tomorrow. Then she turned to Mao Xian, who was watching Black Cat Detective, and said, tomorrow, you will host the leaders of the desert tribes. I need to go to the Central City to open a branch. Mao Xian looked a bit unhappy and stopped watching the cartoon. He turned around and stared at Su Li intently. Are you coming back? Su Li understood that Mao Xian was asking, are you planning to go straight back to your world from the Central City? She paused, surprised that Mao Xian would ask this. Recently, after spending time with Mao Xian, they had become friends, one person and one cat. Sometimes at night, the little black cat would sneak into her bed, push the dog to the corner, and sleep with her. All these moments made her almost forget that Mao Xian was the only one on this continent who clearly knew she was from another world. Although she often transformed into a little black cat and meowed in front of him, she was actually a mysterious priestess of the cat tribe, over 100 years old, with divine powers that could understand everything. Originally, Su Li didn't plan to return to the Woi Forest. After experiencing the end of the world, she became much colder. Besides her family, She didn't like forming emotional bonds with others. Building feelings meant risking betrayal, and betrayal could cost her life. But when she heard Mao Xian ask and saw the look of reluctant affection in his eyes, she changed her answer. Of course I will come back. I came from here, so I will leave from here. When I go to the central city, I won't bring the Black Panther. Can you take care of it for a few days? Mao Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since you have things to do, as a friend, I will watch over that stinky dog and make sure it doesn't get eaten by wild animals. As the smartest beast man in the cat tribe, Mao Xian was actually lonely. Her wisdom surpassed all her fellow beastmen. All the cat beastmen respected her, but she had no friends in the tribe. To be precise, no beastman had the wisdom to become a priestess and be her friend. Her thoughts were on a different level. But after Su Li arrived here, perhaps because modern society is more advanced than the Beast World continent, and because of her Chinese heritage, Mao Xian saw that this small female, who didn't look like a beast, possessed wisdom that could match her own. Although Su Li couldn't communicate with the beast god or cast spells and totems, she had a kind of wisdom that the Beast World continent lacked. So she considered her a friend. She knew Su Li would leave someday, but she still felt a little sad. That night, Su Li slept while holding the little black cat. The dog looked at Su Li sadly and whined a few times. Seeing that her owner was not softening, it could only sadly curl up in its dog bed at Su Li's feet. The usually aloof little black cat kept talking about life in the animal world and its experiences over the past 100 years. Su Li then learned that the lifespan of beastmen should be quite long, generally over 100 years. However, due to hunger, cold, and illness, many beastmen don't live past 50 years. Only priests like Cat Xian, who are protected by their tribes, or beastmen with special abilities, can live beyond 100 years. That's why they exchange their tribe's rare plants and animals, as well as mystery box shops, for food and winter clothes. The next morning, after waking up, Su Li went to the mystery box shop. After instructing Cat Xian and Leopard Little Flower, she set out with the beastmen Hu Wei and Zhu Yu. This time, Su Li chose a motorcycle as her transportation. There is fuel in the system space, so she didn't worry about running out halfway. Actually, Su Li preferred a car because it's more comfortable to sit in. But the roads in the beast world are too narrow for cars, so they can't pass. She had to choose a motorcycle, which is small and fast. Without hesitation, Su Li rode the motorcycle herself, with Zhu Yu and Hu Wei sitting on the back. Fortunately, it was a large motorcycle so they could squeeze in. Su Li learned to ride a motorcycle back in high school. At that time, she thought riding a big motorcycle was cool, so she got a license. After the apocalypse, she hadn't ridden for years. When she sat on the motorcycle again, holding the handlebar, she felt the urge to speed. But since there was a pregnant woman behind her, she restrained herself and tried to ride smoothly toward the central city. Although she didn't speed, Su Li's pace was still quick. The wind blew her hair back, hitting Zhu Yu's face. Zhu Yu didn't mind and even started talking to Su Li. Boss Su, once the mystery box shop opens branches in the central city, can I sign a contract with you? He didn't make the decision on a whim. He had thought about it for a long time. Everything in the blind box shop was new and exciting. He didn't care much about the coins they gave each season. What mattered to him was that he had a lot of fun during his time there. After becoming an employee, he could also live in the dormitory. Everything in the dorm was so amazing, and he learned a lot from the TV there. Once, when the popular soap opera by Mao Xian didn't air for a night, she went to bed early, and he watched TV alone. He saw that the TV also showed their black and white creatures, but those creatures were called pandas. He even learned many important tips about caring for panda cubs. He hadn't told Su Li that he also wanted to sign a contract because he didn't know Su Li planned to open a branch in the central city. Woi Forest was still too far from the central city. Now that Su Li was really going to open a branch there, he felt it was time to speak up. Su Li didn't expect him to give up being the young master of the city lord's family and insist on working at the blind box shop. However, Zhu Yu was familiar with the central city, and with him there, it would be easier to promote the shop. The local beastmen didn't dare to cause trouble for the shop either. So Su Li didn't refuse, Alright, then you and Hu Wei will be responsible for this blind box shop in the central city. She then turned to Hu Wei. Did you tell your parents about going to the central city this time? Hu Wei sat at the back of the motorcycle. He replied, Yes, I told them. My parents are very happy that I became an employee at the blind box shop. After helping Su Li with a tea on fruit matter, Su Li told him to pick some useful items from the shop. This time, he didn't choose for himself, but picked a big bed for his parents. His parents were very pleased. Even his mother, who was usually very strict, praised him for growing up. In the rush of the motorcycle, they quickly arrived at the central city. Once there, Su Li realized why this place could become the #1 city on the Beast World continent. Unlike the Beast Men in Woi Forest, the Beast Men in the central city didn't live in caves. Instead, they lived in houses built with an unknown white stone. The houses looked crooked and uneven, but they didn't shake and seemed quite stable. It's a mystery how the Beast Men managed to build them. Tiger Wei looked straight ahead, feeling like a villager entering the city. But then he remembered that the first blind box shop was in the Woi Forest. This made Tiger Wei feel proud that, even though they live in caves, Woi Forest is still a wonderful place. Zhu Yu cheerfully led the two of them toward the biggest white buildings in the city center. Before they even entered, they saw a female beast man standing at the door. Zhu Yu stopped, and Su Li and Tiger Wei also paused. The female beast man at the front noticed Zhu Yu and happily greeted her. Zhu Yu, you're finally back. She pouted unhappily, looking cute and delicate, and said, I knew you were in the city center. Your parents said you ran away from home. When Zhu Yu saw her, her eyes flashed with pain, affection, and longing. Her feelings were complicated, but her face remained cold as she asked, Hi you, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with that crying fish who can't leave you? TSK, listen to that, it sounds a bit sour. Su Li looked at the girl in front of her, guessing she was probably the new queen of the sea tribe who had given Zhu Yu a pregnancy fruit, made him pregnant, and then moved on to someone else. Hearing she was the sea tribe queen, and knowing her series of manipulative actions, Su Li imagined her as a confident woman with big, wavy lips. The kind of woman who makes men crazy for her, but she doesn't care. She can toy with several men at once, like a queen. But the woman in front of her surprised her. She didn't look like a confident woman at all, but rather like a cute little white rabbit. Her voice was soft and sweet, making it hard to dislike her even if you knew she was a manipulative woman. Su Li became curious about what the sea tribe queen's beast form might be. Maybe a cute sea rabbit? She decided to ask Zhu Yu when she had time. The adorable sea tribe queen, Hayu Tian, said sweetly, I came to find you. You're pregnant with my child. How could I abandon you? I will definitely bring you back to the sea tribe village to take good care of you, Zhu Yu asked her. Take care of me? What about that fish? Knowing the cunning of that fish, once he found out Hayu wanted to bring him back to the sea tribe village, he would probably respond with some clever words. He learned that word from watching TV. Sure enough, I heard Hayu praise, Fish Shui is very sensible. He also urged me to bring you back early. He said he would take care of you after you give birth. Zhu Yu, come back to the Hai Clan village with me. Once you get to know Fish Shui, you'll definitely get along peacefully with him. We grew up together. I like the same person you like, so you'll probably like him too. Zhu Yu closed his eyes in anger. Long ago, when this woman started liking someone else, he already knew she was fickle and flirtatious. But seeing her come to find him, he still held a little hope. Maybe she had already seen through the fish's scheming and decided to be with only him in the future? He didn't expect it to turn out like this. She wanted both males. Although in the beast world, it's normal for capable females to have multiple beast partners, Zhu Yu always believed in one male and one female for life. He couldn't accept sharing his partner with someone else. So he turned cold and said, Go away. We want different things. I don't like the beast you like. Su Li was originally just watching, worried that her employee might suddenly leave after she got involved. Unexpectedly, this sea queen was truly unfaithful. From her understanding of Zhu Yu over this time, he must have completely given up. Sigh, she just wanted to run a simple shop, but now she's caught up in such a tragic love story. Sista muttered, I see you're really enjoying watching this. Jiyu turned and led Su Li into his house. Haiyu still wanted to follow inside, but she was stopped by Zhu Yu's warning. If you dare come in, I'll make sure you never find me again. She was so scared she stopped in her tracks. When they were far enough from the door, Su Li curiously asked Zhu Yu, "What is Haiyu's beast form?" Zhu Yu didn't know why Su Li asked, but he still answered, "She's a black and white beast, called a orca." Su Li's eyes widened. The cute, adorable girl beast form turned out to be a marine orca. It just shows, as expected in the beast world. She silently complained in her mind, "Wow, the giant panda in this beast world actually fell in love with an orca." Remember, these two are top tier in land and sea combat power. No wonder it's a tragic love story. The system remains blunt and straightforward. The main issue is that the giant panda is really unfortunate. As a male, he not only fathered a child but also was betrayed. It's truly embarrassing for our national treasure. Su Li hadn't thought about this aspect before, but hearing the system say it, she nodded in agreement. Although it was true, she couldn't help but defend the giant panda a little. No matter where they are, regardless of gender, people who give their sincere feelings shouldn't be mocked. The ones who should be mocked are those who betray true feelings and are unfaithful. Su Li followed Jiyu across the yard to a big house. When the two giant pandas, holding bamboo and munching, saw their child return, they immediately stopped eating and turned into human form. The panda mother quickly stepped forward and held her child's hand. "Where did you go? You didn't even tell us." Zhu Yu had only left a message with a beast man from his tribe for his parents. He said he wanted to go out for a walk and that they shouldn't worry about him. The panda father was much calmer. "It's good you're back. Don't think too much. If you want to find another beast man to be your partner in the future, your parents support you. If you don't want to, then stay with us and raise the cub. Right now, we just hope the baby in your belly is a panda cub." The panda mother felt quite guilty. She was friends with Haiyu's mother, and often took Zhu Yu to the Sea Tribe's village when they were young. Their children's names were even homophones. They grew up as childhood sweethearts, almost ready to form a pair. But Haiyu's mother was injured during a hunt and passed away shortly after returning. Haiyu hurriedly took over as the tribe's queen, but during the ceremony, she fell for a fish beast man from the Sea Tribe. If she had known their children would end up like this, she wished she hadn't introduced them at all. The panda mother asked Jiyu, "Has Haiyu been visiting our home recently? Did you meet her when you returned?" Watching her own child grow up, she didn't want to say anything too harsh. But she was upset because she had hurt her own child and still held a grudge against Haiyu. So, whenever Haiyu came over, she would only coldly say that Zhu Yu wasn't home. Zhu Yu nodded and changed the subject. "Let's not talk about her." "Father, mother, this is a friend I met in the Woi forest." He pointed to Su Li and Hu Wei. "This is Su Li, and this is Hu Wei. During the time I was away from home, Su Li took care of me. She even gave me free milk to drink, which was very tasty." Su Li opened a blind box shop in the Woi forest, a place for trading. It has many good items inside. This time, she came to open a branch in the central city. "Once it opens, I will be an employee there and need to work." The panda couple didn't understand what work was. They carefully looked at Su Li and Hu Wei. At first, they thought Su Li was a young female that Jiu Xian liked. They were happy that their son was finally moving on. But now it seemed they were wrong. Oh well, no rush. With enough time, their son would eventually move on. They warmly greeted their son's friends. "Are you setting up a stall? Since Central City is busy, we know a good place. Let's go take a look." Su Li explained, "It's not a stall. I want to open a store, a fixed one. Do you think there's any open space near the panda tribe?" As expected of the leaders of Central City, the panda couple quickly found a good spot for her. It was an empty lot on the way to the bamboo forest. This place usually has a lot of people passing by, especially when panda beastmen go to eat. Other beastmen living in the bamboo forest also pass through here. Su Li and her system thought this was a good location. Without hesitation, they decided to open the first branch of the Beast World store here. "System, start now," she said. Thinking about it, she worried, the branch can't still be a thatched hut. Should we upgrade it little by little? The system laughed at her worried face. Don't worry. When the branch opens, it will be the same size as the first store. And future upgrades will happen together.
Sully felt relieved.
Soon, the panda family and Hui saw a small 3-story building appear out of nowhere. The building's walls were transparent, showing shelves full of items and magical products inside. On top of the building, there was a sign with some unfamiliar drawings. The sign actually read Beast World Blind Box Store Number 2, but they couldn't read the characters. Behind the building, there was a dormitory that looked exactly like the one for Store Number 1. After Sully explained how to use the equipment in the dormitory to Hui and Juyu, everyone went to the blind box shop. Like the first shop, the second blind box shop also has 10 self-service trading machines. Juyu and Hui are familiar with these machines. Their future job is to guide the visiting beastmen on how to use the machines and help them complete transactions. At this moment, a mechanical voice from the system sounded inside the shop. Congratulations, the host has completed the first world, Beast World Continent Trading Mission. At the same time, fireworks sounds echoed in Sully's mind, and fireworks bloomed across the system panel. Reward: 1 million system coins. Please check your reward. Reward: a scratch card for the system. Would you like to draw now?
Sully chose no.
She was feeling quite excited and didn't want anything too stimulating right now. If she got a very good prize, she was afraid she might faint from happiness. If she got a bad prize, she was afraid she might faint from anger. Congratulations, the trading channel between Blue Star and Beast World Continent is now open. You can freely travel between the two worlds during non-mission times. Sully was more concerned and asked, "Can I bring others to Beast World in the future?" The system smiled and said, "Yes, host. Not only this world, but you can also take people to other worlds." Before she could be happy, the system continued, "Whether you can bring others or not depends on whether the mission is successful and whether you have enough system coins." Sully understood. It all came down to one thing: money. This stingy system. Sully asked, "Just tell me, how much do I need to pay to take people across worlds?" The system replied, 1,000 system coins per person for open worlds and 10,000 coins per person for closed worlds. The prices are fair and honest, dear. Sully looked in disbelief. Fair prices? Why don't you go rob someone? Considering her recent mission upgrades and the system coins accumulated from previous trades, she had less than 4 million coins in total. As more worlds open in the future, more people will need to travel between Blue Star and other worlds for trading. This small amount of money isn't enough to bring anyone along. The system thought its price was very fair. One pass can be used unlimited times. Do you think that's a good deal? Sully asked. What if I accidentally give the pass to someone with bad intentions and they do something harmful on Blue Star, then hide in another world? She knew the country would carefully review who to give the pass to, but human hearts are hard to read. Who can guarantee that a good person will always stay good? People's positions can change with their interests. The system asked, "What do you want to do?" Sully suggested, "We can update the registration information of the pass regularly. If the information isn't updated in time, the pass becomes invalid. The holder will be sent back immediately, no matter which world they are in. Invalid passes can be transferred to others after updating, without extra charge. What do you think? This way, she wouldn't waste her system coins on people who harm the country, and it would also serve as a warning to those who want to go to other worlds." The system thought, this woman is always trying to get more from the system, but since it was a pet system for its host, it agreed. After the second blind box shop opened in the central city, Sully's mission on the Beast World Continent was considered complete. At this point, she could return to Blue Star, but she wanted to wait until the blind box shop in Central City was stable before leaving. Thanks to Juyu's connections, she exchanged with the panda tribe for the ability fruit and the ability fruit tree she had longed for since arriving on the Beast World Continent. The ability fruit tree is very rare. The panda tribe didn't have many either, otherwise, the Beast World would already be full of ability users. Sully only managed to get 10 trees and 100 fruits. According to Juyu's adoptive parents, eating the ability fruit has only a small chance to awaken an ability. And what kind of ability is awakened is completely unpredictable. For example, Zhu Yu's family. Only Zhu Yu and her mother awakened abilities. Zhu Yu's ability is to hide her aura, and her mother has a wood-type ability. The panda's bamboo forests were planted using Zhu Yu's mother's ability. Because of their friendship with the merfolk tribe, when Zhu Yu was very young, her mother gave her an ability fruit. Haiyu's awakening ability is space power. Considering that Zhu Yu's mother has wood-type abilities, Su Li chose not to trade food, salt, or warm clothing with the central city, which both cat and dog tribes like. The orcs in the central city live much better than those in the Woi forest, and they generally have enough to eat. So, Su Li gave them many seeds of fruits and vegetables from Blue Star. The first she offered was apple seeds. Previously, when Zhu Yu was in Woi forest, Su Li had given him an apple to eat. Zhu Yu, a panda, ate it happily, shaking his head with joy. At first, Su Li was worried that apple seeds, taken from the core, might be hard to grow into trees. But Zhu Yu's mother held the seeds in her hand, used her abilities to activate them, and quickly, the seeds turned into a small sapling. She transplanted the sapling at her door, so she could give it some of her abilities whenever she had free time. This way, they could enjoy fresh apples sooner. After seeing Zhu Yu's mother's skill, Su Li decided to trade using seeds. Of course, the trade also included Panda's favorite milk in a bowl. Su Li found that among the many dairy products in the blind box shop, Pandas liked a particularly sweet kind of milk. When poured into a bowl, it became bowl milk. After completing the trade for the fruit trees, Su Li wanted to visit the Sea Tribe village, as she was also eager for their fruit and water-repelling beads. But the problem was, her employee Zhu Yu knew the Sea Tribe village very well. However, he had a complicated past with the Sea Queen. Su Li felt shy to ask him about it. Although she loved gossip, she wouldn't hurt others' feelings or add salt to their wounds. While she was hesitating about how to approach the Sea Tribe without hurting Zhu Yu, Haiyu herself came to her doorstep. Zhu Yu is now an employee at the Central City Blind Box Shop. He mostly lives in the staff dormitory, but since his workplace is close to home, he sometimes stays there. Especially when he opens some fun blind boxes, he takes them home to his parents. This led Haiyu, who had been watching Zhu Yu's house, to follow him. She followed Zhu Yu all the way to the blind box shop. What surprised Su Li was that, even though the tiger whale queen was at Zhu Yu's house last time, she didn't notice her. After entering the blind box shop, something strange happened. The orca suddenly noticed the shop owner. It kept staying close to her all day, even neglecting to win back its beloved Zhu Yu. Does the orca like playing this game with humans? Is this rule only useful on Blue Star, or does it work in the animal world too? Never mind, I won't think about it. Since the orca came to her door, she might as well take advantage of it. What she didn't know was that last time at Zhu Yu's house, Haiyu only wanted to win back his childhood friend, and didn't notice her at all. Now, at the blind box shop, seeing her as the owner, he immediately liked her a lot, and wanted to go closer and get close. Su Li wondered what kind of things the beast men of the ocean tribe would like. She thought for a long time but had no good ideas, so she decided to take the orca queen to the seafood section. Let's try it, and see if the orca from the ocean beast world on Blue Star likes to eat seafood.
Su Li was a bit nervous.
The orcas she saw in documentaries were very picky eaters. They would kill sharks just to eat their hearts and livers, which scared the sharks so much they moved away overnight. But she didn't expect that the orca queen would walk into the blind box section in the seafood area. The first seafood blind box Haiyu opened was a slice of salmon. The orca queen ate it all in a few bites. Then, suddenly, her eyes lit up. She thought, "This is so delicious. It's much better than the fish I usually catch in the sea." She opened another box, which contained top-quality abalone. Although it was quite big, it wasn't enough to fill her teeth. Haiyu kept eating seafood in the seafood section, unable to stop, especially because each time, she didn't know what she was going to get, and the surprise made it so exciting. After eating seafood, she had to pay. Su Li took Haiyu to the most expensive seafood area, full of top-grade seafood. Haiyu was generous. With a wave of her hand, various colored gems appeared out of nowhere in front of Su Li. They were the same large, dazzling gems as those Zhu Yu had given before. Besides gems, There were dozens of water-repelling beads. The water-repelling beads are transparent and not very big. Wearing them allows one to walk and live freely in the sea. Su Li remembered Zhu Yu saying that these beads are made from shells raised by sea beast men, a special kind of pearl. Among all these treasures, pearls were the most numerous. The white, pink, black, and gold items were each bigger and shinier than the last. Su Li suddenly felt like she had struck it rich. However, as she looked at the pile of white objects that looked like stones, she became confused. What are these? Why do they smell so nice? After smelling them, her whole heart felt calm. She didn't recognize these things, so she asked the system, "System, what are these?" The system chuckled mischievously. "Hee, they are ambergris." Su Li cheered inside. "I heard it's very valuable. I hit the jackpot." The system added, "It's the ore secretions of a whale." Su Li froze in shock, realizing she was quite uninformed. "Memories in my mind are all about growing up with Zhu Yu. Now, I just want to get Zhu Yu back, but he doesn't pay much attention to me." "Sigh, take it slow." Seeing Su Li curious about the pregnancy fruit, Hayu told her, "The pregnancy fruit is a type of large seaweed fruit that grows underwater. The fruit has two halves, the female half is green, and the male half is purple. Just eating the female half can make any beast person, male or female, become pregnant." Su Li understood and said to Hayu, "I want to trade for a pregnancy fruit with you." Hayu glanced at the blind box shop and said, "What do you have to trade?" "The things I gave you earlier are enough to buy anything in the shop. Our sea tribe usually doesn't trade pregnancy fruits with other tribes. They are kept for those beast people in our tribe who want to have babies but can't. Pregnancy fruits help keep our tribe's population steady. They usually only give a fruit to close friends, never trading them." Su Li didn't expect this fierce-looking orca, who often acts romantic and seems to like her, to suddenly show the dignity of a tribe queen. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone because what you see might just be the side they want you to see. Su Li took Hayu to an open space and waved her hand. Suddenly, a beautiful, large object appeared. It's a cruise ship. Hayu looked at Su Li in shock. "You also have space powers? Did you eat a space ability fruit?" Su Li shook her head and didn't explain much. "Not a space ability fruit, but I have space. Look, can I trade this for the pregnancy fruit? This is a cruise ship that can sail on the sea, like a palace in the ocean. What do you think? Does it suit your queen status?" This cruise ship was her most valuable item she brought along. The country worried she might end up in the ocean world, so they prepared this for emergencies. But in the end, she used it for trading. She couldn't help it. She really wanted the pregnancy fruit. No matter which world you're in, some people don't want to have children but end up pregnant by accident. And others want children so badly that they suffer many hardships, but still can't conceive. So, pregnancy fruits are always in demand, no matter the world. Hayu is really interested in the large cruise ship, but she clearly states, "I can give you a few pregnant fruit giant algae, but I need to warn you. Once the pregnant fruit leaves the sea area where our tribe lives, the fruit can only make those who already have the ability to conceive become pregnant." Su Li, what do you mean? So, the pregnant fruit grown elsewhere can't make males pregnant. She feels a bit disappointed. Hayu, not exactly, if the males are from a species that can reproduce. For example, in our ocean, seahorses can also get pregnant from the pregnant fruit. Su Li understands now. So, the pregnant fruit on Blue Star can only make females pregnant. If males from other worlds can get pregnant, then the pregnant fruit can also make them pregnant. Although the effect is slightly weaker, Su Li doesn't refuse. "All right, let's trade." This time, Hayu didn't bring any pregnant fruit or plants with her. Who carries that around? She's not a fertility goddess. After learning how to operate the large cruise ship with Su Li, Hayu took the ship back to the sea. She went to get the 10 pregnant fruit giant algae she traded for. After receiving the algae, Su Li planned to return to the Woi forest and say goodbye to Mao Xian. Then, she would pick up her Black Panther and go back to Blue Star. Before leaving the central city, she told Hu Wei and Zhu Yu about her background. She also mentioned that people from Blue Star might come again in the future. If those people want to trade something, they should help out. Of course, Hu Wei and Zhu Yu can also ask for anything they want to trade. Don't be shy. Recently, Hu Wei and Zhu have learned a lot from TV. When they heard Suli say she's from another world, they weren't very surprised. On the way back to Wei Forest, Suli rode her motorcycle at full speed. She didn't worry about others. Her speed was especially fast. When she arrived at the blind box shop, it was already evening, and the shop was closed. She went straight back to her dorm. It seemed they didn't expect her to come back suddenly. The little black cat and the small leopard looked a bit stunned. Suli sat on the sofa and listened to them talk about what happened at the blind box shop while she was away. After watching TV for a while, Suli suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Mao Xian looked up at her. "Will you come back?" Little Leopard Flower looked at her with teary eyes. "Where are you going, shop owner?" Suli gently touched the pink paw pads of the black cat. "I will come to see you when I have free time. But my world is about to face a big disaster, so I must go back." She then looked at Little Leopard Flower and confessed, "I come from another world." After explaining, Suli reminded them, "In the future, others from my world might come to the Beast World continent. Please help take care of them. When I leave, you too must run the blind box shop well. The shop has a protective shield. If anyone comes to bully you, and you can't fight back, just hide inside. There's enough food inside to last you a long time." Mysterious Cat pouted playfully. All right, let's go." "You're so naggy." Seeing her stubborn yet reluctant expression, Suli smiled and bent down to pick up her little dog. This time, she must watch the dog carefully and not leave it behind in the beast world. The Black Panther curled up obediently in her arms, not resisting. Suli carried it outside the dorm. At this moment, near the woods, a space-time vortex had appeared at the blind box shop. The vortex looked especially mysterious under the glow of several bright moons in the beast world. It was a portal to the Blue Star universe. Suli warned Mysterious Cat, "If more people from Blue Star come in the future, they will also come out from here. Please keep an eye on it." After saying that, she waved goodbye, hugged her dog, and stepped through the portal. Su Dad explained to Suli, "Xiao probably went outside the space to report to Leader Lei. His task is to stay at the gate of the dimension every day and wait for your return." Suli nodded and first went back to the small 7-story building with her parents. Now, the small building no longer looked empty and deserted. Su Dad and Su Mom had added many pieces of furniture inside. Because farming on the black land outside requires electricity, the space is equipped with solar power devices and related equipment. Even the small building has electricity. The interior of the small building looks quite similar to her home in City X. She didn't have time to chat much with her parents or reminisce. After putting down her dog, Suli quickly stepped out of the space. As soon as she exited, she saw Lei Dinghua rushing over. Behind him was Xiao, who came to deliver a report. Suli held her head up proudly and saluted. "Reporting to the leader, the trading mission has been completed. May I ask if I should give a report now?" Lei Dinghua also returned a salute. "Comrade Su, thank you for your hard work. First, unload the items you traded from the other world onto the square." Yes, the place where Suli exited the space is the same square where she entered. Next to it is the dimension gate connecting Blue Star and the space, with many soldiers coming and going. Suli was about to have the system release all the plants and animals traded from the Beast World continent when she suddenly thought of a question. "Leader, there shouldn't be any unknown viruses in the Beast World continent, right? Otherwise, before the end of the world arrives, Blue Star might be invaded by viruses from the Beast World, and I would become a forever sinner. It's known that astronauts returning from space need to quarantine for a period of time." The system's mechanical voice sounded somewhat helpless. "Don't worry. These items are all taken from the system space. Any viruses will be thoroughly eliminated." Suli remembered the system space she saw when checking the goods before returning, where the items were neatly organized in grid-like compartments, like game inventory slots. She believed her storage expert, Leader Tong, who loved tidiness and cleanliness, would never tolerate viruses surviving inside his backpack. So she ordered the system, "Take everything out." Dinghua Li suddenly saw a flash, and the square in front of him was filled with objects. Among these items were valuable treasures like gemstones, pearls, and gold, as well as some plants and fruits whose types he couldn't recognize. But that wasn't all. There were also so many sheep. It looked like there were hundreds of them. He was a bit confused. Were these sheep? They looked very similar to the sheep on our planet. Just as Dingwali was wondering, one sheep in the flock suddenly made a loud bang sound. It dropped something heavy like a weight. It hit the cement ground of the square and made a flower shaped. Even though Dingwali had seen many strange things, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Little, who was behind him, also exclaimed in amazement. Suli found it a bit funny and gave a simple explanation. This is an iron-stomached sheep. It looks like the sheep on our planet, but they are completely different. This kind of sheep eats stones and produces metal. Dingwali nodded, then suddenly remembered he hadn't asked Suli what kind of world they had visited this time. But to avoid Suli having to explain again later, he decided to wait until they reached the meeting room. He told Suli, "I've already asked the new research institute to come and collect these items. Once they arrive, we'll go to the meeting room." Then he also instructed Little to stay inside the space to guard the portal to that world. He asked Suli nervously, "Are you sure the people from the other world won't come through the space portal?" Suli replied, "Don't worry, the system is strict. No one can sneak through for free." When the researchers arrived, they registered and counted everything carefully. Some even used cameras to take photos and keep records. After the research team packed up the items from the beast world, Suli and Dingwali went to the meeting room. The top leader was already there, along with several other national leaders. Before reporting their findings, Suli asked, "How long was I gone this time?" She also didn't have time to ask her parents when she returned to the small building. She only remembered during unloading. During the crossing, she could bring her phone, but she just looked at it briefly. The time on her phone still showed the day she left. The system explained that this was because the flow of time between the two worlds was different. The product of the Blue Star, the mobile phone, cannot synchronize or update the time across different worlds. Lei Dingwa replied, "Only 3 days have passed here." "How long has it been in the other world?" Suli was surprised and raised her voice a few degrees. "Only 3 days?" In the Beast World continent, she had already experienced 3 months. From the hot season when she first arrived, it had now shifted to the windy season. Thinking of this, she reported to the leaders, "I went to a Beast World dimension. They don't have months there. I was there for 1 season, which is about 3 months." The senior leader nodded to show he understood. "It seems, as those physicists said, that the times in the two worlds are not synchronized." Lei Dingwa continued, "If everything goes as in your previous life, the end of the world will happen in 3 days. Suli's face looked a bit serious. "Yes, the end of the world is in 3 days. The first disaster is extreme heat. Even though it is winter, the temperature unexpectedly rose above 50 degrees Celsius. Although recent years have seen unusual climate changes, with generally hotter weather worldwide, and the glaciers at both poles nearly melted away, this temperature is still too extreme." Of course, in her previous life, people didn't just see the temperature rising to 50 degrees Celsius as the start of the end of the world. There was another reason. Zombies would outbreak in 3 days. Before the zombies fully appeared, there were signs. Foreign news reported that some people were going crazy in the streets. But these reports were dismissed as rabies or mental illness. No one paid much attention until large-scale incidents of cannibalism broke out worldwide. On the first day of the end of the world, the internet was still working. People from different countries asked online what to do if they encountered zombies, or why their relatives and friends were biting others. Eventually, everyone accepted the reality and started calling infected loved ones zombies. Countries around the world tried to respond. But with the extreme heat and zombies, civilization soon collapsed. First, water and electricity were cut off, and people began to fight for survival. The Chinese government continued to help its people and set up bases in major cities. However, faced with the sudden outbreak of multiple disasters, the country was caught off guard and helpless. Still, it couldn't prevent the occurrence of many casualties. Regarding the upcoming end-of-the-world scenario, Lei Dingwa briefly explained the country's plans to Suli. In short, they plan to stockpile as much water as possible before the extreme heat arrives. This water can be stored in Suli's space. When the heat hits, the space won't be affected by the outside climate and the water won't evaporate. When the outside water runs out, they can take the stored water from the space for use. Recently, the country has been working hard to purify water in rivers and lakes. Even seawater purification has been added to the schedule. The more water they save, the better. Suli thought about the extreme heat disaster in her previous life. Although it lasted only half a year, it was nothing compared to the later floods. But people really can't survive without water. Under continuous high temperatures, many eventually had no water to drink. Some wicked people, even others, killed them and drank their blood to quench their thirst. Scenes like that are truly horrifying to see even once. In this life, with the country's early preparations, such terrifying scenes are unlikely to happen again. Moreover, there are the heavenly fruits brought back from the beast world. Thinking of the heavenly fruits, Su Li immediately introduced this magical fruit to everyone. However, since she had just sent the items brought from the beast world to the research institute, she could only give a verbal description to the leaders. She summarized simply, "Heavenly fruits are very high in water content, kind of like coconuts on Blue Star, but eating one can make a person feel thirsty-free all day." There are only 3 days left before the extreme heat arrives. How to make the heavenly fruit trees produce enough fruit in such a short time is now the researchers' problem.
Lei Dingwo chuckled loudly.
"You're such an honest kid. Didn't we agree that you would keep 10% of what you bring back for yourself? From now on, you should deduct your 10% first before handing over the rest. Otherwise, after the Research Institute finishes counting, you'll have to go get it, which is quite troublesome." The senior leader also smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao Su, those are what you deserve. In the future, when trading with other worlds, you can choose first. After you select, give the rest to the country." "All right," Su Li nodded obediently. Actually, she was thinking of handing everything over first to see what the country needed most. She could take 10% from the items that weren't urgently needed by the country. But since the leaders said so, she wouldn't be too polite. However, she knew her limits. She wouldn't privately keep many items that were truly useful to the country. Talking about the heavenly fruit, Su Li reported to the leaders about her trip to the Beast World continent. She explained the kind of tasks given by the system, what the beast men on the beast world are like, and how she traded with the tribes there. Hearing about the rare and useful fruit, the leaders couldn't hide their happiness. Even though the chance of awakening special abilities was low, having such items would make dealing with zombies without powers much easier. When Su Li mentioned selling the only large cruise ship she brought back from the beast world, the leaders said, "No problem. Next time, bring a few more from other worlds." Regarding how to handle the items Su Li brought back from the beast world, after discussion, everyone agreed to send them all to the Research Institute for now. Let the scientists see how to grow them and get them to bear fruit quickly. In the early stages of a disaster, many resources won't be scarce, giving the plants from the beast world some time to grow. Once the stored food and water are used up, these fruits should be ready to harvest. Then they can be distributed to the people. Moreover, not all the plants from the beast world can be used to fight the disaster. Some should be kept for Su Li to take to other worlds for trading. After discussing how to distribute and handle the items from the beast world, everyone also talked about the possibility of sending people from China to stay long-term in the beast world. Su Li currently has about 3 million system coins. She doesn't understand why, after so many big purchases in the beast world, her system coins are still so few. Considering she might need to bring people to the next world, and since worlds without a trading channel cost 100,000 coins per person. Considering she also needs to save some emergency funds for herself, in case she has to buy a shop in the next world or encounter a situation where she needs to purchase space-folding technology, money is needed everywhere. Although each pass to the beast world costs only 10,000 system coins, she can't go too often. The group discussed loudly for a long time. Finally, the top leader made the decision. Let's send only 10 people to the beast world for now. Each of their branches can have one person stationed there, and these two can help their friends build their continent. The remaining 8 people will be divided into 2 teams. One team will deliver supplies from us to the beast world, and the other will transport items from the beast world back to our Huagua. As for the beast world, everyone currently agrees not to let the Beastmen come to Blue Star for now, since Blue Star is about to face natural disasters and zombie outbreaks. It's a chaotic time on Blue Star, not suitable for hosting friends from other worlds. Once things stabilize, they will welcome friends from other worlds. For now, the pass to the Beast world only costs 100,000 system coins, which Suli finds acceptable. The others agree without objection. The top leader's guards immediately went to find a squad of soldiers. Within half an hour, Su Li and the others' meeting was still ongoing. The 10 soldiers responsible for the Beast World trade arrived at the conference room. When they learned they would be going on missions to other worlds, the 10 soldiers looked shocked and disbelieving. So, it turns out our country is secretly contacting aliens? They had previously misunderstood the Eagle team. It seems they didn't have the ability to secretly communicate with aliens. Now, they also have to contribute to this alien contact mission. What incredible luck! Without hesitation, anyone who disagrees is considered foolish. All 10 soldiers agreed. They could leave immediately, with nothing to prepare. As top all-rounders in the military, they can survive in any environment. The team leader among the 10 asked the top leader confidently, with a lively tone, "Should we leave now? Please give your instructions." His small team has completed many special missions and received numerous awards. Therefore, even when facing high-ranking leaders, he remains fearless. Watching them eagerly wish they could grow wings and fly away from Blue Star, Ladingwa chuckled and said, "You little brats, what? Think you're ready to fly now?" Then he looked at Su Li and said, "Little Su, quickly get their passes." Immediately, the 10 soldiers turned around together, their eyes shining as they looked at Su Li. Actually, when they first arrived, they noticed that this young girl among the leaders was a bit too youthful. But out of complete obedience to orders and not asking questions, they ignored it. Now they realize that their crossing to this world is connected to this beautiful girl. Suli suddenly felt the hopeful gazes of these soldiers fixed on her, and she started to feel nervous. Suli used 100,000 system coins in the system shop to buy 10 passes. The 10 soldiers received their passes and listened as Suli explained the details of the Beast World Continent blind box shop and who they could find there. The leader's guard took them to the space portal connecting to the Beast World Continent. Watching their figures leave the meeting room, Suli let out a sigh of relief. She was under the sharp, determined gazes of so many people. Honestly, for anyone it was a test. It made her wonder if she had done something wrong or illegal. In the space, at the portal to the Beast World Continent, when the guard saw so many people approaching, he was confused. Wasn't Comrade Su Li just here a moment ago? Had they not received the message? But then he heard the guard say that these 10 people were going to the Beast World Continent, and he almost envied them. He thought just guarding this portal was enough to make others jealous. But now, a group capable of crossing worlds had arrived. Looking at the shoulder badges of the 10, Xiao realized he couldn't compare. People really do make you angry. He could only watch as the team disappeared into the space vortex. The leader's guard was Lu Hai, a slightly chubby, kind-looking young man. He patted Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Take good care of it. When he has the chance in the future, he also wants to visit other worlds." After the meeting, Suli was taken by Lei Dinghua to the Research Institute. The Research Institute is not far from the large square at the base. It was probably built with the idea that goods would need to be sent back and forth often, so the road is very wide, enough for 2 trucks to pass side by side. Su Li and the others walked there. At the entrance, Lei Dinghua asked Officer Yang to set up iris recognition for Su Li. From now on, she can just scan her iris to enter. The Research Institute has 2 parts, above ground and underground, connected internally. The above-ground part has 3 floors and the underground has 7, making a total of 10 floors. They took the elevator from the 1st floor directly down to the -7th floor. Lei Dinghua told her that if she brings back enough items from other worlds in the future, the institute might expand. The whole institute has a very sci-fi feel. The walls are made entirely of metal, with a cold, shiny look. Inside, there are many instruments and devices Su Li doesn't recognize. There are also many scientists in white coats walking around busy with their research. They are so immersed in their work that they didn't notice Su Li and the others entering. It was Officer Yang who contacted a small assistant at the institute responsible for cataloging the items brought back from the beast world. The assistant is a slim, fair-skinned girl. When she heard someone had arrived with items from the beast world, she quickly came forward to greet Su Li. She smiled warmly, her eyes shining. "You're just in time. We've counted all the items, but besides the gold, gems, pearls, and dragon saliva incense, most of the other things we don't recognize. Could you help us with a brief explanation? It will make our future research easier." At this moment, Lei Dinghua interrupted and said, "Each of these items, give 10% to little Su. That's the reward we agreed on earlier." The assistant clearly knew about this process in advance. She calmly replied, "Su's share has already been set aside in another room. She can go there and pick it up later." Afterward, the assistant followed Su Li closely, carefully listening as she explained each type of item brought back from the beast world. "This is the power Zhu fruit. You must never eat it. It only works when applied to the skin, and it can make people stronger. However, when planting this tree, you need to draw a special totem." As she spoke, she handed the blueprint of the power Zhu fruit tree's totem to her assistant. "I've already learned how to draw this totem. You can study it using this paper, and if anything goes wrong, come to me." The assistant patted her chest in relief.
Good thing.
A botanist almost tasted the fruit earlier because it looked so pretty, but luckily the director stopped him. Su Li rubbed her forehead helplessly. She should have come earlier. She had underestimated how excited scientists could get when facing something unknown. Next time, she would make sure to settle all the items brought back from the other world before reporting to the government. She continued, "This is the iron stomach sheep. It can pull metal. When raising them, you need to chant a spell, and the ground where they live should be quite firm." She handed the assistant a recorder containing the chant of the canine beast folk. "This one is the ability fruit. You can let soldiers try it. Eating it might awaken special powers, and even if it fails, it won't harm the body." After introducing everything she had brought back, Su Li's throat was dry. The assistant thoughtfully handed her a glass of water. After drinking, Su Li went on, "There are also some things I don't recognize. The beast folk traded them through the self-service exchange machine." She had just discovered that many of the traded items were unfamiliar to her. The beast folk could exchange certain goods for shell coins in the machine, then use those coins to buy mystery boxes. Because of this, some of the collected items were things even Su Li couldn't identify. A few plants might even be poisonous, so she could only leave them to the botanists for study. After finishing her explanations about the items from the beast world, Su Li planned to greet the researchers and get to know them, since they would need to work together often. But those research enthusiasts were already completely absorbed in studying the new materials from the beast world. So, after collecting her share of the beast world resources, Su Li left the lab with Lei Dinghua. She thought she could finally take a few days off. She had already made up her mind. In the next few days, she planned to stay in her small house in her space, enjoying the pampering from her parents, being served food and cared for easily. She would relax, play with her dog, and browse her phone. She checked if there had been any entertainment news since she left. Suddenly, she heard Lei Dinghua say, "Xiao Su, we've arranged a boxing coach, a shooting coach, and courses on flying planes and helicopters. Which one would you like to start with?" Su Li looked confused. "You never told me that as a middleman traveling between Blue Star and other worlds, I would need to be so talented." Even the recent obsession with Blue Star's internet system made her feel overwhelmed. Haha. "Host, why are you so unlucky? By the way, your variety shows, movies, and anime from Blue Star are really good. No wonder that little black cat can't stop watching. Please don't bother me when I have nothing to do. I want to swim in Blue Star's internet." This really hit Su Li's heart. Seeing how mischievous it was, Su Li was so jealous, she almost wanted to disconnect its network. But she couldn't do that. The system automatically connected to Blue Star's network, and she had no control over it. Seeing Su Li look distressed, Lei Dinghua sighed, realizing she was still a playful young person. Although she had experienced 3 years of apocalyptic chaos in her previous life, she looked serious when she first came to find him. Since arriving in the Beast World continent not long ago, she had become much more lively. It seemed that going out and seeing the world helped regulate her mood. He thought for a moment and said reasonably, "The world you went to this time is quite simple and honest, so you stayed safe without any trouble. But what about next time?" Lady Ingwa continued. "What if next time you go to a more dangerous world? You need to learn these survival skills to come back safely. There are so many people on Blue Star waiting for you." Su Li understood the reasoning. She didn't really want to refuse the training. But for someone like her, who is naturally lazy, the thought of endless training made her feel like she was Alice in Wonderland, overwhelmed and exhausted. This is Su Li's third day of special training, and also the first day before the apocalypse. During these 3 days, Su Li has managed her time very carefully. In the morning, she wakes up, washes up, and eats breakfast. Then, she begins combat training with the female Special Forces soldier. Although she spent 3 years fighting in the last world, Su Li only knows a little about fighting skills. But her fighting skills are very basic compared to a professional. When she first met the female soldier, she was asked to make the first move to see her skills. Su Li attacked with a strong punch, but there was no follow-up. The soldier was quick and precise, and Su Li fell to the ground, looking very awkward. The soldier training Su Li is named Chen Ling. Chen Ling looks gentle and elegant, with a calm and noble air. If she were in a TV drama, she could easily play the role of a noble queen. But Chen Ling has 2 big surprises. The first surprise is her personality doesn't match her appearance. She is a cute girl who talks in a sweet, repetitive way. For example, after knocking Su Li down, she quickly went to hold Su Li's hand, speaking softly. "Oh no, are you okay? It's all because my body reacts too fast. I can't control my mind. You must be in pain, right?" While saying this, she hugged Su Li and gently rubbed her back, which was turning blue from the fall. Su Li thought, "Oh no, I have goosebumps all over." The second surprise is her incredible fighting skills. Who would think that such a graceful-looking, cute girl could fight so fiercely and ruthlessly, even sneaky? Every move is deadly, without mercy. For example, when she was teaching Su Li, her main point was, when your opponent, whether male or female, is stronger or more skilled than you, don't fight head-on. Target their weak spots. You understand weak spots, right? Men are usually vulnerable in certain areas and women have more. While speaking, she suddenly moved quickly. Her hand reached from behind Su Li and pinched her chest.
Su Li froze.
Chen Ling. See, no matter if you're male or female, you tend to freeze up at this moment. That freeze is your chance. You should take the opportunity to defeat your enemy. Su Li, they probably froze because they didn't expect you to be so sneaky. At this moment, Su Li also understood why Chen Ling is the top Special Forces soldier. With such shamelessness, she could succeed at anything, even if she didn't become a Special Forces soldier. She also understood why Lei Dingwa looked a bit helpless when recommending Chen Ling. In the end, he sighed and patted her shoulder, saying, "Follow her and learn well. You might improve faster." Besides learning martial arts from Chen Ling in the morning, Chen Ling also teaches her shooting and flying training in the afternoon. The instructors are all Chen Ling. Chen Ling likes her student very much. Since she's from another world and the enemies are unknown, she is stricter in her teaching. But the young girl is willing to work hard. She doesn't complain when she falls or stumbles, just gets up and keeps practicing. Plus, Su Li has a natural talent for shooting. After familiarizing herself with the weapons, she can almost always hit the target directly. This makes Chen Ling very happy because she is also a sharpshooter herself. Seeing her disciple's talent, how could she not be pleased? However, being perfect in one area often means there might be flaws in others. When God opens a window for you, he might close a door somewhere else. This is the case with Su Li. Her sense of direction is so bad that it drives Chen Ling crazy. When flying a helicopter, Su Li sits in the pilot seat. Even though the helicopter tilts to the left, Chen Ling's instructions are to turn right, but Su Li keeps turning left. Chen Ling suspects that if she weren't sitting beside her watching, this girl might even flip the helicopter in the air. Su Li feels helpless too. Her sense of direction is weak to begin with. She's usually bad with directions, and being in the air makes her easily confused. She can't tell whether she's flying backwards or forwards. They've been training for 3 days, but Suli still shows no progress in flying the helicopter. Seeing this, Chunling is frustrated. She pats her chest and says, "What should I do if you can't fly like this?" "Oh, I'm so worried and anxious." Suli thought for a moment and realized she couldn't fly the plane herself. So she asked the system for help. "System, can you control this plane?" The surfing system responded impatiently. "There's no danger now, so why are you flying? When there's real danger, Brother Tong will take you flying. Stop wasting time here." Although the system's tone was a bit rude, its words made Suli feel reassured. Since that was the case, she could skip a class. The flying class was suddenly cancelled, giving Suli some free time. She lay on the sofa in her space house, petting her dog and scrolling through her phone. She clicked on Weibo and saw that the top trending topic was national notice, followed by a big, breaking character. The other trending topics were also a series of breaking headlines. She looked at them and found they all talked about the same thing. The notice basically said that recently, the country had been providing extra supplies. If people followed the previous instructions, now each family should have at least 6 months' worth of food and a month's worth of water. Next, the notice told citizens not to go outside starting tomorrow. If any family members had turned into zombies, they should be isolated. People could call 110 for police help to handle the situation. They could also handle it themselves but needed to avoid bites and scratches. After handling the zombies, their bodies should be handed over to the government for proper disposal. This was the first time the word zombie was directly used in a national notice. After all, the end of the world was only a few hours away, so it didn't matter anymore. By tomorrow morning, people would wake up to find the weather extremely hot, and some might have family members turned into zombies. In fact, some zombies had already appeared before the end of the world. People with a sense of danger might have guessed that those with cannibalistic symptoms were zombies. But no one said it openly, so no one could be sure. Suli thought it was a good time to send out the notice. It was nighttime, and many people had already gone home. Even those still working overtime at the company could see the notice and rush back. However, this notice caused a huge stir online. Especially now, with information spreading so quickly, whenever there is news from China, the whole world reacts. Most ordinary internet users in the country are feeling very anxious, as if a storm is coming, and they have a sense of insecurity. So, many people are venting their worries online. Massacred Junghu. What exactly is happening? What are zombies? Is there anyone who can help us? Simple little happiness. Don't be afraid, everyone. The government has issued notices, so they must have prepared in advance. Flowing water and drinking. Is the end of the world coming? Is the end of the world coming? Trying and passing away. Haha, let's destroy it. This messed up world. People are expressing their feelings online. Meanwhile, some well-known commentators in the country are starting their usual arguments. They say that the moon in foreign countries looks rounder and suggest everyone should hurry to immigrate. Even if the government currently doesn't allow it, people should find ways to move abroad. Blah blah blah. America is really beautiful. Did China fail another experiment? Are they trying to make all the citizens die this time? Learning politeness from Japan. Hurry and run, everyone. I have inside information this country is doomed. Sulia clicked on and reported each of these public figures' posts. Then, he calmly opened some foreign news shared by netizens who could bypass the internet restrictions. Most of the discussions abroad are about whether China will go to war. It seems someone is deliberately steering public opinion to create a warlike image of China. But there are also some different voices. Lily Ellis. I am a level 10 Chinese language scholar and lived in China for 3 years. I read the notice carefully. How should I put it? It's a bit frightening when you think about it. Lily Ellis. The other day, I met a crazy person on a plane who bit people and even injured a flight attendant. Now that I think about it, that sounds like the zombies mentioned in China's notice. Oliver Merle. Are you on a plane in China? Lily Ellis. No, I was in our beautiful country. Dora Quincy. That's interesting. I think I saw zombies too. It was in our community supermarket. People were biting others. I was so scared I quickly changed to another store to buy things. In summary, both domestic and international internet scenes show a wide variety of people and behaviors. Some people ignored the government's advice to stockpile water and food earlier. Now they are panicking. They start calling relatives and friends, asking if they can share some of their stored supplies. Because they didn't usually spend much time on their phones, some haven't seen the news yet and genuinely agree to borrow food from family and friends, thinking they will return it later. They prefer that others come to pick up the supplies by car, so they don't have to deliver it themselves. In the days that follow, these people often regret their decisions deeply. Others listened to their elders' advice and decided to follow the government's guidance firmly. They now feel grateful and have decided not to go out tomorrow. Some foreign internet users saw China's notices and also went to the supermarket to stock up. Since it's already night in China, some countries are just waking up. Suli was tired from reading all the messages on social media. So, she took her dog outside the small building and took a walk in the virtual space. Although it was dark outside, the virtual space had no day or night. It was always bright and sunny. Soldiers were still diligently farming. The black soil was very strong. In just a few days, the wheat and rice they planted had already sprouted. Some soldiers liked growing vegetables and only used a small patch of land for that. The vegetables grew well, and even the tomato seedlings had small green fruits on them. After walking across one piece of land, Suli arrived at another. This patch of land, surprisingly, had some plants she brought back from the Beast World continent. Researchers were carefully drawing the totems of the Beast World on the black soil. Suli was curious about their progress in studying these Beast World plants. Seeing how busy and dedicated the researchers were, she decided to visit the Research Institute tomorrow if she had time. Because the space not only needed planting but also transportation, it had changed a lot in just a few days. Besides the various crops on the black soil, most of the space was paved with wide cement roads. Suli can imagine how trucks will drive on concrete roads in the future. The mountains are now planted with fruit trees from Blue Star, and a group of chickens, ducks, and geese are running around in the mountains. After a walk, Suli felt tired, so she took her dog back to the small house to sleep. When she woke up the next day, just like in her previous life, the whole world had changed dramatically. After washing up, Suli left her space. As soon as she stepped out, she felt a wave of heat hit her face. A severe heat disaster had begun. Suli also has her own dormitory at the base. But because she is a bit socially anxious and afraid of talking to people, she chose to stay inside her space. Well, she is not without social skills. On the contrary, she has high emotional intelligence and performs very well in social situations. But every time she interacts with others, she feels very exhausted. More tired than when she was in high school doing physics problems. Today is the first day of the end of the world, and her social anxiety still makes her want to go outside and see how others are reacting. The entire base is still orderly, with no visible difference from yesterday. While she was hesitating whether to go outside herself, Chenling suddenly appeared and patted her shoulder. "What are you thinking? I can't find your shadow during training time. Did my training a few days ago scare you?" Suli stiffened. Actually, it wasn't that. She simply forgot she still had training today. She was only thinking about how the end of the world had arrived today. Sweat was dripping heavily from Chenling's face, and she also felt the weather was unbearably hot. Suli quickly pulled Chenling into her dormitory and turned on the air conditioner. Only then did they start to feel a bit more comfortable. Once they felt better, Suli asked, "With this weather today, do we still need to train?" Chenling smiled and patted her head. "No difficult training. Only brave Li. Of course, training can't stop." Listening to her speak in a cute and adorable tone, saying such cruel words, although the temperature is over 50 degrees, Suli felt her heart drop to freezing point. "Enough resting. Let's go," Chenling said and led the way out. Just as Suli was worried that training might cause heat stroke, she followed Chenling into a basement. The basement is very large and cool inside. Besides the two of them, some other people are also fighting there. When Chunling brought Su Li in, the people inside greeted Chunling with, "Hello, boss," then focused back on their training. Su Li and Chunling didn't delay much either. They started a routine of teaching, learning, and practicing fighting. They even ate lunch in the underground training area. It wasn't until sunset, after training ended, that Su Li left. As soon as she stepped out of the basement, she faced another wave of high heat. Su Li quickly slipped into her space. After finishing the meal her parents left, she lay down on the sofa. This time, she opened her social media app and the online comments completely changed. Forever proud. Thanks to the country, I was prepared early. On such a hot day, I can finally legally and reasonably skip work. Ha ha. Lone poison world. Does anyone in your family turn into a zombie? My dad turned into a zombie, sob sob. All fates are predestined. The kid next door turned into a zombie. I can hear its growls. But his parents refuse to call the police. What should I do? I'm so scared. Hiding in the corner. Is everyone paying attention to the zombies? Only I noticed the thermometer has exploded. Deadly poor ghost. Not just you. I live in the Northeast. Do you know what it feels like to have the floor heating on and the air conditioner running at the same time? Seeing the social media post from a user named Deadly Poor Ghost, Su Li chuckled softly. After laughing, she felt a bit helpless. It's winter now, even New Year's Eve today, but the temperature is so high and there's a zombie outbreak. Probably no one feels like celebrating the new year. She continued scrolling down, noticing that most people in the country are staying calm and staying at home. But every place has some troublemakers. In a video released by the local authorities of a certain city, a few people are wandering on an empty street. They were unlucky and encountered zombies that had also turned aggressive. They ran with shoes falling off and didn't dare look back. The official reminder: police prioritize handling zombies in residents' homes. Zombies on the street are only dealt with when encountered during official missions. So, everyone should stay at home for their safety and not run around randomly. Su Li also watched the video speechlessly. The recently transformed zombies are not very scary, and they don't run very fast. As long as you protect yourself, at least hitting them twice, you won't get chased so badly that you lose your shoes. Some internet users are crying online about their family members turning into zombies, asking if they can't be taken away. They say these aren't really zombies, just sick people, and as long as the government treats them, they can be cured. There are quite a few people who think this way. Su Li understands them. No one wants to accept that their loved ones have turned into monsters. Some people are even proud, saying their relatives have become zombies, and they don't plan to report it to the police. They want to keep the zombies at home. They act like family loyalty is more important than anything. When people see this, many netizens report them. Some even find out their exact addresses and call the police to come and take them away. Just when some people complain that the government isn't doing enough to cure the zombies and that killing them is too cruel, the authorities didn't say anything. They just released 2 videos. One shows the situation abroad. Zombies are everywhere, biting anyone they see. Victims are bitten to death. Some even have their intestines eaten out. Worse, after being surrounded by zombies for just a few minutes, a tall, strong white man was reduced to just bones. The scenes are very bloody, with the screen covered in pixelation. Ordinary foreigners with guns quickly pull out their weapons to fight the zombies. But because they are too nervous, they accidentally hurt other people nearby. The other video shows the police fighting zombies in China. It was a joint military and police operation. When they received the call, they immediately responded. They went to the caller's house, but no one opened the door. The caller was hiding from the zombies inside, so they dared not come out. The police forced open the lock, then a group of officers used batons to hit the zombies' heads. In just a few hits, the zombies were subdued. Compared to this, those who complain that the government isn't treating the zombies remained silent. Su Li started watching videos of zombie captures online. This type of video has at least tens of thousands of viewers each time. Netizens jokingly call all the police officers Mr. Lin Jingying, referencing the famous actor known for his martial arts roles. However, there are also some more dangerous zombies. Perhaps because they have already eaten humans, they become very aggressive when they see blood. At this point, the police officers can't control them, and the soldiers nearby will step in. Suli saw a video where a soldier applied some bright red juice to his fist and then punched a zombie's head, smashing it. It was very bloody, and the video was censored. Although most of the screen was pixelated, the video went viral, with over 100 million likes and shares. Even the comments section was buzzing. Netizens asked in the comments what the red liquid the soldier used was. Thoughts on a journey. Ah, the soldier is so handsome. Is he so good-looking that he has to be handed over to the country? The country owes me a husband. Just a legend. Did anyone notice that red liquid? What is it? An energy booster. A smart person. Stop joking, the energy booster is for applying on things, right? Since the video was released officially, netizens tagged the official website, asking if the country had developed some kind of magical potion. Suli didn't expect that after just a few days back, the things from the Beast World continent would already be useful. She wondered how far the country had researched these items. That night, Suli couldn't sleep, so she went straight to the research institute. Her iris had been recorded into the system when she visited last time. Even though she came alone this time, she easily entered the institute. When she arrived, Suli realized she wasn't the only one staying up late. The laboratory was still busy, brightly lit with people coming and going. She found Snow Ching, the assistant who had greeted her and Lei Dingwa last time. Though called an assistant, Snow Ching mainly reminded scientists and researchers to eat and sleep, and helped contact external helpers when needed. Seeing Suli, Snow Ching was very happy, her eyes shining. "Miss Su, is there something you need this time?" Suli replied, "No, I just want to see how the research on the Beast World continent is going." Snow Ching smiled and said, "I already know that. I'll take you around to different labs." Originally, Snow Ching planned to introduce Suli to the research on various plants and animals herself. After all, she had to summarize these research findings daily and report them to the higher-ups outside. But when she took Suli into the laboratory, the researchers heard that Suli was the person who brought these things from another world. They all eagerly gathered around Suli, asking her to tell them about how these things grew in the Beast World. The oldest researcher was a botanist, 70 years old, still working actively in research. She was a kind old lady named Sherlon Hui, the director of the National Plant Research Institute. She held a large fruit called the mighty crimson fruit, staring intently at Suli. "Little Sue, tell me how the mighty crimson fruit grows in another world." We fed a small white mouse a piece of the fruit, and it immediately spat blood and died. After dissection, we found its blood vessels had burst. Suli explained to her. "The mighty crimson fruit in the Beast World is the same. It can't be eaten directly, only applied." Sherlonhui nodded excitedly. Yes, after you visited last time, Snow Ching told us it can only be applied. We put a little on the head of a small white mouse, and it actually used its head to break the wire cage. Look at that hole on the experiment table that was made by it." She shook her head, looking a bit frightened. "That's so scary." Suli smiled and asked, "I see someone has already planted a mighty crimson fruit tree in the space." The old lady looked excited. "Oh, that space is amazing. The plants grow so fast there. The plants brought from the Beast World. We've planted half in the space and half in the outdoor experimental base. We'll compare the results later." She didn't know that the space belonged to Suli. The country only said Suli was responsible for trading with other worlds. Even Chun Ling, who was with her, knew a little more, just that there was a system involved. Regarding the space, to keep Suli safe, the country didn't explain where it came from. When it came to the mighty crimson fruit tree, Sherlonhui mentioned the totem again, her expression worried. "Whether it's the land in space or the land at the experimental base, I am not worried. What I am concerned about is that totem. We are, after all, from two different worlds, the Beast World continent and ours. I don't know if the totem over there will cause any problems here. For comparison, whether inside or outside the space, we planted a few trees in places without totems. We'll see what happens later." As expected of a scientist, she is very careful.
Suli comforted her.
"Don't worry. Even if there are issues with the totem, the trade channels between Blue Star and the Beast World continent are open. We can contact them anytime for after-sales support. Of course, that would cost money. Su Li silently added this in her mind. Sherlan Hui sighed. Well, it can only be like this. Now that the world is chaotic, she just wants to quickly cultivate these amazing plants brought back from the Beast World continent. They might even contribute a little to the country. But this experiment takes time. Their time is still too limited. Thinking about the lack of time, Sherlan Hui remembered the fruit that always makes people proud, the sky fruit. She took Su Li to the sky fruit research lab. Sky fruit is still the best, easy to grow, fast to develop. We've already cultivated quite a few. Su Li thought for a moment. Indeed, sky fruit is easy to grow. At least it doesn't need to have a totem, and the whole tree is dry, making it easy to carry. But after hearing Sherlan Hui say they had already cultivated many sky fruits, and seeing the large pile of them in the lab, she was still surprised. She didn't see any sky fruits in the space last time. She looked at Sherlan Hui with curiosity. Director Sher, can I see the sky fruit trees we've cultivated ourselves? Hearing this, Sherlan Hui took her out of the lab and to the experimental field at the base. She explained as they walked. Initially, based on the information you provided about the characteristics of sky fruit, we thought it was just a matter of watering them more to get fruit. But we didn't expect that planting them in the ground, no matter how much water we give, doesn't work. We also hypothesized that since they originally grew in deserts, perhaps they need a hot and dry environment. So, we controlled the temperature and humidity to do an experiment, but surprisingly, there was no reaction. Guess what happened today? The global temperature rose suddenly above 50 degrees Celsius. I thought this was a good environment for experiments, so I quickly caused a small artificial rain on the sky fruit trees. At first, we just tried it out, but to our surprise, it really worked. In just one day, we harvested quite a few fruits. As they talked, they walked to the sky fruit experimental field. However, after just one day of high heat, the ground in the field had completely dried out. Su Li couldn't imagine what the wheat fields of the farmers must look like now. But the sky fruit trees in front of them looked very healthy, with lush green leaves. The trees looked clean and clear, like flawless jade shaped like big trees, growing straight and tall. A few leaves hung on the branches. Su Li thought if the sky fruit trees could turn into human form, they would probably have sparse hair. The greenish trunks and branches held transparent fruits, looking exactly like the sky fruits from the Beast World continent. Sherlan Hui stepped forward and picked a fruit to give to Su Li. Try it. The sky fruits grown on our blue star are different from those on the Beast World continent. After tasting, everyone in the lab agreed that the flavor was basically the same. But since they brought back only a few sky fruits from the Beast World continent, their research institute only had one to share. Everyone took a small bite, but didn't get to enjoy it carefully. Su Li took the fruit and gently bit through its skin with her teeth.
It was sweet and refreshing.
After drinking it, she still felt like her internal organs were nourished. It was truly no different from the sky fruits on the Beast World continent. She couldn't help but feel curious. Right now, water is scarce, and these fruit trees need a lot of water to grow. Is there enough water? Sherlan Hui smiled.
Don't worry about that.
After testing, we found that no matter what kind of water is used to water the sky fruit trees, the fruits produced are always pure. Not only is the taste the same, but after checking the juice content, we found that they are identical to the fruits from the Beast World continent. So, we can water the trees with clean water, river water, seawater, or even wastewater. Su Li understood that the heavenly fruit tree is like a super strong water purifier. No matter what kind of water is given to it, it can produce sweet fruit. Additionally, the heavenly fruit has a powerful feature. Eating one fruit keeps a person from feeling thirsty all day. With this in mind, watering it with plain water is actually worthwhile. After realizing this, Su Li stopped worrying and returned to the research institute with Sherlan Hui. It was already late at night, and the cold moon shone like frost in the sky. However, the air still felt hot and uncomfortable. Su Li couldn't help but think of the extreme heat from her previous life. As time went on, people found it harder to bear the heat wave. When they returned to the laboratory, Sherlan Hui had planned to show Su Li the effects of the special ability fruit. Since the fruit was precious, they didn't dare experiment on mice but used it directly on people. Fortunately, Su had previously said that even if the ability didn't awaken, it wouldn't harm the body. The first person to test the ability fruit was a special soldier, someone Su knew well. Hui told her that not long ago, the soldier king ate a fruit, but after several days, there was no reaction. They wondered if the awakening had failed and were planning to find a second person for the experiment. Hearing about the soldier king, Su thought of Ling and was about to ask Hui for confirmation. Suddenly, the Research Institute's assistant, Xueqing, ran over to them. Xueqing said while running, "Director Miss Su, we've finally found you. You need to come to the lab quickly." For soldiers just arrived, claiming to have returned from the Beast World continent. They brought back a new plant called Mint Bubble Bomb. Hearing this, Su immediately remembered the 10 passes she had sent out earlier. Counting the days, on the day she returned to Blue Star, those soldiers had already left for the Beast World. According to the time flow on both sides, 1 day here equals a month there. So, they had been in the Beast World for nearly 4 months. When she left the Beast World, it was the windy season, but now it should be winter. She wondered if, with winter supplies like food and cotton clothes, the beast men in the Woi forest would have a better winter this year. When Su and Hui arrived at the laboratory, they saw several familiar faces. Because they only had a brief encounter, she couldn't even remember his name. The soldier leading the group stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, Comrade Su, Director Shi. My name is Gu Feixiang. I am responsible for transporting goods from the Beast World continent back to Huagua." Only then did Su realize that the 10 people in their team each had different tasks. Previously, the team leader and deputy leader were responsible for the second blind box shop in the central city and the first blind box shop in Woi Forest, respectively. The remaining 8 people were divided into 2 groups of 4. One group was responsible for delivering goods from Huagua to the Beast World continent. The other group was responsible for bringing items traded at the blind box shops in the Beast World back to Huagua. In fact, another team led by Soldier Xing had already returned to Blue Star several times. They had transported goods from here to the Beast World many times. However, Su hadn't met them because of training reasons. This time, Gu Feixiang's team was returning to Blue Star for the first time. They came back because they discovered a new magical plant called Mint Bubble in the cold season of the Beast World. As soon as they emerged from the space portal, feeling the almost boiling air, Gu Feixiang knew he had made the right choice to come back. The plants he brought back from the Beast World would definitely be useful. After hearing about the Mint Bubble, Su felt it was a timely blessing. The Mint Bubble is a plant cultivated by rabbit people in the Beast World continent, maturing only in the snow season each year. The rabbit people live in the northernmost part of Woi Forest. Because they are naturally timid, they rarely interact with other tribes of beast people. So, they had no idea that a magical blind box shop had opened on the eastern side of Woi Forest. But this cold season was different from previous years. Cat tribe and dog tribe beast people relied on trading with the blind box shop to have enough food and clothing. After Gu Feixiang and his team arrived, Cat Xian, who was friendly with Su was especially kind to Su's fellow tribesmen. They would often teach them things they didn't understand. They also introduced them to the habits of various races in the Beast World. And these 10 soldiers were very loyal. If you treated them well, they would return the favor tenfold or even 100-fold. So, during the wind season in the Beast World, when tornadoes came, the soldiers helped calm the emotions of the beast people. Tell them this is not the wrath of the beast god, but a natural phenomenon caused by air convection. Their beast god still cares for them. He even kindly let them hide in the blind box shop to escape the tornado. Before winter arrives, 10 soldier brothers teach the orcs how to make warm beds. Xing and his friends also made a trip back, bringing honeycomb coal that Su didn't take last time, and sold it to the orcs. The orcs, now living good lives, are especially free during this cold season. Because they can eat enough every day, they have no place to vent their energy. So, the orcs run around in the snow and ice. They hope to find some new things to trade at the blind box shop. Earlier, when Su traded iron stomach sheep with the dog tribe, she found out they had coal. This year, The dog tribe didn't buy honeycomb coal at the blind box shop, saving a lot of coins. Other tribes, orcs, also hoped to have such luck. And they actually did find some. Jean Sher, with the cat tribe's hunting team, went to the northern part of the forest. They saw a group of rabbit orcs carefully planting a blue plant in the snow. After asking around, they learned it was food for the rabbit orcs. But the rabbit orcs only eat the leaves of the mint explosion berries. The useful part for the blue star people is actually the fruit of this plant. Gu Feixiang is lively and energetic. As he animatedly explains, "Wow, it's amazing. Let me show you." He plucks the top of a blue mint explosion berry. Suddenly, with a bayou sound, the blue fruit explodes. When it bursts, instead of sticky juice, it shoots out icy, thin silk threads. At the same time, a strong mint smell fills the air. Su Li touches the blue silk threads, feeling like she's touching snow. Gu Feixiang continues to explain, although the silk threads inside the fruit are cold, the leaves of the mint explosion berries taste spicy. The rabbit orcs rely on these leaves to keep warm during winter so they don't freeze. Sherlan Hui nods. It's a bit like the effect of chili peppers. Su Li, feeling curious, reaches out and plucks a leaf of the mint explosion berry. Without thinking, she put it in her mouth. Then her mouth was filled with a burning, spicy pain. She originally thought that rabbits could be eaten, at least they weren't poisonous. But after putting it in her mouth, Su Li realized she was careless. This thing, although not deadly, is definitely very spicy. Seeing Su Li keep opening her mouth to breathe heavily, her little assistant Xueqing quickly handed her a glass of cold water. After drinking it, she felt a bit better. Even the system appeared and mocked her at this moment. "Haha, host, you really look like your Black Panther at this moment." Su Li ignored the cheeky system. She looked at the hundreds of mint-flavored popping beads in front of her and asked Gu Feixiang with doubt. "What did you trade for these? How did you bring back so many?" Hearing this, Gu Feixiang got excited again. "You don't know? Before joining the army, our team leader worked at a zoo for a while, and he's very good at helping animals give birth. You should also know that beast man named Zhu Yu, from Central City. When he had a difficult labor, our team leader helped him deliver the baby, and both mother and child were safe. Later, he gave the team leader a special ability fruit. After eating it, the team leader awakened a wood-type power. It's really eye-opening. Men in the beast world can actually give birth." Su Li was surprised. "Ji gave birth?" Gu Feixiang nodded. "Yes, and those 2 panda cubs are adorable. Maybe because the team leader delivered them, they're especially attached to him." He looked a bit envious as he said this. Having a special skill is so important. Look at the team leader. He can not only cuddle pandas but also get free ability fruits." When mentioning the ability fruit, Gu Feixiang shifted the topic back to the main matter. Since the team leader awakened a wood-type power, he's been constantly using his ability to produce more mint-flavored popping beads. Sherlan Hui touched the cold, silky threads. These can be made into clothes, so everyone can go out without worrying about sunburn. She wondered how much UV protection this material could provide. She then ordered someone to bring the mint-flavored popping beads and instructed her students to test the performance of these silk threads. Su Li watched Sherlan Hui with her energetic and fiery attitude. Knowing she was eager to study new plants, she didn't follow her. Instead, she started talking with Gu Feixiang. "Tell me about the current situation of blind box shops on the Beast World continent." Gu Feixiang knew that the blind box shops on the Beast World continent were opened by Su Li. He was not impatient with her questions and carefully explained everything. The blind box shop was still operating smoothly every day. However, because the system and Su Li had returned to Blue Star, the coins and goods received there could only be directly traded through the self-service trading machine to enter the system space. Other items still had to be transported back to Blue Star by Gu Feixiang and his team. Since the system could no longer supply goods to the blind box shop, the tasks of inventory and restocking were now handled by Gu Feixiang's teammate, Xing's team. Gu Feixiang and his team were doing very well on the Beast World continent. Thanks to Mao Xian and Zhu Yu, they adapted quickly there. Mao Xian was also doing well, often watching TV shows. Because Mao Xian was female, The people responsible for the Woi Forest blind box shop didn't even live in the shop's dormitory. They built a small wooden house nearby to live in. Zhuyu had 2 panda cubs. These little pandas were loved by 10 soldiers from Huagua, who even wanted to pay out of their own pockets to buy milk for the panda cubs at the blind box shop. Hayu still often came to the blind box shop to visit Zhuyu. But Zhuyu didn't forgive her just because she was the mother of the 2 cubs. Their relationship was still in a bad state. Besides Gu Feixiang's team leader, who awakened a special ability after eating a special fruit, the others had also expressed interest in buying such fruits in front of him. However, most of this year's special fruits had been taken back to Blue Star by Su Li. The remaining few were to be shared with subordinate tribes in the central city to maintain good relations, so Zhuyu didn't have any left either. Gu Feixiang's 9 members had to reserve next year's special fruits. But on the Beast World continent, a month there was only 1 day on Blue Star. If calculated by Blue Star's time, they would have the special fruits in just a few days. After Su Li and Gu Feixiang finished asking about what they wanted to know, they were both extremely exhausted. That night, she hardly slept at all. Considering Director Shi's old age and that he hasn't slept all night, he still appears full of energy. Su Li couldn't help but wonder if her body needed intense training. But after thinking about it, she decided not to push herself too hard. Director Shi is full of passion. When people do what they love, they seem to have endless energy. Gu Feixiang and Su Li said goodbye and planned to leave. After all, staying on Blue Star for a night, it might already be half a month in the Beast World. They couldn't afford to waste this time. Before leaving, Su Li reminded him, "Tell your team leader to work hard and try to produce more special fruits from the Beast World. If you have time, bring some back here. Our Huagua really needs these." Gu Feixiang, though carefree, understood priorities. "Don't worry, the team leader is working hard to produce them, and Muyu's mother is helping too. The cold season is good for growing mint explosion beads. He's mainly focusing on that now. I think when I get back, he'll be working on another batch. I might need to come back tomorrow or the day after." Su Li smiled. "You're constantly crossing between 2 worlds, and that must be very confusing." Gu Feixiang didn't think so.
Get used to it.
"Compared to our past missions where we couldn't sleep for days, this is much better." After sleeping in her space and waking up, it was already the next afternoon. She suddenly realized, oh no. She hadn't trained for half a day and hadn't informed Chenling in advance. Chenling, small and sweet-talking, was a woman who could be very strict. Su Li hurried to wash up, quickly ate a couple of bites, just to prevent herself from vomiting bile after being hit. Then she ran to the underground training ground. In over 50-degree heat, Su Li ran all the way. By the time she saw Chenling, she was already covered in sweat. She was glad the space was close to the underground training ground. Otherwise, she might have collapsed from exhaustion or heat stroke before arriving. Chenling looked at her disheveled state and showed a sweet smile on her elegant face. "You're here? Did you sleep well?" Su Li wanted to say no, but she didn't dare. She only dared to sneak glances at Chenling, one look after another. Chenling didn't give her a chance to react and quickly took action. After days of training, Su Li was no longer the weak beginner who could be defeated with one hit. The two fought, punching and kicking each other, attacking and defending, making it very lively. But Su Li was the one who suffered more. Chenling's mischievous hands would sometimes pinch her chest or slap her. This made Su Li, who had been single for many years, blush with embarrassment. If she hadn't heard that this woman had a boyfriend before, she might even think she was a.
Facing Su Li Senke, Chenling responded calmly.
"As long as you react quickly enough, you can also touch me. I'm fair."
Su Li, oi, io.
And, as they kept fighting, Su Li noticed Chenling's speed was getting faster and faster. Too fast to be normal. So fast that she couldn't see her anymore, even though they had been fighting just moments before. Chenling also felt something was wrong. Why was she running faster and faster? She was originally fighting with Su Li, but her speed kept increasing. She stopped attacking Su Li and started running around the large training ground. Then Chenling realized that when she ran past other soldiers training nearby, they only felt a gust of wind. They couldn't even tell who had just run past. She remembered the special ability fruit she had eaten. She ate the fruit 2 days ago, but only now was her power awakening. Was this the same as Su Li's awakening? Su Li watched Chun Ling's disappearing figure. She also remembered what Shi Lanhui had said about a special soldier who ate the first ability fruit but hadn't reacted yet. She wanted to ask if it was Chun Ling, but was interrupted. Now she thought her guess was correct. Chun Ling ran a few laps, adjusted to her new speed, and finally stopped in front of Su Li. Su Li took her hand. "Let's go see Director Shi and have her study you." "Chun Ling, what study? I've already awakened my ability." "That means the research was successful and can be promoted." When they arrived at the research institute, the little assistant said Director Shi was on the 7th basement level. She was studying the mint explosion beads they brought back yesterday. Seeing Su Li and Chun Ling come over, Shi Lanhui still felt a bit surprised. Didn't Su Li leave just before dawn this morning? After they explained their purpose, Director Shi smiled warmly. It seems that the special ability fruit really works. She can now share all the fruits she collected from the small Su. But how to divide the special ability fruits among the military, government, and police systems, that's not something she can decide. Her job is simply to plant the special ability trees well and ensure they bear fruit successfully. She asked her assistant to call the people from the medical department. They would come to take Chun Ling for a checkup to see if there were any health issues. Since Su Li's crossing, the country quickly selected a group of scientists from various fields. The first requirement was absolute loyalty to the country. The second was strong scientific ability. Their ancestors were thoroughly checked to ensure no issues before they were brought to this end-of-the-world base. Before coming, they were told they needed to complete a secret mission. But once they arrived, they discovered they were actually studying things brought back from other worlds. After Chun Ling left with the medical team, Su Li returned to her space. When she got back to her small house, her parents and the dog weren't there. They were probably out planting in the space. She took out a special ability fruit from her system space. Since her space was now used by the country, she stored all her personal items in the system space. She had the authority to do so. She was too busy after returning to think about awakening her abilities. Today, when she saw Chun Ling awaken her ability, she remembered she still had many ability fruits. Su Li ate the ability fruits one by one. The fruits were crispy and sweet, tasting just like regular fruit. After finishing the fruits, Su Li prepared to sleep. Chun Ling awakened her ability 2 days after eating the ability fruit, so there was no rush. But unexpectedly, before she even changed into her pajamas, she felt her whole body heat up. It was as if a force inside her was about to burst out. Suddenly, a lightning bolt appeared uncontrollably at her fingertips. Her hand and entire arm went numb. Afraid of being electrocuted by her own powers, Su Li quickly flicked her hand. The glass coffee table shattered along the lightning pattern into pieces. Water cups, fruits, and dog treats on the table spilled everywhere.
Su Li.
She wondered how her parents managed to bring such a heavy table into the space. Now she wanted to run away, pretending she had never been home. Was it still possible? Before Su Dad and Su Mom returned, Su Li slipped away. She wasn't afraid of being scolded. Mainly, she felt she should report her awakening of powers to the country. Luckily, Lei Dinghua was resting at this time. In the past few days, all the leaders had to deal with zombie threats and extreme weather disasters, as well as calming the public. They didn't have much free time. It was still the early stage of the end times. Although things were chaotic abroad, the world hadn't lost contact yet. This meant that China's leaders still had to face questions from other countries. For example, why did your country warn people early to stockpile food and water and issue a warning the night before zombies appeared? Do you know something we don't? Or, what is the red liquid on your soldiers' arms and legs when fighting zombies? Are you conducting human experiments? And, is this terrible situation caused by your country's mischief? The most calls came from Western countries and their puppets in the East. China didn't give direct answers, just argued. It was expected that in a few days, the internet abroad would be cut off. Then it would be quiet. After a few days, Su Li noticed Lei Dinghua's hair had turned more gray, and his wrinkles seemed deeper, with dark circles under his eyes as big as bamboo. Su sighed. It looks like everyone has been working tirelessly lately. Seeing Su approach, Lei Dinghua opened his fierce eyes. Little Su, you're here? Is there something you need? Su didn't answer, but summoned a thunder flower with her fingertips. Then she pretended to be serious and said, "It's nothing important, just that I awakened my powers and came to report." Lei Dinghua wasn't very surprised. The Research Institute has already reported that Chunling has awakened her abilities. After checkups, it was found that her health is not only fine, but actually improved. Su didn't know this yet. She planned to ask Chunling about it next time they met. She was a bit curious. She wondered how the country planned to distribute the ability fruits. If there weren't enough, she could lend the remaining 9 to the country first. This time, she brought back only 100 ability fruits. She received 10 and the country had 90. After Chunling ate one, only 89 remained. The awakening rate of these fruits isn't 100%, so the country's supply is still too small. She decided to lend her fruits to the country first. Later, when the country cultivates more, they can return them to her. However, Lei Dinghua refused outright. "No need. What's yours is yours. You can keep them for your family or wait until the next world to use them." "All right," Su nodded politely. Seeing that he didn't insist further, Lei Dinghua explained the country's plan. The current plan is to give 9 of the remaining ability fruits to government departments and the rest to the military. The military needs to carry out zombie elimination missions and requires ability users. Recently, government workers have been overwhelmed with work. If a few ability users are added, their efficiency could improve. Hearing this distribution plan, Su felt a bit sympathetic toward the government workers. No matter how high their status, they're just top-level workers for the country. "Won't the police department get any?" she asked with some doubt. Lei Dinghua shook his head. "Not for now. Our country's zombies are mostly under control in the early stages. In the future, the main distribution of ability fruits will go to the police to handle new zombies. Military personnel with awakened abilities will be sent to various borders. Now, all countries are in chaos, so border security is even more important. Indeed, precautions are necessary. After all, some neighboring countries of Huagua lack virtue." Su stroked her water cup and sighed. The number of ability fruits is still too small. Yes, I hope some of the awakened have wood-type abilities. This way, the problem of slow plant growth in the beast world can be solved." After saying goodbye to Lei Dinghua, Su returned to her space. Suli's parents had already come back. They looked at the place that was once a coffee table, now empty. Then they looked at Su, who seemed guilty. A mother knows her daughter best. Suli's mother understood everything. She gently patted her daughter's head. "Be honest, what's going on?" After Su obediently showed her new awakened power, her mother was so surprised her mouth opened wide. Her father wanted to step forward and touch the thunder flower in Suli's hand to see if it was just for show. Su quickly withdrew her power, scared. To distract her parents from her thunder power, she quickly took out the power fruit and made them eat it. But after waiting for a while, there was no reaction. Su thought she might need to wait a few more days. But after several days with no change, she started to lose hope. Just when she was about to give up, one day, her parents, who were planting in the space, suddenly ran back excitedly. It turned out that they both awakened their powers while planting. Her father awakened a wood-type power, and her mother awakened a water-type power. Su couldn't help but give a thumbs up and tease them. "Now you two are rare talents in the country." Impressive. The weather was still very hot, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 70 degrees Celsius. No one wanted to go outside anymore, even without government orders. Outside, only those with special abilities could survive for a few hours. Inside buildings, with some shelter and air conditioning, it was manageable. As long as there was enough food and water, survival was not a problem. In some places without air conditioning before, the government even installed emergency cooling systems. The streets were empty, as if the whole world had paused. Over the past month, the zombie situation in China gradually stabilized. The government distributed the power fruits. Most of the people who received them had strong physical qualities, so the chance of awakening powers was very high. Out of 89 power fruits, 52 people awakened their abilities, including the first to awaken, Chenling and Su Li's parents. The entire Huagua country has awakened a total of 55 special abilities. These ability users practice their powers every day, especially those with wood and water abilities. The water users practice water control daily, while the wood users focus on growing plants for the Beast World continent. With the help of ability users' efforts and the fertile land in the space, the Beast World continent has already harvested 2 batches of fruits. Fortunately, the totems needed for planting on the Beast World continent do not cause any issues with adapting to the environment on Blue Star. The newly grown ability fruits continue to produce more ability users. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Although occasionally there are sudden zombie outbreaks, the police have become very skilled at handling them. Plus, with the strength provided by the powerful red fruit, they can easily deal with zombies. Sometimes, people die from heat exhaustion, but the numbers are much lower than expected. However, after a month of the apocalypse, new problems have appeared. Most of the stored water has almost been used up. If the country didn't release water collectively once a week, many people might have died from thirst. To solve this, the government decided to distribute sky fruits and cool clothes to everyone. Now, sky fruits can be produced in large quantities. This success is thanks not only to the efforts of the wood and water ability users, but also to the 10-person team that traveled to the Beast World continent. In just a month of the apocalypse, over 2 years have passed on the Beast World side. The 10-person team has established long-term trade agreements with various tribes there. Plus, the team leader has a wood ability and can grow plants naturally. Bamboo Jade Mother, who also has a wood ability, often helps out. Thanks to these efforts, in just a month, many plants and fruits have been transported from the Beast World to Huagua. Currently, the country can provide every person with a sky fruit every 2 days. Researchers have discovered that sky fruits not only quench thirst, but also help repair various injuries inside the body. On days when sky fruits are not available, people are given water stored in the space. If sky fruits can save lives, then cool clothes help people safely leave their homes. Cooling clothes are made from thin blue silk threads sprayed from mint-flavored bursting beads. Scientists found that weaving these icy blue threads into fabric and wearing it makes people feel like they have an air conditioner on their body. The overall feeling is cool, smooth, and very comfortable. It also smells like mint, which helps wake you up. Experiments show that as long as the temperature stays below 100 degrees Celsius, cooling clothes can keep a person's body feeling comfortable. But if the temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius, the cooling clothes turn into a sticky jelly-like state, losing all their effects. After continuous work at the textile factory, now everyone can have a set of cooling clothes. With these clothes, people can go outside and get some fresh air. In the future, when going out to receive supplies from the government, they won't be overwhelmed by the heat. Such incidents have actually happened before. Some people with underlying health conditions, when collecting supplies, didn't get bitten by zombies but died from the heat. In fact, the collection point was only about 100 meters from their home. On the first day of the second month after the apocalypse, China started distributing sky fruits and cooling clothes. Each person gets 1 sky fruit, distributed every 2 days. Each person also gets 1 set of cooling clothes, currently only 1 per person. The Chinese people were thrilled to receive these amazing items. Because the weather outside was so hot, everyone had no place to express their amazement and love for these 2 things. They could only gather online and discuss wildly. Suddenly, sky fruits and cooling clothes became trending topics on major social media platforms. Netizens are very eager for new things. Videos of foreign users fighting zombies, which had been popular a few days ago, are now ignored. People clicked on posts and videos related to sky fruits and cooling clothes. Even Su Li was no exception. She looks like moonlight white. Wow, when did the country secretly develop new types of fruits? She looks like moonlight white. I declare that sky fruits are my new favorite. Unrestrainable wild horse. Cooling clothes are my true love. I can relax and have fun again, haha. Can't stop. Only those who understand know that biting into a sky fruit and feeling all the water inside is really life-saving. Little Weaver Girl, I am a graduate student in textile studies. Why haven't I seen this new technology, the cooling clothes, before? National Savior. Has everyone noticed? Eating a piece of heavenly fruit makes you feel not thirsty all day. Fruit drinker. I was worried that the country's water reserves might run out, but now I feel reassured. Network disconnected. Family, what are you talking about? Network disconnected. I live in the countryside. The high heat burned the power lines, and we lost electricity for a whole day. I don't know what happened. Addicted to it. Are you not receiving the heavenly fruit and cooling clothes sent by the country? Network disconnected. What are those? Is the country sending out more things? While netizens were speculating and guessing whether someone was stealing the country's heavenly fruit and cooling clothes, Suli commented on the users who hadn't received their items. Superman Lily to save the world. Don't worry, they should arrive tomorrow. The long heat wave has melted many roads in different places. Transport to remote areas takes some time. And these life-saving items, the country doesn't allow anyone to take too much. Suli wanted to check international news online, but perhaps because the situation abroad was already out of control, the latest videos were from several days ago. Now, the country is stable again. Suli has been on Blue Star for a month. It's time to move on to the next world. The system grumbled. How many times have I told you? You're finally willing to move. Although the internet on Blue Star is addictive, as a dominant CEO, the system's favorite thing is still making money. Recently, Suli hasn't planned to go to another world, which makes the system very anxious. If it were a person, it would probably be so nervous that it would get blisters on its lips. Suli gave it a few perfunctory words and then went to find Lei Dingwa. He shared his thoughts. Lei Dingwa also thought it was time. When the apocalypse first arrived, everything was uncertain. He was worried that this apocalypse might have more surprises than the last one, which is why Suli hesitated to leave. Now that the situation is under control, Suli can leave with peace of mind. However, this time, the country plans to let Suli bring 2 people. But this matter also needs to be discussed with Suli himself. I remember you said that traveling to a different dimension without a trading channel costs 100,000 system coins per person.
Suli nodded.
She also wanted to bring a few people along. Last time on the Beast World continent, traveling alone was very exhausting. The only dog she brought could only give her emotional support and couldn't help with work. She was thinking about asking to bring people, but it seemed the country agreed with her. Suli looked at Lei Dingwa and asked, "Does the country want me to bring a few people?" Lei Dingwa appreciated her sharpness and smiled. Surprised, Suli asked, "Only 2?" She thought she would be allowed to bring at least 3, but only 2 were approved. Lei Dingwa explained, "The people you bring must be able to help you. They can't send someone to another dimension who can't assist Suli and then expect her to take care of them. The country can't send someone to hold her back. One of these 2 people is someone you already know." Suli thought for a moment. Besides the leaders and their security personnel, she only knew Shirlan Hui and Chun Ling in this apocalyptic base. Then Lei Dingwa said, "It's Chun Ling, the one training you." Chun Ling is a top special forces soldier, highly skilled in all areas. She always completes her missions perfectly and has never failed. Other than sometimes being a bit sneaky or sly, Chun Ling has no other flaws. Suli was quite happy. She got along well with Chun Ling, which saved time on getting used to each other. After mentioning Chun Ling, Suli asked, "Who is the other person?" Lei Dingwa answered, "Her name is Shen Siyuan. She is also an excellent woman." After hearing Lei Dingwa, Suli gained a basic understanding of Shen Siyuan. If Chun Ling is the strength person, Shen Siyuan is the wisdom person. Shen Siyuan is 35 years old and speaks 6 foreign languages. She used to be a translator for a high-ranking leader. She accompanied the leader in phone calls, video conferences, and meetings with leaders from various countries. She has seen many big scenes, like world leaders exchanging insults or even fighting at the United Nations. Although she is a translator, she is also good at handling some diplomatic issues. After all, The world is like a big stage, and each country's leaders have their own quirks. When dealing with some eccentric leaders, top officials sometimes speak in a sarcastic or strange way. At such times, how to translate becomes a real skill. A poor translation could cause a serious diplomatic mistake. In this tense working environment, Shen Siyuan has developed excellent language skills, quick reactions, and diplomatic abilities. Because of her strong personal skills, the government's special ability fruits are always allocated to her. Shen Siyuan is also very lucky. She is one of the rare people who immediately awakens her special ability after eating the fruit. Her ability is related to intelligence. Currently, the country is not sure how to officially name her ability. But after awakening her ability, she quickly learned a niche language she had just started studying a few days ago. She even solved a complex math problem that no one had been able to for decades. The key is, since she started working, she is focused solely on languages and hasn't studied math at all. Yet, when she sees a math problem, she naturally knows how to solve it. Finally, Commander Lei gave a summary speech. The main difference is that, compared to Qinling, Shen Siyuan has a more normal personality.
Suli chuckled softly.
She really wanted to know how Qinling would react if she heard the commander say that about her. After deciding who to bring through the next universe, it was time to leave. Suli asked, "I want to leave before tomorrow. Are the things I need to bring to the next universe ready?" She wasn't sure how much time difference there is between the next universe and Blue Star. She wanted to return to Blue Star before the next disaster. Lei Dinghua reassured her. "I've prepared everything long ago, and it's already been moved to the underground warehouse at the base. The shopping mall they prepared earlier is outside the base. Because of the apocalypse, they didn't want Suli to leave the base. They were worried she might have an accident. After everything was planned, Lei Dinghua took Suli to the warehouse to gather her things. He asked as they walked, "Did you tell your parents about this trip?" Suli nodded, as she had already made arrangements. However, compared to the last time before departure, her parents' attitude this time was very cold. Last time, her father was tearful. This time, her father waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Hurry up. Don't delay my farming." Suli wondered, does love really disappear? After collecting all the goods from the warehouse into the system space, Suli returned to the small space house. Sure enough, her parents were not there. They were probably busy farming and forgot the time. Only the dog, Black Panther, saw her return and wagged its tail like a helicopter rotor. The next morning, when Suli reached the edge of the space, it was already quite late. Yesterday, she and Lei Dinghua agreed to meet at 10 a.m. Lei Dinghua brought Qinling and Shen Siyuan to the portal of the dimension, while she teleported from the small house. Early in the morning, Suli finished breakfast with her parents and wanted to stay a little longer. But her parents once again coldly left her to go farming. Her father said he wanted to learn how to draw totems, and the teachers at the research institute had limited time, so he couldn't be late. Her mother said she needed to use her abilities to release a lot of water today, which was for saving lives. At 9:59, Suli planned to depart. But her dog, Black Panther, seemed to sense something and tugged at her pants, refusing to let go. "Woof woof, are you going to dig a dog hole again? How can I go into a dog hole without my dog? My dog won't agree." Suli initially didn't plan to bring Black Panther this time. But seeing how the dog was acting like it wouldn't go without her, she had no choice but to pick it up. She tugged on the dog's ear and warned, "If this trip is to a dangerous world, you better take care of your dog life." When Suli teleported to the edge of the space, everyone was already waiting. She awkwardly apologized, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Lei Dinghua looked at her dog. "Are you bringing the dog again this time? Last time, the dog accidentally went along." This time, Suli had two companions, and he thought she wouldn't bring the dog again. Suli sighed helplessly. "I wasn't planning to bring it, but it got sick for some reason and insisted on coming." The system also spoke. "Let it follow you. I still don't understand how it can freely travel with you," Lei Dinghua advised. "It's okay to bring the dog, but you must protect yourself first in critical moments." Before Suli could reply, the Black Panther barked at Lei Dinghua. "You mischievous old man. trying to stir up the pet relationship. Lei Dinghua chuckled and patted its head. Su Li wasn't sure if it was just her feeling, but after crossing once, her dog seemed much smarter. Sometimes she even wondered if her dog was still the same one. Could it be that some beast man from a canine tribe followed her back? At this moment, near the edge of the space, right next to the portal to the Beast World continent, a second space vortex had appeared. Su Li and Chun Ling and Shin Siyuan each greeted the others. Shin Siyuan was different from what she imagined. She thought Shin Siyuan would be a short-haired, strong woman. But when they met, she saw a gentle, friendly-looking woman. Maybe because she already had a child, she radiated a softness and maternal warmth that Su Li and Shin Ling didn't have. The three didn't talk much. There would be plenty of time to get to know each other later. Su Li took the lead. "Let's go." Just as Su Li was about to step into the space vortex, the system suddenly stopped her. "Host, wait a moment," Su Li asked. "How did you manage to sound so commanding when asking for mercy?" Chen Ling and Shin Siyuan saw Su Li stop and followed suit. Looking at their puzzled expressions, Su Li asked the system, "What's the matter?" "Tell me." The system replied, "Did you forget? You still have a scratch card system. It's the reward for completing the Beast World mission." Su Li slapped her forehead, almost forgetting. She turned to smile at Lei Dinghua and the others. "Hold on, I want to draw a prize first." Then she vigorously scratched on the system panel. "Congratulations, host. Your prize is Shop Design at Will." This name confused Su Li. After the system explained, she understood that design at will meant she could draw her ideal shop layout herself. The system would turn her dream shop into reality. In other words, with this free drawing shop, she no longer needs to start with a simple thatched hut. But the problem is, "I don't know how to draw." System. You describe, I will generate it intelligently. Su Li understood. AI drawing. There's no rush for that. She can wait until the next world. Then she will create a shop with features specific to that world based on the situation and tasks. Soon, Su Li will regret her current decision. Su Li hugged her dog and, along with Chen Ling and Shin Siyuan, passed through the portal to another world. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed to a different world. Before she could look around carefully, Su Li had a bad feeling. Next to her, Chun Ling sniffed the air. "Do you smell something strange?" Shin Siyuan frowned and replied, "It seems like a mix of rotten flowers and machine oil." The Black Panther in Su Li's arms moved nervously, curling up closer to her. The dog looked confused. "What's going on?" Last time, after passing through that strange hole, it wasn't like this. Su Li observed the environment around her. They were now on a school playground. The red rubber track was dull and cracked in many places. Far away, the basketball hoop was missing the net, and the rim was rusty. It should be an abandoned school. But strangely, they could hear clear reading from a classroom nearby. Even Chen Ling, usually brave, was now covered in goosebumps. She wasn't afraid of murder, but she was afraid of ghosts. Shin Siyuan suggested, "Let's leave this school first." This place felt strange, and they needed to find a safe spot to set up their shop. Just then, the system's mechanical voice sounded. In this eerie atmosphere, the sudden noise startled Su Li. Ding.
You have a new task. Please check.
Su Li was about to open the system panel to see the details of the task. Through the tasks issued by the system, she could also learn more about this world. Suddenly, Chen Ling spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Look quickly." Su Li and Shin Siyuan looked in the direction she pointed. They saw a row of blood-red words on the dry, blackened grass on the playground. The first line, "Close school, no going out for half a month." The second line, "All students do not skip classes." The third line, "Do not stare at the smiling zombies." They exchanged glances. What kind of strange world is this? Shin Siyuan looked at the bloody third line and said calmly, "It seems this world also has zombies." Su Li quickly checked her system panel. It clearly showed the task as Zombie World, but she still felt something was wrong. If it was a zombie world, then why did the blood words suddenly appear on the grass? She wanted to see the system's current task to find clues about this world. But the system panel only showed task updating. Su Li clenched her teeth. This useless system. If only she had drawn her shot before crossing over, then she would have a safe place now. But now it was too late to regret. She looked at the grass again. Look, the blood words are disappearing. They looked over, and the blood words silently faded away. It was as if it had just been their imagination. Suli was about to discuss their next move with Chunling and the others. Should they leave or stay? Suddenly, a group of zombies appeared out of nowhere on the playground. They looked starving, rushing toward the three of them as soon as they appeared. They drooled with foul-smelling saliva and had green eyes.
Suli's heart tightened.
She handed her dog to Shin Siyuan. She and Chunling moved to the sides, with Shin Siyuan holding the dog in the middle. She had awakened her lightning power, and Chunling had speed abilities. But Shin Siyuan's power was focused on intelligence, with no combat strength. They had to protect her. Suli quickly activated her lightning power, sparks flashing from her fingertips, repelling the approaching zombies. Chunling held the sword Suli gave her, chopping off zombie heads one by one. While fighting, she scolded, "You little zombies, you really have no sense of reason." She kicked away a zombie head that was at her feet. Suli and Chunling worked together smoothly, fighting their way out of the playground filled with zombies. Suli said, Where did all these monsters come from?" Seeing more zombies appear in front of them, Chunling started to feel worried. "We don't know this place well, and we don't know which way the school gate is." Shin Siyuan gently stroked the smooth fur of the Black Panther, remaining calm. She pointed toward the distant teaching building where the sound of reading could be heard. "Let's go to the classroom." Chunling looked confused. The classroom was even stranger. If they went inside, could they come out again? At this moment, Suli realized what was happening. "Yes, now it's class time." Chunling looked puzzled. "You two stop with the riddles." "What's so special about class time?" Shin Siyuan explained. "Do you remember the second line of words on the lawn?" Suli said. "Students can't skip class." Chunling suddenly understood. She cursed under her breath. "I'm 28 years old, and still being made to go to class. People who write blood words don't have a little chicken." Suli smiled helplessly, protecting Shin Siyuan as they hurried toward the teaching building. The three of them crossed the chaotic playground, with the howling of zombies echoing in their ears. Suli was out of breath. The world of beasts was still too safe. Having experienced the end of the world in her previous life, entering the beast world felt like a long vacation. In such a peaceful, friendly environment, she had become somewhat addicted. Now back in the zombie world, facing so many zombies was a bit hard to get used to. They moved through the empty campus. On the way, they surprisingly encountered a smiling zombie. This zombie's half-body was missing, but his head was still intact. He wore a strange smile, and his eyes stared directly at them. Chunling looked at him a few more times, and Shin Siyuan quickly warned, "Don't look at it." Suli also grabbed Chunling and hurried forward. Chunling, still shaken, patted her chest. "When I looked at that zombie just now, I felt like I lost control." Shin Siyuan calmly analyzed, "Rule 3, don't make eye contact with smiling zombies." The three quickened their pace and soon encountered a few more smiling zombies. These zombies, when they see people, don't chase after them. They just stare straight at you with fixed eyes. The three of them couldn't help feeling nervous. Even Black Panther was trembling constantly. Shin Siyuan gently stroked its fur while walking, trying to soothe it. Finally, they arrived at the classroom door where they heard the sound of reading. Suli took a deep breath, prepared herself, and gathered a small ball of lightning in her hand. Just as she was about to push the door open, Shin Siyuan grabbed her. Then, he knocked 3 times on the closed classroom door with a steady rhythm. He also called out. Chunling cursed inwardly. This world. But she didn't dare to say it out loud, afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for everyone. Suddenly, the reading inside stopped abruptly. A flat, mechanical voice, more monotone than the system's AI, spoke. "Come in." Suli pushed open the classroom door. Looking at the teacher inside, the three exchanged glances, but said nothing. How to describe her? They all felt that this teacher was not human. She looked young and gentle, but her skin was unlike human skin. Instead, it was smooth and pale, like a Barbie doll. Her eyes looked vacant and strange, like a robot's eyes. Suuli got goosebumps and felt like she was experiencing the uncanny valley effect. She glanced at Chenling and Shin Siyuan, who were also trying to stay calm. The three of them were about to find seats and start class. Suddenly, the female teacher stopped them. "These three students, please explain why you skipped class." Suuli felt the air in the classroom seem to freeze instantly. The atmosphere became tense. Then, Chenling, who had always been a bit of a troublemaker, quickly thought of something. "Teacher, we didn't skip class. We just went to the bathroom and reported it earlier. Didn't you remember?" The teacher's brow furrowed slightly, as if searching her memory, then nodded after a moment. Just as she was about to let them sit down, she suddenly saw the Black Panther in Shin Siyuan's arms. The teacher spoke again. "Student, did you bring a pet into the classroom?" Suuli secretly approved of her.
She should learn how to lie like that.
At this moment, it seemed like a sigh of relief was heard in the classroom. The tense atmosphere eased a little, but the three of them still didn't dare relax. Each found an empty seat and sat down. Shin Siyuan put the Black Panther into the desk hole. The dog also seemed frightened. Now it was silent like a dead dog. They had been tense just now. Only then did Suuli have time to carefully observe her surroundings. Looking closely, she saw that none of the students in the classroom looked like real students. In front of her sat a muscular man with many tattoos on his arms, and he had a scar on his face. He looked like someone not to be messed with. There was also a confident woman with a curvy figure, an old lady with white hair, and even a few children who looked under 10, but their eyes were surprisingly mature. But all these people shared one thing. Everyone sat up straight and proper. It was as if they were listening carefully. However, Suuli clearly saw their eyes darting around. At this moment, the gentle female teacher suddenly spoke. "Our lesson has been read twice already. Next, we will ask a student to recite for everyone." The classroom atmosphere became tense again, as everyone seemed afraid of being called on. The teacher walked over to Suuli. "Let's have this girl recite." Suuli's heart tightened. Recite what lesson? She had just arrived, and didn't know. At this moment, a quiet girl with glasses behind her suddenly stood up. She stammered and began to recite. "Straight wood is bent into a circle, and a wheel is made from it. Its curve follows the standard." Although, her voice grew softer and even trembled a little. Then, Suuli heard a loud bang. It was the sound of a watermelon falling to the ground on a hot summer day. A bloody smell reached her nose, and the back of her neck felt hot, as if some liquid had splashed on her. Having experienced the end of the world, Suuli knew this was blood. In just a moment, the person was dead. Suuli didn't look back. Chenling and Shin Siyuan clenched their fists, but didn't act rashly. Soon, a smell filled the classroom. Someone had been so scared they peed. Afterward, the female teacher turned around as if nothing had happened and continued to give her lecture. The blood on her neck was still sticky, but bearable. She called the system again. Fortunately, this time the system responded quickly with a mechanical sound. I'm coming. Why didn't you respond earlier when the task couldn't load?" The system's voice was annoyed. This broken world has a chaotic magnetic field, and the rules are all over the place. "Host, you need to be careful." Suuli had already seen how harsh this world was. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's see the task." This time, there were no surprises. The system's task appeared smoothly. Trading Dimension Zombie Dimension, Trading Mission 1. Don't get lost in the fragments of rules. 2. Build the blind box shop into the largest oasis in this dimension. 3. Buy 5 kinds of specialties from the zombie dimension, at least 10,000 items of each. Mission deadline 5 months, mission benefits 1. The host can sign contracts with any number of native residents as employees of the blind box shop. 2. The system will protect all employees' safety within the shop. 3. The system provides free dormitories for employees, only available if there are employees. The host is not considered an employee. Mission rewards 1. 10 million system coins. 2. A scratch card. What you get depends on luck. 3. The trading channels between Blue Star and the zombie dimension are opened, and the blind box shop will be fully established in the zombie dimension. The host can trade there anytime. Su Li carefully read the task. It was not much different from the one in the Beast World continent last time. But this time there was a time limit. It seemed that the beginner protection only worked in the first dimension. Also, although the specialties to buy from this dimension were few in variety, they were in large quantities. She couldn't tell whether this made the task harder or easier. And she asked System, "What is an oasis?" The system replied, "An oasis is like a survivor base in this dimension." Is this world also experiencing the apocalypse? Tell me more about this dimension carefully. It was clear that both this world and Blue Star had zombies. But Suli feels that survival in this world is much harder than on Blue Star in her previous life. Not to mention, at least on Blue Star, there were no strange blood characters. Although the signal was often choppy, this time was enough for the system to understand the general situation of this world. This is truly an apocalyptic world, and it's also a world with zombies. But this end-of-the-world world isn't just about zombies. There are many strange rules too. After the system finished explaining, Su Li understood. This is a world caused by rules leading to the end of everything. No one knows what happened, but the whole world broke out in war. A lot of people died, spreading many viruses. The misuse of nuclear weapons caused huge pollution. Just as all living beings were suffering, ancient fragments that had been sealed away suddenly got released. Things became even more chaotic. Rules are everywhere and can change at any time. If someone breaks a rule, zombies and various monsters can appear at any moment, threatening lives. Survivors not only face the danger of zombies, but also need to be constantly alert to unpredictable rules. To survive, humans gained special abilities, and plants and animals started to mutate. But the order of the country had already collapsed. The survivors, regardless of race or nationality, built many small and large oases. However, these oases can also be invaded by rules at any time. In short, for people in this world, survival is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Enduring the sticky blood on the back of her neck, Su Li didn't dare wipe it away. Finally, the class ended. As soon as the bell rang, the strange teacher disappeared instantly. Su Li, Chen Ling, and Shin Siyuan, who was holding his dog, quickly gathered together. The classmates around them, who didn't seem like students, looked at them curiously. Some wanted to come over and say something but were held back by their friends. After the three of them huddled together, they exchanged a quick look. They silently decided to leave the classroom quickly, walking briskly but with a hint of caution on their faces. They walked straight to the rooftop of the teaching building, finally relaxing a little. The rooftop was empty. From there, they could see most of the campus. The entire school looks the same as the one they saw on the playground. Broken walls and rusted surfaces. A disgusting smell fills the air. It seems abandoned for a long time, giving a feeling of decay everywhere. It looks like a school from a horror movie. Look, it's like the whole school is wrapped up. Chen Ling, a special forces soldier, habitually checks her surroundings whenever she arrives somewhere. Su Li and Shin Siyuan look up. Sure enough, the whole campus is covered in a thin layer of gray fog. When they look toward the school gate, it's as if their view is cut off. They can't see what's outside the school. Black Panther looks droopy, as if it's scared of this strange school. Shin Siyuan strokes its chin and leans down to look below. The school is eerily quiet after class. Do you remember the first line of the blood message? Su Li thinks for a moment and answers. Closed school, no going out for half a month. This place is so creepy. Who knows when the half-month period actually starts? It can't be from the moment they entered, right? Su Li quickly shares the information she got from the system with Chen Ling and Shin Siyuan. Shin Siyuan frowns and thinks, then softly says, "It seems we have to open the blind box shop inside this school." Su Li nods. That's all we can do now. They only have 5 months to complete the task. If they can't go out after half a month, that's a waste of time. And who knows what the outside world looks like. Right now, it seems like this school is a fragment of a rule. If they leave the school and encounter another rule fragment, what then? It's endless. When will the blind box shop finally open? Oh, and I don't think I saw what the penalty is if they fail this task. Su Li quickly calls the system. The system responds, "If you fail the task, you'll be trapped inside this fragment forever." Hearing this, the three of them frown. The system's answer was broadcast aloud, so Chunling and Shin Siyun heard it too. Looking at the silent campus, Chunling asks doubtfully, "Are there really people inside this school? Could it be that only our classroom is affected?" Shin Siyun shook his head and said seriously, "Probably not. Let's wait and see after school today." Su Li comforted the two of them. "Don't worry, after school today, we'll open the blind box shop." Both knew that a system-enabled blind box shop has built-in defenses, so they all agreed with Su Li's decision. Chunling asked, "Where should we open the shop?" Su Li pointed at the playground. At this moment, the playground was quiet, completely different from the zombie siege scene when they first arrived. "Let's open it next to the playground." Knowing this school, they might still make students run laps in the morning. Shin Siyun also agreed. That way, it's easier for the so-called students to see the blind box shop. After sharing this plan, the three quickly left the rooftop. Class time was limited. If they were late for the next class, who knew what might happen? When they reached the classroom door, the bell rang. Su Li and the others let out a breath and quickly returned to their seats. Suddenly, a teacher appeared at the podium. This teacher looked just like the previous language teacher, like a mannequin. The only difference was that this was a male teacher. He looked over the class with a blank expression and said mechanically, "Today, I will explain the math test." Then, a math test paper appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone in the classroom. Seeing the high school math questions on the paper, Su Li felt overwhelmed. Chunling, who had always been a poor student, mentally cursed the mannequin teacher from his great-great-grandfather down to his 8th-generation ancestors. The mannequin teacher started explaining from the multiple-choice questions in a mechanical way. Just when everyone thought the class would go smoothly, the mannequin teacher suddenly paused while explaining the first big question. He pointed to a boy in the classroom who was under 10 years old. "Come and explain this problem to everyone." The boy hesitated and couldn't speak. The man next to him looked at him anxiously. Su Li guessed that this was probably the boy's father. Seeing the boy unable to answer, the mannequin teacher showed a creepy smile. "This is a very simple sign function, just like your body." Su Li saw the boy's father suddenly cover his mouth, tears falling down his face one after another. She turned her gaze to the young boy. His body seemed to be sliced apart like a string, and he started to twist and deform. Finally, he lost his breath. Only blood mist floated in the air. The classroom was so silent that not even breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene. Su Li closed her eyes in pity. Looking at Chunling, who was so angry she was almost spitting fire and wanted to stand up, Su Li shook her head. Chunling clenched her fists, but ultimately did not move. If Su Li, who had not experienced the end of the world, had been there, she might have broken down immediately. She might have rushed forward to fight that fake teacher. But now, she dared not, and she didn't even let Chunling go out. The situation here was strange, and the power was unclear. They couldn't act rashly. Their country and planet were still waiting for them to return. Now, she could only pray that this day would end safely. They quickly opened the blind box shop. Maybe then they wouldn't be bound by these silly rules. But things didn't go as they hoped. While working on the last big question, the fake teacher asked Su Li to go to the blackboard and answer. Chunling clenched her fists nervously. Even Su Li was considering whether to cheat with her system without getting caught. Suddenly, Shin Siyun raised his hand. Eager like a real student. He said proudly, "Teacher, let me do it. I have a new method. I'll definitely do better than Su." The fake teacher nodded mechanically. Shin Siyun went to the blackboard, picked up chalk, and quickly solved the problem correctly. When school ended, Su Li and the others collectively let out a deep breath. They hurried to the side of the playground. Chunling looked at Su Li and asked, "Are we drawing the shop layout now?" Su Li shook her head and waved her hand. Suddenly, a small shop appeared in front of them. The shop looked simple on the outside but was very new, which didn't match the old school building. Chunling was amazed. "When did you finish this?" "As long as you look steadily at the blackboard, the teacher usually won't notice you. Moreover, it's a fake teacher." Su Li leads the way in front. let's go inside and see our small shop. The three of them enter the small shop. The shop still sells items in blind box form. It's called a small shop because they are at school. From the outside, it looks similar to a normal school shop. Inside, the shelves are filled with various blind boxes. The labels on the boxes clearly show the types of items and the rules for drawing. Like the previous blind box store, it looks small outside but is actually very big inside. When designing, Suli added some hidden features to the shop. From outside, it appears to be just a one-story shop. But once inside, you realize there are at least 5 floors, each with different themes and items. Above the blind boxes, Suli added 2 extra floors. They are dedicated to dormitories. This world is not as harsh as the Beast world. It's better to keep the dorms together with a blind box shop. Fortunately, she drew the shopfront custom design skill. This allows her to have a great shopfront without spending money. The shopfront custom design looks like a drawing board, but by drawing the shop's design on it, it can perfectly recreate the shop. Of course, if you can't draw, that's okay too. Just tell the system your requirements, and a 3D design will appear on the board based on what you ask. Chun-Ling and Shin Siyun walk around inside the blind box shop, amazed at the space technology. From outside, it looks like a simple small shop, but inside, it feels like a big mall. Suli divided the 5 floors into different zones. The first floor has food and drinks. The second floor has daily necessities. The third floor contains medical supplies and protective gear. The fourth floor has various vehicles, energy sources, consumables, and weapons. She even placed a large cruise ship on the 4th floor. Of course, these larger items, which are fewer in number, can be sold directly without drawing blind boxes. The 5th floor features items brought back from the Beast World continent and related products, such as heavenly fruit trees, strength fruit trees, ability fruit trees, and mint bubble plants, and their fruits and the clothes made from those fruits. The pregnant giant algae are kept in a special seawater tank, while the water beads are displayed in a jewelry cabinet. A few iron-stomached sheep are not released. They stay in the system space. If no one collects their smelly droppings, they will eat them again. Suli couldn't stand it anymore, so she decided to let them stay in the system space for now. She set up a large screen in a separate area on the 5th floor. It repeatedly plays videos of the iron-stomached sheep eating minerals and producing metal waste. If anyone is interested after watching the videos, they can say so. After browsing a blind box shop with 2 people and a dog, Suli led them to a hidden staircase door. Press your palms on it. Chun-Ling and Shin Siyun took turns doing so. Finally, it was the Black Panther's turn. It tilted its head in confusion, looking at everyone. Then, mimicking them, it pressed its paw on the door. Suli explained, "This door leads to a higher floor." Shin Siyun asked, "Is the upper floor where we live?" Suli nodded. As expected, smart people don't need to be told everything, they just understand. The layout inside the dormitory is the same as on the Beast World continent. There is a living room and bedrooms. Each bedroom has its own bathroom. The living room also has a balcony, offering a view of the outside scenery. Now that they are on their own territory, the 3 of them can finally relax completely. They stood on the balcony, looking out. In the distance, everything was still hazy and foggy, so they couldn't see clearly. After placing the doghouse on the balcony, Suli sat with Chun-Ling and Shin Siyun to discuss how to promote the blind box shop. Chun-Ling, being more resourceful, suggested, "It's simple, just use a loudspeaker." Seeing the 2 of them look at her with a no surprise expression, Suli shrugged. "Don't be shy. Think about how we used to promote new products at our small shop when we were kids with a loudspeaker." She quickly arranged for the system to find a loudspeaker for her. Thinking for a moment, she told the system, "Put the loudspeaker in the daily necessities section. Maybe the people here also need it." They recorded a message on the loudspeaker and then placed it at the door. The school playground was eerily quiet. A female voice kept repeating over the loudspeaker, "Come take a walk and see. Fresh mystery boxes are waiting for you to open. Everything you think of and things you haven't thought of are here. Don't miss out if you pass by. Regret missing it for 10,000 years." At first, Shin Siyun was worried that the loudspeaker's strong sound might attract zombies. But she found that as long as they didn't break the rules, the zombies wouldn't appear. For now, that's how it is. Outside, the loudspeaker was shouting, while inside, Chenling asked Su Li, "Can we skip class tomorrow?" She was really fed up. She never thought that, as a college dropout, she would be back on campus at 28 years old. Su Li smiled to comfort her. "No, we don't have to go. In the mystery box shop, we can ignore the rules outside." Shen Siyuan poured cold water on her. "But even if we skip class, everyone else is still in class, and no one will come to buy anything." Su Li and Chenling looked at each other. Yes, that was a real problem. Su Li thought for a moment. Then let's make good use of the break time. Back in school, everyone loved to crowd into the snack shop during breaks. Actually, there's another way. Let the shoppers stay in the store for a long time until after school, when they can move freely. But people's hearts are unpredictable. There's no guarantee that survivors in this world won't be tempted to steal if they stay in the store too long. So, this plan was immediately rejected. Dijin and his brothers were heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Passing by the playground, they suddenly heard a harsh loudspeaker. They stopped and looked over with confusion. Next to the playground, a small shop had appeared unexpectedly. One of his brothers asked, "Boss, should we go see what's going on?" He didn't really want to go. "This strange place, they've been here for a month now, and everything feels weird." They said they couldn't leave for half a month. But when the half-month deadline comes, and the school gates open and students go home, whether they can leave still depends on luck. When their group of 30 people entered, now only 10 remain. The rules here change constantly, and some are even contradictory. One wrong move could cost them their lives. They are now going to the cafeteria to eat. Although the food is hard to swallow, and you can't tell what the ingredients are, everyone must go, or they will starve. The cafeteria has many strange rules. They are written in blood on the walls and appear during meal times. For example, talking during meals will make the food disappear. Another example, wasteful eaters will become food for monsters. Dijin touches his shiny bald head and takes a deep breath. "Let's go. Let's check it out." The brother who asked tries to stop him. "Boss, this place." He hasn't finished speaking when Dijin interrupts. "Our remaining people all have special abilities. Are we afraid of a small shop?" The brother worries. "What if this is another new rule zone? Like that ghost school?" Dijin says nothing more and walks toward the small shop. As soon as they enter, wow, it's a familiar face. Su Li looks at the bald man with arm tattoos in front of her. She's a bit surprised. She didn't expect the first customer at the blind box shop to be someone she knows. Isn't this the classmate from her previous class? During class, she was curious about him. With all those tattoos and the bald head, how did he manage to fool the teacher pretending to be A? Dijin looks at the 3 people in front of him. They had just barged into the classroom during class. He knew new people had entered the school again. Seeing their weak appearances, he thought they wouldn't last until the end of class. But surprisingly, these 3 are quite clever. They managed to solve all the problems they faced. Dijin likes dealing with smart people, so he greets them warmly. "Hello, classmates. I am Dijin. Did you open this small shop?" He surveys the shop in front of him. It looks very new and out of place with the rest of the campus. He glances at the shelves, which are fully stocked. What kind of person could still run a small shop a few years after the end of the world? Especially one located inside a school that people can enter but not leave. Thinking about this, Dijin became a bit cautious. Chenling couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are they classmates? Has he gone crazy in class? Look at him. Does he seem like a student at all? Su Li smiled and nodded. "You're welcome to come in and look around. See if there's anything you want." Dijin led his 9 brothers inside. Shen Siyuan had been quietly watching this group. Although Dijin seemed friendly, he was actually on guard. His hand was always in a ready position, as if prepared to act at any moment. The others looked alert, slowly moving along the shelves of the convenience store. Looking at the shelves, they saw items that were common before the end of the world. But after several years of the apocalypse, most of these items had either been taken by the oasis or had expired. Dijin and his group had many questions. Who are these 3 women? How do they have these things? The items looked quite new, not expired at all. Dijin's team stood in front of the instant noodle shelf, swallowing hard. They hadn't eaten such flavorful food filled with additives in a long time. But the group didn't ask to buy instant noodles. Instead, they pointed at the compressed biscuits on the nearby shelf and asked Suli, "Do you sell compressed biscuits?" Suli nodded. "Of course, we're running this shop to do business." Dijin asked again, "Are they limited?" Suli shook her head. "As long as you can carry them, you can buy as many as you want." Thinking about the strange, unidentifiable food they had been eating in the cafeteria lately, Dijin decided quickly. Although compressed biscuits were a bit choking, they were definitely better than those weird foods. He took the small cart from Suli and started filling it with food. Blind boxes of compressed biscuits, chocolate, canned food. All are easy to store, filling foods. They are the top choice for survivors in the end of the world. As Dijin added items to the cart, he also estimated whether his crystal cores would be enough to pay. The world had been in the apocalypse for years, and now the currency was crystal cores. He is now just glad that being trapped in this school means he doesn't have to spend crystal cores. Although his gun is out of bullets and his medicine is almost gone, the crystal cores haven't decreased at all compared to before he came in. Dijin's brothers are just watching. They don't have as much money as their boss. After their boss pays the bill, if the prices are cheap, they might buy some. Dijin, after choosing food on the first floor, saw the escalator leading to the second floor. He was confused because from outside, the small shop only looked like one floor. How could there be a second floor? He looked up the escalator. The second floor was brightly lit and looked similar in layout to the first. He asked Suli, "Can we go upstairs?" Suli nodded. "The second floor also sells things. The small shop has 5 floors in total. You can take a look." Dijin pushed his shopping cart aside. He took his brothers to explore every floor of the supermarket. When they saw the shelves full of medicine-blind boxes on the 3rd floor, everyone's eyes lit up. The brother who had stopped Dijin from entering the blind box shop earlier excitedly shouted. Dijin shot him, "Be quiet, look." He could still stay calm at this moment. But when they reached the 4th floor and saw the big cruise ship, Dijin couldn't stay calm anymore. He asked Suli, "Is this for sale?" Suli nodded, and Dijin cursed under his breath. "You're selling a cruise ship, and you call this a small shop?" But when they reached the escalator leading to the 5th floor, Suli stopped Dijin. "The 5th floor is our VIP exclusive area. Only those who spend a certain amount can enter." This idea was thought up by Shin Siyuan. Items from the Beast World continent can be sold, but not everyone is qualified to buy. Some people can't afford it, but seeing such amazing things might make them greedy. This could cause unnecessary trouble. And once they see what's on the 5th floor, they can probably guess where they came from. Does anyone in this world not know about these things? It's impossible that such good items are unknown to everyone. Could it be just the 3 of them who discovered it? Dijin, who was stopped, was not angry. "All the items here are in blind box form. Can you guarantee that the contents are correct?" "Don't worry, if he buys a box of antibiotics, he will get antibiotics, not bandages."
Suli smiled.
"Rest assured, we plan to do business here for a long time. Reputation is very important." Dijin thought Suli meant the school when she said here. Although he wondered why these people chose such a strange place to do business, he politely didn't ask further. In the end, Dijin used 10 high-level crystal cores to buy the food and some medicines he needed at the convenience store. Crystal cores come in 3 levels: high, medium, and low. 1 high-level crystal core can exchange for 100 medium ones or 10,000 low ones. He only bought enough food for the next few days. Mostly, he bought medicines. Recently, his team has been exploring the rules of this campus. They need to find a way to break the rules here to leave this strange place. They often get injured because of the zombies and monsters they encounter. Since no healer with special abilities is in their team, they can only tough it out. Several brothers couldn't make it and died. Dijin is now just grateful that he has saved some resources over the years by being careful and taking on missions. He has built up quite a bit of savings. Unfortunately, he didn't bring many high-level crystal cores on this trip. If he can go out again, he plans to go back to the Oasis to get more crystal cores to buy supplies here. If the convenience store still exists then. Seeing Di-Jin buy such a big bag of items for only 10 high-level crystal cores, his brothers couldn't hold back anymore. In the post-apocalyptic world, a box of antibiotics can sometimes sell for 1 high-level crystal core. But in Di-Jin's bag, there are antibiotics, fever reducers, painkillers, and hemostatic drugs. Everything he needs, all in abundance. Is the owner of this convenience store really not a greedy person? Who cares? If there's a good deal, why not take it? They also started choosing their favorite items with shopping baskets. After everyone finished selecting, Suli led them to the self-service trading machine on the first floor. These people are all modern humans. Unlike orcs, who need step-by-step guidance, they can understand after a simple explanation. The scanner provided a price for the transaction machine. Then, they placed the corresponding crystal core into the slot, and the transaction was successfully completed. The only 2 women in the group were last in line. After paying, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they opened their blind bags right there.
Wow.
"I got a 400mm one," exclaimed one of the short-haired girls. The long-haired girl also couldn't help but comment, "Wow, your luck is amazing." She eagerly opened her own blind bag. 280mm for night use, better than 240mm. The short-haired girl nodded. Exactly. Those shady vendors say it's 240mm, but the length isn't really enough. Di-Jin called out to the 2. "Liang Xiao, Li Qingqing, are you guys leaving?" The long-haired girl, Liang Xiao, smiled and waved her hand. "Boss, you guys go ahead. I need to get some longer night-use pads today. Who understands the hardships of women in the end of world? Living is already hard enough. Each month is even worse. Only when there aren't enough sanitary pads can women truly realize that they are the greatest invention in the world." Liang Xiao and Li Qingqing each only bought 2 bags of sanitary pads earlier. They were worried that the small shop owner might be a shady seller, filling the bags with liners. So, they only bought 2 to test the waters. But surprisingly, the owner was quite honest. The sanitary pads they got were from big brands and meant for overnight use. Their crystal cores were well spent. So, they went to buy daily necessities. This time, they bought not only sanitary pad blind bags but also shampoo, body wash, and toothpaste. Girls, after all, prefer to stay clean. Liang Xiao, being a water element ability user, didn't need to save water when washing up. Plus, these items weren't expensive, costing only a few crystal cores. Their shopping in the small shop wasn't over yet. At checkout, they immediately opened their blind boxes. They cheered when they got what they liked. If they weren't satisfied, they asked each other if they wanted to swap. Seeing the 2 girls laugh happily over their purchases, Suli felt for the first time that her blind box shop could not only make China better, but also improve the worlds connected to China. After Liang Xiaohe and Li Qingqing left, Su Li and the other 2 took out the crystal cores from the self-service trading machine to study them. Crystal cores are not found on Blue Star, so all 3 are very curious. Su Li carefully examined the texture and shine of the crystal cores, praising how beautiful they looked, just like the gems she traded for on the Beast World continent. Chan Ling also came over to look. "I heard them say earlier that the crystal cores are from zombie brains." Shen Siyuan picked up one and held it in his hand. "It's not just zombies. Mutated animals and plants also have them," Su Li nodded. "They say these crystal cores can help abilities grow stronger. Should we try using them?" Su Li and her friends gained their abilities by eating special fruits from the Beast World continent. She had also asked Zhu Yu before about how to improve her abilities. Zhu Yu told her that using her abilities more often would naturally make them stronger. But in this zombie world, people improve their abilities by absorbing crystal cores from zombies and mutated animals and plants. These crystal cores are divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are basic, 4 to 6 are intermediate, and 7 to 9 are advanced. Ability users absorb the energy from these cores based on their strength. If they try to absorb a core beyond their ability level, they might die suddenly. Shen Siyuan was cautious and stopped Su Li's idea. Although they are all abilities, they might not be from the same system. "We should wait until we get back and study the cores carefully before deciding whether to absorb them," Chen Ling agreed with Shen Siyuan. They had been staying in the blind box shop for a long time, protected by the system. Actually, improving their strength wasn't urgent. There was no need to risk absorbing cores they didn't understand. Suli also felt she was too impatient. This world is so strange that she always feels unsafe. She just wanted to quickly increase her strength so they could survive and return alive with the dog. Alright, then we won't absorb them for now. But we should try to gather more cores to bring back. Everyone agreed on this. The sun set behind the western wasteland and night fell. The blood characters appeared again on the sports field grass. This time, the situation was different from when Su Li and the others first arrived. Night is dark. The school is quiet at night. Are the things without shadows people? Don't get caught by the night patrol. Looking at the blood-written words in front of them, the three of them looked serious. Su Li whispered, "It's the rule of the school at night." Shen Xiuyuan nodded. "Do you remember? He wanted to buy a flashlight, but he was stopped." Chenling also remembered this. "Is it because of the first rule? Night is dark, so there can't be any light. So, when it gets dark, should we turn off all the lights in the blind box shop in the dorms?" Suli frowned and thought. "There's also the second rule. The night on campus is quiet." Shen Xiuyuan added, "Besides no light, we can't make any noise."
Suli sneered.
"What nonsense rules! Tonight, let's try not to follow them and see if these rules can stop the blind box shop from harming us." Chenling crossed her arms. "Exactly, I've wanted to curse these disgusting rules for a long time." But Suli wasn't reckless. She called out to the system. "Boss, do you think you can ignore these rules? If not, we'll just be a little scared and follow their rules. After all, the dominant one shouldn't suppress the local boss. How could the master of this small world be scared by its host?" So, the boss confidently spoke. "No need to be scared, just do it. Why does it have to stay quiet at night in such a crazy place? Let's turn up the loud music." With the boss's words, Suli felt a bit more at ease. As the night grew darker, the three didn't go back to the sixth-floor dorm. Instead, they turned on all the lights in the blind box shop, watched videos on a tablet, and turned the volume all the way up. They wanted to see what would happen. The night deepened. The moon, which was shy at first, gradually moved to the center of the sky stage. Su Li and the others sat by the cash register in the blind box shop, chatting. Chenling shared funny stories from her missions. Although some tasks need to be kept secret, I can share a few small stories. Feeling hungry, Su Li suggested having a hot pot meal to show off. On this strange, quiet night on campus with no one around, what better time and place to enjoy hot pot? If only she could have had a self-heating hot pot during the end of the world in her previous life, she would have been such a happy little girl. It's hard to even imagine. However, Shen Xiuyuan refused her suggestion. Having hot pot at night isn't good for the stomach. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. Tonight, I'll cook some porridge for everyone. Su Li and Chenling had no objections. Su Li suggested eating self-heating hot pot because she was new to cooking. During the 3 months on the Beast World continent, she initially survived on various convenience foods every day. Later, when Xiaohua the leopard learned to cook, she no longer worried about her diet. She knew Chenling was also good in the kitchen. She didn't expect Shen Xiuyuan to be able to cook. Originally, she was a bit worried that in this world, if she couldn't find reliable staff, she would have to keep eating fast food until she returned to Blue Star. Now, she didn't have to worry about that anymore. It's so nice to have a travel buddy. Suli relaxed and leaned back comfortably in her chair. Shen Xiuyuan went to the 6th-floor dorm, skillfully took out pots and ingredients, and started cooking porridge. Soon, the aroma of century egg and lean pork congee filled the air. Black Panther sniffed the smell, circling around Shen Xiuyuan anxiously, barking loudly.
"People,
what are you doing behind my back with the dog?" Shen Xiuyuan opened the dog food bag and filled the dog's bowl. The Black Panther lowered its head to sniff the dog food, but kept staring longingly at the congee pot. Shen Xiuyuan scooped a small bowl of congee and set it aside to cool before giving it to the dog. Su Li and Chenling thought it was about time and returned to the 6th floor. The two sat on the sofa, eager for their meal. Su Li looked at her playful dog running around and called it over, patting its furry behind. "You greedy dog." Since arriving in this world, Su Li often remembered her days in the end of the world in her previous life. She didn't dare let Black Panther go outside. She even didn't let it go to the blind box shop, keeping the dog confined in the dorm. She was worried that if she didn't watch carefully, the Black Panther might be stolen and eaten by someone buying things. Fortunately, the dorm was big enough, and the dog's activity area was still safe. This world is different from the Beast World continent. During the few months she spent there, it felt like a vacation after going through trauma. Sometimes it was a bit tiring, but overall, she felt relaxed and recovered. After coming to this world, she once again experienced how harsh the end of the world could be. For people in the apocalypse, a meal of dog meat was considered a feast. She had to be more careful and cautious. The three of them turned on the TV, watching while eating porridge. Shin Siyuan's cooking was really good. The preserved egg and lean pork porridge smelled delicious, with soft rice. The warmth eased Su Li's unease. But this peaceful moment didn't last long. Su Li just casually looked out the window. The dorm was on the 6th floor, with a fairly wide view. In the distance, groups of zombies were wandering aimlessly, crowding together, heading toward the convenience store. Chun-Ling saw Su Li staring outside, and also looked over. She saw the scene too. "It seems this is the result of breaking the rules," she said gravely. Su Li's tone was serious. Chun-Ling frowned. "Can the zombie blind box store handle so many zombies?" Shin Siyuan pointed in another direction. "Not just zombies, look over there." In another direction, a group of strange, bizarre creatures was also heading toward the convenience store. These creatures were so strange that they were hard to describe. They looked like different animals stitched together. Have you ever seen a pig's head that looks like a willow tree? The willow tree isn't really a willow. It's a bunch of hanging flesh strips. Have you ever seen a ghostly thing with a watermelon skin pattern, with a cat on the upper body and a bird on the lower body? Seeing these stitched-together monsters, the three of them felt chills down their spines. They quickly put down their porridge bowls and sat up straight, going down to the 1st floor. The convenience store's door had been closed since it got dark. Su Li had chosen a door and windows that sealed tightly when she decorated the shop. So now they could only observe outside through the glass windows. Their view was very limited. "System, turn on the surveillance cameras around the blind box store," Su Li ordered. Then, the big screen in front of the cash register lit up. The surveillance screens clearly showed the situation around the blind box shop. It turned out that there were monsters not only in the two directions they saw. Monsters and zombies were gathering from all sides around the shop. Soon, zombies and monsters arrived at the shop's entrance. "Master Tong, is our defense reliable?" Su Li asked nervously. Tong replied, "The defense system has been fully activated." Meanwhile, Jin and his group were sneaking toward the laboratory building. "Boss, tonight's success feels a bit strange," Huang Mao muttered. He was the one who initially tried to stop Di from entering the convenience store. In the end, he also spent a lot of crystal cores inside the store. Better late than never, he thought. Liang Xiao tied her hair again and mocked. "What? Huang Mao, are you scared?" "Who's scared?" "It's just that our night exploration of the school has never gone this smoothly. It feels strange." Jin also thought tonight was a bit odd. There were too few zombies and monsters. They had been out for so long and still hadn't encountered a night patrol. Night patrols are a special kind of monster in this school. They look like black shadows. They specifically catch students wandering around at night. This ghost school is full of rules. Classrooms have their rules. The playground has its rules. Daytime has its rules. Nighttime has its rules. For example, no talking at night, no lights, no leaving the dorms. If you honestly follow the rules and still can't leave the school, why not take a risk? Why not try breaking the rules? Jin's team had been in this school for a month. At first, they all followed the rules. After all, the end of the world had been here for several years. They often went on missions and encountered places with rules. Although those places were dangerous, with a little thinking they could handle it. As long as they worked together, these mutants could fight through it. Although I occasionally get hurt, it's never to the point where it would take your life just because we disagree. When luck is on our side, we can pass the rules and even earn some rewards. They have never encountered a place like this campus. The rules are so many that it's hard to count, and they never give anyone a chance to respond. People are killed instantly if they disagree. The violence is very intense. At first, Jean and the others followed the rules, thinking they could leave after half a month. But when the half-month deadline arrived and the school opened its gates, a thick fog suddenly appeared all over the campus. The fog was so dense that visibility inside was less than a meter. At the same time, the buildings, gardens, and sports fields on campus changed places. In short, except for those with incredible luck, most students couldn't leave the campus. After this experience, Jean realized they couldn't just wait and do nothing. They had to find a way out. Otherwise, they would be trapped in this terrible school forever. After exploring for several days, Jean discovered that the rules during the day were even stranger, while the rules at night were a bit easier to understand. For example, during daytime classes, if someone answered a question wrong, they would be instantly killed by the teacher. But no one really understood how those fake teacher figures killed the students. Everyone was caught off guard and people died in the blink of an eye. It seemed like there was some uncontrollable force behind these rules. The rules at night were simpler. Even if you didn't follow them, as long as you could avoid the night patrols, you might just be chased by monsters and zombies. The visible monsters and zombies aren't so scary. What's terrifying is the invisible, silent force that can kill people without a sound. That's why survivors who enter the school during the day always obediently go to class. Escaping during the short break is easier, but it only results in some zombies and monsters coming to punish you. When Su Li and the others first arrived, they encountered this situation. If they skipped class for more than half a day, people would mysteriously disappear. It was as if they had never been in this campus at all. Thinking about how unpredictable this school is, and remembering their brothers who had died here, Jean clenched his teeth. Keep moving. We must check that laboratory building tonight. Yellow Hair, keep an eye on the surroundings. Yellow Hair's special ability is sensing danger. He can detect zombies, monsters, and patrol guards early. Thanks to Yellow Hair, Jean and the others have never been caught by patrol guards during night patrols on campus. They can't use flashlights because the light would alert the guards. They can only rely on moonlight to carefully move forward. Over at the blind box shop, after being attacked, the shop's defenses immediately launched a counterattack. Laser beams shot out rapidly. The zombies and monsters outside fell one after another. Su Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Tongzi, I'll try to curse you less in the future. Tongzi is still somewhat reliable. The system rolled its digital eyes. It had heard that phrase more than once. The bodies of zombies and monsters outside piled up like small hills, filling the air with a rotten smell. After turning off the laser attack, Chunling pulled Su Li and opened the shop's door. Let's go practice our skills. She had been wanting to go out and fight those monsters for a while. Since awakening her special ability, Chunling hadn't had a good fight. Every time she trained with Su Li was afraid her lightning would accidentally hurt her. So, she rarely used her powers. Su Li looked downcast, like a sad puppy, and didn't say much. By now, there weren't many monsters outside. The two worked together. Chunling used her speed ability to weave through the zombies and monsters with Su Li. Her speed was faster than most monsters. Su Li used her sharpshooting skills, throwing thunderballs one after another. The zombies and monsters twitched like they had seizures before falling down. The zombies hit by Su Li's thunderballs emitted a burnt smell. With their smooth teamwork, the battle was nearing its end. Chunling turned to go back to the dorm to take a shower, but Su Li stopped her. Did you forget? Su Li pointed to the zombie's head. These zombies have crystal cores. When they first arrived, they were so busy escaping that they didn't even collect the zombie's core. Su Li felt heartbroken, as if she had lost a fortune. Chunling looked worried. Although she was a special soldier, she usually killed quickly and cleanly with a single shot, avoiding a messy scene. Thinking about digging into a zombie's brain with her hands made Chunling shiver. Su Li, having experienced the end of the world once, didn't care about these details anymore. She took out 2 small knives from her system space. She handed one to Chunling and kept one herself. Chunling hesitated, but Suli was already walking toward the nearest zombie. She awkwardly cut open the zombie's brain. After all, zombies on Blue Star don't have cores. So, Suli wasn't very familiar with the skill of digging out brains. Looking at the open brain, Suli clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. She took out 2 pairs of gloves from her system space. After putting on the gloves, she reached into the zombie's brain. She carefully dug around inside the small brain. Anyone who often digs brains knows that finding a tiny core in such a big brain takes some effort, especially since it was her first time. She fumbled around and finally felt something hard. She pulled it out, and it sparkled with a glow, with energy fluctuations inside. It was definitely a core. The more she did it, the more she enjoyed the process of extracting cores. Seeing Chun-Ling still standing there, looking conflicted, Suli tempted her. It's really fun, like treasure hunting. Try it. But trying once was enough. Chun-Ling wrinkled her nose, put on gloves, and mimicked Suli by cutting open the zombie's brain. Shen Siyuan watched the surveillance from the shop. When she saw Suli and Chun-Ling crouching beside the corpses, digging out cores, she almost hesitated, but then left. She brought a bucket with her, so they could store all the cores they dug out. After Shen Siyuan joined, the 3 of them worked efficiently, with clear roles. They gradually left the safe zone of the blind box shop. Just as they were about to finish digging out all the zombie brains, Suli and Chun-Ling suddenly sensed something was wrong. Chun-Ling shouted, "Be careful!" Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Suli thought to herself, this is not good. Although they were prepared, they didn't expect to encounter this situation. There were no zombies or monsters nearby, but the 3 of them couldn't move. It was as if they were frozen in place. They quickly looked around, using the moonlight and the lights from the blind box shop. They saw that there were no zombies or monsters nearby. Just as they were feeling confused, a black mist in the shape of a person appeared in front of them. The black mist had no features, and its human shape looked not very solid. But all 3 could feel that this black mist was watching them. Chun-Ling struggled hard, but it was useless, as if an invisible force was holding her. Shen Siyuan remained calm. She guessed, this must be the Night Watcher in the rules. The rule says, don't let the Night Watcher catch you. Suli tried to gather a lightning ball in her palm. But no matter how she used her powers, her body didn't respond. The black mist gradually dissolved, wrapping around the 3 of them. Inside the mist, Suli smelled a rotten flower scent. She felt like she was about to suffocate. Suli called out for help in her mind. System, save me. But there was no response. Just when Suli and the others thought they might die in this world after just one day, a barking sound broke the silence.
Woof. Woof.
Woof, where are you? Don't you know to go home when it's dark? Dogs are so worried.
Woof. Woof.
Woof, the sound grew closer. When Black Panther appeared, he saw his owner looking pained. And the kind person who had been feeding him porridge was now barely alive. How dare you bully the one I protect? Black Panther roared and lunged at the black mist. Suli felt like she was hallucinating. She seemed to see a tiny black dog shining with golden light. Strangely, as Black Panther barked and lunged, the black mist slowly dispersed. Suli and the others regained their ability to move. After a terrifying night almost spent being taken away, Suli and the others gained a deeper understanding of the rules of this school. They discussed their next steps. The group decided to wait until the next opening of the closed campus. They planned to follow the rules carefully and act cautiously. Meanwhile, they asked customers at the blind box shop for news about the campus. When the campus reopens, they will try to see if they can leave it. Their goal is to make the blind box shop the biggest oasis in this world. To grow their business, promotion is very important. They know they can't just stay in this small campus to become famous. However, Suli and her friends don't yet realize how unfair the campus rules are. They don't know how hard it will be to leave the campus. They started a boring routine, opening the shop during the day to earn crystal cores and at night, fighting zombies to get more cores. After their first night, they learned how to attract zombies with lights and sounds. When zombies attack the shop, they use the shop's defense system to fight back. Once the defense has done its part, the three of them go out to deal with the remaining zombies and monsters. This way, they can get more cores and improve their fighting skills. They also learn the weaknesses of zombies and monsters little by little. Even Shin Seyuan, who has no fighting ability, begins to join the battles. She knows they will need to explore many worlds together in the future. She can't always rely on Su Li and Chun Ling to protect her. In emergencies, she might slow down the team. Su Li and Chun Ling see her eager to learn and are happy to teach her. Through these training sessions, they become more in sync. Of course, after lessons learned, the three always bring Black Panther when fighting zombies. They found that not only do night patrols fear Black Panther, but zombies and monsters also stay away from it. Although Black Panther has almost no fighting power now, it has become a little protector for its owners. With Black Panther around, Su Li and her friends feel very safe. Their nighttime deals with zombies go smoothly. Their daytime exchanges with humans are also good. The loudspeaker works tirelessly. In the morning, when students go for morning exercises, the loudspeaker calls out, "Don't miss this opportunity if you pass by." At noon, when students go to the cafeteria for lunch, the loudspeaker was shouting, "Missed opportunities lead to regret for 10,000 years." Even students who are worried about strange rules here couldn't resist coming to see for themselves. Once students entered the campus, they all got hooked.
Suli observed carefully.
The students' favorite items to buy were easy-to-carry, filling foods. Like the last time when Jin and his group came, canned food, compressed biscuits, chocolates, and other high-calorie snacks were all popular. Since Jin's group visited last time, they haven't returned to the blind box shop. Because two girls in Jin's team bought sanitary pads last time, Su Li remembered that group well. Besides food, medicine was also very popular. But these people didn't have Jin's big spending power. They mostly bought only the medicines they needed. For bleeding wounds, they bought hemostatic drugs. For infections, antibiotics. Some also bought protective gear like gas masks, gloves, and goggles. No one was interested in transportation tools. Because each transaction was small, no one qualified to go to the 5th floor. Some wealthy people bought bottled water. They said the school's water had a motor oil smell. So they preferred to spend a little crystal core to buy water from the blind box shop. After trading with many people, Su Li and her friends learned more about the school. The school is in a city called Rose City. Before the apocalypse, it was the second middle school of the city. After the disaster, most teachers and students died or escaped. The survivors moved to nearby oases to live. The school was abandoned long ago. Now only those who accidentally entered in the past year are inside. They are either passing through on missions, stopping to rest, or staying overnight. Some got lost nearby and didn't know how they ended up in the school. Once inside, they found they couldn't leave. And everyone who entered had to follow the school's rules. They lived like boarding school students. They had fixed times for classes, meals, and sleep. No one had really thought about leaving, but every attempt to do so ended in failure. Attempting to escape from the school, some people either continue to live there or get hurt or worse. In the end, no one managed to escape. People also say that during the school gate opening every half-month, very few are able to go out. Su Li and her friends were a bit worried, but decided to try again when the time came. Half a month was enough for them to wait. They also used this time to gather more zombie crystal cores at night. Strangely, the zombies and monsters seemed endless. On the first night, Su Li and her friends only collected zombie crystal cores and ignored the monster corpses. By morning, all the monster bodies had disappeared. Su Li felt it was a waste. So, starting from the second night, she stored the monster corpses in the system space. The system was very upset, complaining loudly about being dirty and unclean. Su Li was too lazy to bother with the drama queen system. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang again. Many survivors hurried to the small shop near the playground. The shop offered hot water, and they sometimes bought instant noodles to satisfy their hunger. But for those who risked their lives every day to attend classes, instant noodles used a lot of crystal cores and didn't fill them up. Most survivors preferred more filling food. Still, no matter what they ate, the small shop by the playground was their first choice. However, while most people headed to the playground, some went toward the cafeteria. Among them was a grandfather and his grandson. The grandfather had white hair and looked very thin, but he seemed energetic, probably a psychic ability user. The grandson had a round face and looked like he hadn't suffered much. "Grandpa, I want to eat instant noodles," the little boy tugged at the old man's arm. The grandfather looked confused. "Where can we find instant noodles?" The grandson pointed toward the playground. "I heard that the small shop has instant noodles and lots of tasty food. Grandpa, can you go and get some for me?" His grandfather was a powerful psychic ability user. Whenever he wanted something, he could help him get it. Even after they accidentally entered the school, he has never gone hungry. The old man's gaze shifted to the playground. During exercise, he also saw the small shop. He always thought it was a new illusion, but it turns out it wasn't. However, he couldn't leave this campus. Where do those people get their supplies for the small shop? Other people who enter the blind box store also have this question. But some are simply carefree. They think as long as they can buy what they want, where it comes from doesn't matter. Some are still watching, hoping to see if the shop owner has special abilities to get those items. If so, they must be friendly and not make enemies. Seeing his grandfather just staring at the playground and not replying to him, the little boy suddenly got angry. He shook his grandfather's arm. "Grandpa, are you going to get me some instant noodles or not?" If Grandpa doesn't go, he'll go himself. Seeing his obedient grandson upset, the old man quickly comforted him. Go, we'll go right now." "What do you want to eat?" "Grandpa will get it for you. My little Yaozhu can eat as much as he wants." Hearing this, the boy immediately stopped crying. He held his grandfather's hand and ran toward the playground. The old man sighed. It's not his fault. They only have this obedient grandson, and he loves him dearly. When his obedient grandson was born, he already made plans. He decided to leave all his money to his grandson and forget about those spoiled girls. When his grandson gets into a good university and finds a wife, someone will take care of him for life. This old man, would have no regrets even if he died. But unexpectedly, the apocalypse came. His son and daughter-in-law died. Fortunately, he awakened a mental-type superpower. But what's the use of just having a superpower? The world suddenly changed so much he didn't recognize it. Rules and regulations could easily kill people. When the apocalypse first arrived, he had just awakened his superpower and needed crystal cores to train. But where could an old man like him find crystal cores? At that time, his mental attack could only make zombies dazed for a moment. They simply cannot kill them. There was no choice but to sell those few troublesome girls. She exchanged some cultivation crystals for herself. Gradually, her special abilities grew stronger, but she still dared not kill zombies. To support her beloved Yaozu and prevent him from suffering, she used her mental powers to attack when the survivors weren't paying attention. She stole their crystals and food. Thus, she and Yaozu managed to survive. Until one day, Yaozu encountered a mutated fox. The fox was pure white and looked very cute. Yaozu immediately liked it and asked her to help catch it. The grandfather and grandson went out to catch the fox. Unexpectedly, they didn't catch the fox. Instead, they got trapped in this strange school. Every day, she was on edge, worried about the rules and wary of other survivors. Fortunately, their luck held, and they survived until now. She believed it was because her Yaozu was very lucky. Yaozu was destined for great things. He would someday build a new safe place and become a leader. Suli didn't know yet that her mystery box shop was being targeted. It was just after school, a busy time with many customers. Even though they were trapped in the school, as long as they were willing to fight zombies, they could get crystals. Once the survivors learned about the shop, they became even more eager to fight zombies. They did it so they wouldn't feel bad about using their crystals to buy things. The three of them were busy with their tasks. She was responsible for cleaning up leftover trash from customers and putting it in the trash bin. The trash bin was bought with a system. It cleaned up without leaving traces, making it easy and tidy. Shin Siyuan organized the shelves. When new customers arrived, he explained how to use the self-service trading machines. Chun-Ling patrolled between floors. When she saw customers fighting over the same item, she helped resolve their conflicts. Since the system could monitor the entire shop, it would alert Suli immediately if someone tried to steal. So, there was no need for someone to watch the cameras all the time. Seeing wave after wave of customers coming into the shop, Suli sighed that this school had seen many people come and go. This is good too. The blind box shop won't worry about having no customers. At that moment, a grandfather and his granddaughter arrived at the door. Suli didn't remember this pair, so they were probably new visitors. She smiled and went to greet them. You can look around first and see what you'd like to buy. Our blind box shop offers good quality at low prices. Everyone who has visited before says it's great. However, the old man just gave her a cold look. The chubby boy happily ran toward the shelves. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, Suli was surprised to see such a chubby child. But this little boy seemed a bit rude. Looking at the shelves full of samples, the boy's eyes lit up. But his face was so fat that his eyes looked small and less bright. Grandpa, there's so much to eat here. I want jelly. I haven't had any in a long time. And chips, I want those too. Cola, I want cola as well. Seeing the grandfather and grandson happily enjoying themselves, Suli had a bad feeling. Could they be trying to eat without paying? She walked in front of them, deliberately ignoring them, and pointed to the self-service payment machine. To buy a blind box, you need to pay with crystal cores first. You can't open it until you pay. But the boy didn't take her seriously. Maybe he was used to being bossy and never afraid of anyone. Right in front of Suli, the chubby boy opened a jelly blind box. It was a type of jelly from a brand called Shix Lang. The boy ate it like a starving ghost, gobbling it down. Juice from the jelly dripped down his mouth. Suli clenched her teeth in anger and looked at the old man. Your grandson ate one jelly and used 3 low-grade crystal cores. Please pay for it. The old man suddenly looked at Suli. Miss, this jelly was given to my grandson by my beloved ancestor, wasn't it? While speaking, the old man activated his mental ability, trying to make Suli feel dizzy and accept his words. But the system, noticing his attack, quickly put up a protective shield around Suli. Recently, it had been reading novels and found that readers liked the kind of silent, hard-working boss who doesn't show off. So, it didn't tell Suli about this. As a result, Suli felt nothing at all. She looked at the old man with a look that seemed to see a mental patient. It's funny how people think their own mess smells good. Does his grandson's chubby face look cute or not? Why do people think that because Peppa Pig is cute, all pigs are cute? She continued to insist, please pay. While the two argued, the chubby kid had already torn into another pile of snacks. He not only ate but also wasted food. There were snack crumbs all over the ground. There was even chewing gum stuck on the shiny floor, half chewed. Suli's temper was rising quickly. She decided not to argue with the unreasonable old man anymore. She grabbed the little boy's clothes, walked to the door of the blind box shop, opened the door, and threw the boy outside. Then she shook her hand, feeling how heavy he was. The old man was furious to see her dare to throw his precious grandson out. His eyes blazed with anger as he stared at Suli. Do you dare to throw my grandson? He suddenly used his mental powers to attack again. Seeing him glaring at her, Suli thought he was crazy. What? Is he trying to outdo with his eyes? The system also noticed that its host was slow to react. It warned, he is a mental ability user. He attacked you twice. It paused for a moment and added, but I blocked both attacks. Only then did Suli realize why the old man was acting so strange. He was attacking her with mental powers. Sorry for her lack of experience. She had never seen a mental ability user who could attack mentally. With the system's protection, she didn't react right away. System, keep helping me defend. Suli gathered a ball of lightning in her hand. She looked calmly at the thin old man. Just throw him out. Do I need your permission? At this moment, the customers nearby heard the noise and came to watch. Chun-Ling and Shin Siyuan also came over to Suli's side. They had already learned what happened from the onlookers in the front row. Shin Siyuan was calmer, with a serious face. Chun-Ling, who was hot-tempered, couldn't hold back anymore. "You old fool. You ate the free meal, and now you're causing trouble for us. Are you so stingy that you're afraid your future descendants will have no sense of humor?" Hearing Chen Lingzhao talk to himself, the old man launched a mental attack on Chen-Ling. Su Li saw him glaring angrily at Chen-Ling and knew something was wrong. She immediately called the system. "Commander, protect Chen-Ling," but it was already too late. Chen-Ling was crouched down, holding his head. The old man's face showed a sneaky, proud smile. He had just attacked that woman twice with his mental power, and she didn't react. He thought his special ability was malfunctioning. Now, it seemed there was no problem. So, what was he afraid of? Today, he was going to make this small shop his own. But his pride didn't last long. Su Li had already thrown a lightning ball at him. The old man was electrocuted, twitching all over, with parts of his body burning and swelling. Even his few white hairs on his head stood up. Su Li grabbed the old man, like holding his grandson. She threw him out of the shop's door. The customers watching cheered. "Boss Su is amazing. That shameless old man Chen finally got what he deserved. Yeah, I heard he used his mental powers to get a lot of good stuff from other survivors." Besides these cheers, some people with a little cunning were also shaken. They had been thinking that if the three women in the shop weren't strong enough, they wouldn't blame them for taking advantage in the future. After all, they weren't capable of protecting this treasure shop. Now, it seemed they needed to think more carefully about their own strength. To be honest, Su Li's move had a strong warning effect. The old man lying outside on the ground lay there for a long time. His numbness finally started to fade. His grandson was still crying nearby. He wanted to find a way to teach that bad woman who threw him out of the shop. Chen old man also hated Su Li deeply. Since he couldn't win, he could only act stubborn. He lay on the ground and started crying loudly. "Oh, my life. The owner of this blind box shop is trying to kill people. Everyone, please don't come here." But his trick didn't work at all. People wanting to buy things at the blind box shop just ignored him and kept walking inside. Su Li found this amusing. Maybe this trick would have worked before the end of the world, making people feel sorry for the old man. Maybe some would even blame Su Li for it. But this is the end of the world. Sir, people's kindness is almost gone, and their cruelty is obvious. Everyone is busy trying to survive. No one has time to judge you. For the survivors in this school, the items in the blind box shop are more valuable than an old man's threats. But the old man is just too noisy. Su Li stepped outside, holding another lightning ball. "From now on, every time you scream, I will send you a lightning strike." How does that sound? Seeing that no one was on his side and that Su Li seemed serious about hurting him, the old man quickly grabbed his grandson and tried to run away. They had really hit a dead end this time. As they tried to escape, Su Li threw another lightning ball. The lightning danced around, and the grandfather and grandson were badly hurt. They cried out in pain, begging for mercy, but Su Li showed no signs of forgiving them. Finally, they took out a few high-level crystal cores from their belongings to pay for the damage. After accepting the crystal cores, Su Li let them escape in a sorry state. Their clothes were torn from the lightning strikes, and as they ran, their blackened, charred backs were exposed. Su Li ordered the system. "Admin, block this grandfather and grandson. They are not allowed to enter the blind box shop again." She also used system coins to buy a troublemaker removal plugin for the shop. Now, anyone who opens a blind box without paying will be kicked out and blacklisted automatically. Life continued as Su Li and her team ran the shop during the day and worked on crystal cores at night. Time quickly passed until it was time for the school gate to open again, which happened every 2 weeks. The survivors who bought things at the shop said that the last time the school gate opened was on the 5th day before they arrived. This time, the gate would open on the 10th day since they entered this world. That morning, after waking up, Su Li and her team discussed their plans. Today, the blind box shop was closed for the day. The three of them explored the road leading out of the school. If they could leave smoothly, Chen-Ling would go outside to promote the blind box shop. Su Li would bring her some weapons for self-defense. Chen-Ling is a speed-type psychic and a special soldier. Even if she encounters danger, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Suli stayed behind with Shin Siyun to guard the shop. Actually, Suli wanted to go out alone, but Chunling and Shin Siyun disagreed. So, she had to give up. The three of them armed themselves and left the shop's door. At this moment, thick fog covered the campus everywhere. Above the school, there were rows of blood-red words. Today is the day to leave school. The campus is my home. Don't look at the crying roses. Will you choose to walk the way home? Seeing these strange rules, Suli frowned. Chunling muttered, just nonsense. Shin Siyun frowned and thought deeply. The three of them carefully moved forward, with Suli and Chunling on each side and Shin Siyun in the middle. Recently, Shin Siyun's fighting skills had improved after practice. But her strength was still the lowest among the three. She needed special protection. Suli's idea was, all three should come together and return to China safely. No one could be left behind. To avoid getting lost in the fog, Suli and Chunling each held Shin Siyun's arms. Suli's other hand was constantly gathering a lightning ball. Chunling held a gun in her other hand. Shin Siyun had applied a special juice to her hands and feet beforehand for extra strength. She also carried a bright flashlight, trying to see better in the fog. The campus was eerily quiet. It seemed like only the three of them were there. After wandering for a while, they finally left the playground. Beyond the playground, a school building appeared. Chunling spoke seriously. This isn't right. This spot used to be a flower bed. Unlike Suli, Chunling had an incredible sense of direction. She was a special soldier, with excellent memory for terrain, locations, and directions. Even her instincts were very accurate. After all, these matters are very important when carrying out missions, as they concern life and death. Hearing Chunling say this, Suli and Shin Siyun became very alert. It seems the positions of the buildings on campus have really changed, Suli whispered, recalling what survivors from the shop had told them before. But even with mental preparation, when faced with such a situation, they couldn't help feeling nervous. Shin Siyun took a deep breath. It looks like we need to figure out where the school gate is first, but the problem is, how can we know that? For this kind of problem, we can only rely on non-human help. So, the system, which was watching a TV show, once again felt the call from its host. The TV show was downloaded while it was surfing the internet on Blue Star. The rules of this world are too chaotic, causing frequent lag. Don't even mention downloading things. Just running consumes a lot of energy. The system's mechanical voice sounded confused. Dear host, what's wrong? Suli immediately knew the system was slacking off again. But now isn't the time to argue about that. Quickly help me find out which direction the school gate is in. The system scanned the area once. Something seemed off. It scanned again. Finally, it spoke. Why is the space here so chaotic? It wasn't like this when we first arrived. Even this high-tech system often feels disoriented in this world. The level of this world isn't particularly high, after all. The system was a bit puzzled. But it still dutifully pointed out the direction to Suli. Host, you are currently in the northeast corner of the school, and the gate is in the southwest corner, Suli nodded. Although it was a bit far, knowing the direction was helpful. She instructed the system. We plan to try to leave this campus now. Don't slack off. Stay online at all times. Thinking for a moment, she added, whether we can earn more money depends on this attempt. As soon as she said that, the system instantly became more energetic. It stopped watching TV shows and stopped reading novels. I have been watching the movements of Suli and her two companions. Suli couldn't figure out the direction, so Chunling is leading the group now. They are heading toward the southwest corner. Not long after leaving the flower bed, a series of roars suddenly come from the thick fog where they can't see their hands in front of them. The three of them become alert. Something is coming. Sure enough, a group of monsters appears in front of them. These monsters are no different from the ones they attract at the blind box shop every night. They are all patchwork monsters. One has a monkey's head with a cat's face, a dog's body with a snake's tail. These monsters jump, crawl, or run. They gradually surround Suli and her friends. Fortunately, since arriving in this world, they have been practicing fighting these monsters and zombies every night. They know their weaknesses. Although there are many monsters, the three of them handle the situation with some difficulty. but they remain calm and fight together smoothly. The monsters let out loud, sad cries and one by one fall to the ground. When the last monster is defeated, the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. Suli puts the corpses of the monsters into the system space. Maybe they can use them when they return to Blue Star. The system protests again, but its complaints are ignored. After dealing with the monsters, they rest for a while in the same spot. Suli takes out some prepared heavenly fruits and energy bars, sharing them with Chenling and Shinsiyuan. Eating a heavenly fruit instantly relieves all fatigue. It feels like all the cells in her body have been washed clean. At this moment, Suli feels confident again. After restoring their strength, the three continue heading southwest. Now, the thick fog in the campus seems to have lifted a little. They can gradually see about 10 meters ahead. Turning past what should be the north-facing library, suddenly a row of stone statues appears before them. These statues are life-sized, both men and women, old and young. All the statues have terrified expressions, as if they have encountered something frightening. Some statues are still in the act of running forward. It's as if they turned to stone in the moment of fleeing. Look, what is that? In front of the statues, there is a large cluster of roses. At first glance, it feels like entering a rose garden. The roses in the flower bed are planted very densely. The fog in the school has condensed into dew, which decorates the petals of the roses. The dew sparkles with a clear shine, making the roses look like they are crying. Everyone, don't look. Shinsiyuan immediately pulls the two of them to turn around. He faces away from that rose garden. Suli and Chenling also realize what's happening. Don't look at the crying roses. Suli's voice is low and restrained. It seems that if you look at the crying roses, you might turn into stone. Chenling and Shinsiyuan look serious. But there's such a big area of roses, and if we want to reach the school gate, we have to go through the flowers. Chenling frowns and says, how can they pass through the rose bushes without looking at them? If they close their eyes and walk through, who knows what dangers might be there? I'll step back a few steps now, then throw a lightning ball at the rose bushes. Do you think that will work? Shinsiyuan shakes his head. No, it won't. If these roses are mutated plants and attack you, we'll be facing away and won't be able to react in time. Chenling starts to feel anxious. What should we do? Should we go back in place? Suli is thinking that it would be great if the blind box shop could move. They carry the shop everywhere, like carrying a turtle shell. It would definitely make things easier. Sigh. She's beautiful and has beautiful thoughts too. Shinsiyuan then asks Suli, ask the system if it can scan that rose garden. Suli turns on the speaker and the system responds, yes. Shinsiyuan continues, then let's all close our eyes. Chenling, try using your special power to cover all three of us. System, guide us. Chenling tries wrapping the three of them with her special power. It uses a lot of her energy, but it works. The three close their eyes and turn around. Chenling walks in front, leading everyone with her power, moving quickly. The system gives directions. Take 7 steps forward, turn left, walk 3 steps. Following the system's instructions, the three move carefully and quickly. Every step is taken very cautiously. They kept their eyes tightly closed the whole time, not daring to open even a small gap. Fortunately, the rose bushes did not attack during the journey. After about 20 minutes, the scent of roses at their noses gradually faded. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice also sounded. You have come out. The three of them took a deep breath in relief. They had passed this level. Let's keep moving forward and don't look back, Suli advised. They only dared to turn around after passing through one building after another, including classrooms and dormitories. By then, they could no longer see the shadow of the library or the rose garden. Chenling asked, if I remember correctly, there was no rose garden on this campus before, although it was a question. Her tone was firm. Suli and Shinsiyuan nodded in agreement. This garden really appeared suddenly, Chenling said. Also, they had never seen those humanoid stone statues on campus before. Feeling tired, the three rested for a while, leaning on the fruit from the sky to recover their strength. The juice from the sky fruit not only quenched thirst, but also instantly restored energy. Do you feel like the campus is unusually large today? Shin Se-yoon asked while nibbling on a protein bar. Chun-Ling held a sky fruit, slowly sipping it bit by bit. Yes, it feels like we've been walking southwest for a long time without even seeing the shadow of the school gate, Suli said, knocking on the system. A simple map of the current campus suddenly appeared in front of them. The map was rough, with only a few thick lines and some marked points. They had only traveled halfway from the school gate. The system explained, "The direction is correct, but the school's space is chaotic. You might occasionally enter other spaces," it added. Shin Se-yoon nodded. It seems the rose garden earlier was probably another space, but it seems there is some strange magnetic field blocking the system's detection here. It can only provide a rough map. The details are still unclear. Anyway, we have to keep moving forward. The three of us continue along the route given by the system. The journey is going relatively smoothly. From the map, only a short distance remains to reach the school gate. At this moment, the fog thickens again, and the surrounding scenery becomes invisible once more. Suli glances at her watch. It's already 4 p.m. We need to speed up, it's getting dark soon. Today was supposed to be the time to leave school, but we don't know if the rules at night are different from usual. If we get caught in the dark and haven't left the campus or returned to the blind box shop, we might face unknown situations. Chun-Ling tightly holds Shin Se-yoon's hand and warns Suli, "Lily, hold on tight to Sister Se-yoon." She then activates her speed ability, helping the two of them to walk faster. Suli and Shin Se-yoon feel as if they are about to float. The three of them rush through the thick fog. Chun-Ling increases her speed, while Suli stays alert. She wants to prevent any sudden unknown dangers. Fortunately, besides the sound of wind from running fast, there's nothing else around. Looking at the map from the system, they're getting closer to the school gate. Suli's face shows hope. She just hopes everything will go smoothly after leaving the campus. She remembers the survivors from the blind box shop saying, "This campus is part of a difficult challenge zone. The outside world isn't nearly as strange." But Suli was still too optimistic. Seeing the stairs blocking her way, she feels exhausted. It feels endless. She's not afraid of being stabbed, but she fears the unknown things she might encounter again and again. But then she thinks, isn't life just like that? Facing one unknown challenge after another. Only then can she find the way out. She takes a deep breath to calm her slightly irritated mind. She looks at Shin Se-yoon and Chun-Ling and asks, "Should we go forward or turn back?" Chun-Ling doesn't hesitate. "As a Special Forces soldier, I never back down. Let's go." She took the lead and stepped onto the wooden staircase. Shin Se-yoon didn't say much, just nodded and followed behind Chun-Ling. Her face was firm, as if determined to join the party. Neither of them was afraid. After all, Suli, who had died once, had nothing to fear. She followed closely, holding her thunderball ready. There were no handrails on either side of the staircase, only thick fog that was impossible to see through, and the top was unclear. Every step upward felt like climbing a cliff. The wooden stairs creaked loudly, sounding like they could break at any moment. Chun-Ling was the first to reach the top of the stairs. Shin Se-yoon and Suli saw her stop and stand still, so they quickly paused too. Everyone looked over. It turned out that at the top of the stairs was a corner, and beyond it was still the staircase. There was no choice but to keep going upward. After a short while, suddenly, strange mutated plants and animals appeared out of nowhere on both sides. This was the first time Suli and the others saw such mutated creatures. A fierce-looking mutant tabby cat with glowing green eyes and sharp claws approached Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling used her speed-based powers, slightly turning her body to dodge its claws. Without hesitation, she shot at the mutant cat. The gunshot seemed to be a signal, and more mutated animals and plants appeared around them. The staircase was too narrow for all three to stand side by side. They had to scatter and fight separately. Chun-Ling asked Suli for a knife. There were too many mutated creatures, and their guns and ammo weren't enough. She cut off a large sunflower head with her knife. Immediately, a strong foul smell spread out, like a sewage tank exploding. Chun-Ling cursed loudly. Did these things grow from eating before they mutated?
Suli chuckled softly.
Every time she threw a thunderball, it caused casualties. Shin Se-yuan, holding a tang sword, struggled to defend himself and looked at Su Li with envy. Among all, the thunder powers are the most destructive. While fighting, the three of them kept moving forward little by little. When they reached the top of the stairs again, there was another corner, and beyond it, there was another staircase. There was no choice but to keep going. The stairs go up and down. They kept turning, going up and down the stairs without stopping, until the mutated plants and animals no longer appeared, and the three people's special abilities nearly ran out. When they encountered the staircase going up again, Shin Se-yuan called a stop. "Look at that knife mark." Chunling pointed in the direction Shin Se-yuan was indicating, raising her voice. "That's the scar I left when I cut the mutated sunflower." Su Li frowned. "It seems we've been walking in circles." Shin Se-yuan nodded. The previous mutated plants and animals distracted them, and now they realized the stairs looked like a maze. If there hadn't been thick fog at this moment, Su Li and the others would see that they had been turning left and right, going up and down the stairs, which actually formed a shape like a Mobius. No matter how they walked, they could only circle around on this loop. Shin Se-yuan stood there, carefully thinking about everything since they stepped onto these stairs. How their directions changed, when they went up and when they went down. She calmly analyzed that, based on their route, it didn't seem like a maze. But they had indeed returned to the same spot. Shin Se-yuan thought for a long time. At this moment, Su Li, who had just finished drinking the heavenly fruit, and Ling were complaining, "I really want a lightning strike to turn this broken staircase into rubble." Shin Se-yuan suddenly had an idea. She looked at Su Li seriously. "Why don't we try?" This surprised Su Li. "No, Se-yuan, I was just joking." But Shin Se-yuan looked serious. "I know, but I'm serious." "You try it." Hearing this, Su Li really had no other choice. "Forget it. Let's take a gamble." She gathered her powers, worried she might not break the stairs with one strike, so she prepared a big one. Electric sparks flickered between her hands, and the lightning ball grew larger and larger. Until the lightning ball was so big that she almost couldn't hold it anymore, Su Li threw it out. It looked fragile, but the three of them stood on the wooden stairs, which remained sturdy despite the mutated plants and animals. Suddenly, fragments flew everywhere, leaving blackened marks at the cracks. Then, the stairs, which were connected in a Mobius loop, instantly collapsed. Su Li and the others fell straight from high above to the ground. If she falls, it would really be a life-threatening situation. The group was falling from high above. From this view, you could see the staircase they had been circling earlier, floating in midair. Now, there is good news and bad news. The good news is that even though this is an aerial staircase, the three of them did not step wrong once. The bad news is that they are now falling quickly, only about 200 meters from the ground. The most important thing is that they are separated so they cannot help each other. The wind roared past their ears as they neared the ground. Suddenly, Su Li created a lightning rope and wrapped it around a tall, sturdy ancient tree. The lightning rope acted like a chainsaw, cutting off many branches and leaves of the tree. Thanks to this buffer, Su Li managed to land safely by rolling to absorb the impact, though she looked a bit messy. Ling had already prepared her response before Su Li reacted. She has a speed-based ability. Since arriving in this world, her abilities have improved rapidly. Why does her speed ability allow her to move so fast? Besides physical strength, it's mainly because she can sense and use the surrounding air currents precisely. After sensing how the air was moving, she quickly adjusted her body and fell smoothly with the wind. Even after landing, she still had time to use her ability to help Shin Se-yuan control his fall speed. This way, everyone landed safely. This time, it was close but no danger, Su Li said. Shin Se-yuan looked a little pale and asked Su Li, "What should we do next?" They had wasted too much time on the staircase. Now it was already dark. The thick fog that had covered the campus all day finally cleared completely. But this was not good news. Because now, the campus looked normal again, with all the buildings in their usual places. This meant that Su Li and the others failed to leave the school on this departure day. All three felt a bit disappointed. They had been fighting all the way and didn't even see the school gate.
Who could stand that?
Suli clenched her teeth and wanted to confirm again. Tongzi, help me update the current campus map. Tongzi's screen displayed the campus map they had looked at many times since arriving here. The map is different from the one used during the previous campus transformation. This map is clear, with well-marked routes. It shows where the dorms are, where the playground is, and where the dorm buildings are, all clearly drawn. This is the map of the campus during the lockdown. Since the campus has returned to normal, their current location is no longer near the main gate. Suli sighed. Maybe we should go check the main gate. Chenling and Shin Siyuan had no objections.
It was already nighttime.
To avoid attracting zombies, monsters, or patrols, the three of them turned off their flashlights and moved quietly. They didn't speak to each other anymore. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger on the way. Unaware, they didn't know that the night of leaving school was a safe day. Students who stayed inside the school wouldn't be attacked. They carefully reached the school gate. The gate was closed, with a rusty lock hanging on it. They still couldn't see outside. All they saw was the blood-written message on the gate. Time to leave school has passed. No one is allowed to exit. They felt like they were being played. Chun-Ling gritted her teeth. Lily, give me a machine gun. I'll blast this broken gate. Suli refused. Guns make noise. Let me do it. She then threw a lightning-based energy attack. Electric sparks flickered on the gate, like a quick silver snake. But the gate didn't react at all. Suli frowned, took a deep breath, and gathered even stronger lightning energy. Still, there was no response. In the end, they had to give up. Shun Siyuan suggested, let's go back first and think of another plan. They had to get out of the school. But now, it was clear they couldn't force their way out. Su Li and Chunling nodded, and the three headed toward the playground. Nothing unusual happened along the way. When they returned to the blind box shop, before entering the dorm, they heard barking at the door. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Are you finally back? Did you abandon the dog?
Woo woo.
Hearing the dog's sad yet hopeful bark, Su Li quickly opened the door. As soon as she entered, the dog wagged its tail nonstop around her. Su Li crouched down and petted the dog's head. Good boy, aren't you glad I'm back? You're such a clingy little thing. Shin Siyuan also scratched the Black Panther's chin, then turned to walk toward the kitchen. I'm going to make dinner for everyone. Today was so tiring. Her job as a top translator for her boss was much more exhausting. Originally, her work only involved her hair. Now, her work can be life-threatening at times. But she still prefers her current job. Maybe she has a hidden adventurous spirit. The unknown and challenges fascinate her even more. Shin Siyuan was quick. Since everyone was hungry, she made simple noodles. But the plain noodles she cooked suddenly smelled so good that they made people salivate just from the aroma. Su Li ate quickly, taking bites one after another, while the dog anxiously circled at her feet. Chin Ling, slurping her noodles, sighed. Siyuan, if the next world has no zombies or monsters, you should open a restaurant. She would definitely make a lot of money. Su Li nodded. Siyuan's cooking skills are better than many chefs. Su Li wasn't exaggerating. Once you've tasted Shin Siyuan's food, other dishes seem dull in comparison. Shin Siyuan smiled. Our ancestors were imperial chefs. Actually, her family had run a restaurant until her grandfather's generation. But by her father's generation, no one was interested in cooking anymore. Since she was a little girl, Shin Siyuan learned to chop vegetables and stir-fry with her grandfather. Her grandfather wanted her to carry on the family tradition. But Shin Siyuan only saw cooking as a hobby. She was more interested in translation. Her grandfather wasn't the stubborn type who forced children to obey him. So he let her do her own thing. While speaking, Shin Siyuan served a bowl of noodles to the Black Panther, letting it cool. Siyuan, you should eat quickly. Don't worry about Bobo. Recently, the dog had been acting strange. It no longer liked its usual dog food. Every day, it insisted on eating the same food as the three of them. Once, Shin Siyuan made boiled sliced meat. Su Li, mischievously, put a piece of meat coated with chili powder into the dog's bowl. She thought the dog would lick it and then refuse to eat. But unexpectedly, the dog ate one piece and wanted more. She jumped up excitedly, trying to grab the meat slice from Su Li's chopsticks. With a graceful spin, she landed on the table, but stumbled. She kicked with her back leg, knocking over the bowl of boiled meat slices. Soup spilled all over the table. After cleaning up the mess she caused, Su Li made her stand facing the wall for an hour to reflect. But after that, everyone, including Shin Se-eun, still prepared a portion for the dog. After finishing their noodles, the three of them and the dog went back to their dorms to sleep. They had to be ready to open again tomorrow. The morning after failing to leave school, a strange woman came to the blind box shop. Even stranger, the system gave Su Li a task unrelated to trading. The reward was quite generous. A beautiful woman with a charming figure stood there. In this apocalyptic world, she looked no different from someone in peaceful times. Her face and clothes were very clean. Her long, curly hair was neatly styled, shiny and full of life. Yu Xianglin narrowed her fox-like eyes, watching the blind box shop. In her previous life, she never heard of such a shop on this campus. Since the shop suddenly appeared, she started paying attention. At first, she thought it was some survivors trying to trick others into giving up their crystal cores. But surprisingly, many people actually bought things there. A few days ago, she bought some items from the shop at a high price from other survivors. The items were genuine. She wasn't short on crystal cores, but she didn't rush to buy anything right away. She just wanted to wait and see. Usually, capable survivors would try to leave the school on their first day after arriving here. But not everyone who tries to leave makes it out alive. If the shop owner of this blind box store could survive after the departure day, she would come to see this shop that shouldn't even exist. Sure enough, this morning during morning exercises, she saw the shop open again. Yu Xianglin avoided the fake teacher leading the exercises. She went to the front of the shop. Inside the shop, Su Li looked at the woman's photo displayed on the system panel. Let's look again at the new tasks that have nothing to do with trading. I fell into deep thought. Who is this woman named Yu Xianglin? And what is her background? Why did the system suddenly make her sign an employee contract? As long as Yu Xianglin works at the blind box shop for a year, the system will reward her with 1 million system coins. It's important to note that her personality is sharp-tongued, bossy, stingy, and arrogant. And now the system is being so generous. Su Li couldn't help but glance at the sun outside. The sun didn't rise from the west today, did it? First, Su Li told Qinling and Shin Se-eun about the strange requirements of the system. Just as she was about to ask the system more carefully, she saw someone entering the blind box shop. The visitor looked radiant, walked lightly, and each step seemed to come with background music. At this moment, the small shop felt like a runway. And the woman walking on the runway was the only star. Su Li was momentarily stunned by her presence. Then she looked more closely. Isn't that the task target, Yu Xianglin? Su Li couldn't help but poke the system and tease. Honestly, are you a face-obsessed system? The system snorted confidently. In my eyes, everyone looks the same. This woman dared to doubt the system's standards. Is it a system that changes principles for beauty?
Actually, it's not just about that.
Never mind, the system impatiently said. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Sign her first. It will benefit you. By now, Yu Xianglin was already inspecting the shop. Shin Se-eun was showing her around. Listening to Shin Se-eun's introduction of the shop and seeing the shelves full of goods and the rows of self-service trading machines, Yu Xianglin guessed who Su Li and her friends were. In her previous life, she never came to this school, but she knew about it. She heard the information from someone who survived from the second middle school. According to what she learned, there was never a blind box shop. So, this suddenly appearing shop, and the variety of goods like before the apocalypse, clearly shouldn't exist in this world. And since she has been reborn, crossing over isn't such a strange thing either. Thinking of this, Yu Xianglin smiled. Her smile made her fox-like eyes narrow, showing a charming and clever look. She looked at Shin Se-eun and spoke sweetly. Dear guest from afar, are you here to discuss a big business deal? Surely your world doesn't lack these things, right? I really envy that. She pointed to the shelves on the first floor. She revealed the identity of the time traveler. Shin Siyuan was momentarily surprised, but didn't show it. Smart people are everywhere. She called over Su Li and Chen Ling. Little Ling, a big client has arrived. In the VIP area of the blind box shop, 3 women sat on the sofa. Su Li and Shin Siyuan sat on one side, while Yu Xianglin sat opposite them. Chen Ling continued to entertain other customers. Yu Xianglin flipped through the catalog of the shop's goods, looking at the items listed. It covered all aspects of life: clothing, food, housing, transportation, healthcare, education, and entertainment. She was very jealous now, extremely jealous. Why does someone from outside have everything they want? And she, as a local, had such a large space but nothing valuable inside, only thousands of hungry mouths waiting to be fed. Yes, Yu Xianglin is a reborn person in this world. She is also a supernatural ability user. Her power is communicating with mutated animals and plants. In this life, she was reborn just before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, she is not wealthy and doesn't have billions to stockpile supplies. She can only use her savings of a few $100,000 to buy essentials like food, medicine, and off-road vehicles. Her ability in this life is exactly the same as in her previous one. But because she was reborn, many of her choices changed. This caused the number of mutated animals and plants she keeps in her space to multiply. These mutated animals need to eat, and the plants need sunlight, water, and fertilizer. Even though she spends 8 hours a day planting in her space, the output still isn't enough for the animals to eat. Some mutated animals also eat meat, so she has to raise chickens in her space. As for the mutated plants, she has used up 5 batches of solar panels over the years. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she might have gotten some free supplies during a few zero-cost shopping events. They can't even afford their ancestors' belongings. Sigh. The hardships are too personal to share with outsiders. Yu Xianglin simply points calmly at the catalog of the blind box shop. Give me 100 Gina flour. Her family has a few mutated cats that love to eat steamed buns and meat buns. No need to buy meat. The cats will go out hunting some unawakened mutated animals themselves. Ahem. Mainly because her budget is limited, so she tries to save money. Give me 100 sets of seeds and saplings for various fruits and vegetables. Her previous stock of seeds and saplings still isn't enough. The growth rate of fruits and vegetables can't keep up with the thousands of mouths to feed. Give me 100 boxes of each medicine and 100 sets of sewing tools. Her family's mutated animals love to fight. They often end up with cuts and bruises. Her sewing skills have improved a lot over the years. Also, I need 100 solar panels and fertilizer. And when she flips to the last page of the catalog and sees the note, special items on the 5th floor, unlockable with VIP membership, Yu Xianglin asks, how much do I need to spend to become a VIP in your shop? Su Li falls silent for a moment. Let's first calculate how many crystal cores you'll need to pay for these items. Shin Siyuan relists her shopping list for Yu Xianglin. After confirming, she directly states the price. You need to pay a total of 50,038 high-level crystal cores to the blind box shop. Complete this transaction, and you'll become a basic member of the shop. Let's round it down. You only need to pay 50,000 high-level crystal cores. 50,000 high-level crystal cores may not seem much, but converted into low-level crystal cores, that's 500 million. Su Li and the others want to earn that many crystal cores by tempting zombies. They might have to work tirelessly for several years. Thinking of this, Su Li can't help but smile. Even Shin Siyuan, usually so calm, feels quite satisfied. Who would have thought that in such a small campus, they could meet such a big client? Yu Xianglin is full of enthusiasm when shopping. But when it comes to paying, her heart starts to ache. She can come up with 50,000 high-level crystal cores. However, these crystal cores were all carefully collected by her along with her children one by one. The crystal cores are also small snacks for the children. If suddenly a large number of them are lost, the little ones in the space will surely cause trouble. Maybe she could exchange them for the treasures she collected? Thinking of this, Yu Xianglin recalled what treasures she still had in her space that might attract people from other worlds. Perhaps this one? It reproduces quickly, and has special effects. Once she made her decision, Yu Xianglin took out a basin from her space. Inside the basin there was a bunch of black moss-like plants. She pointed to the moss and asked Su Li and Shin Siyuan, "Calculate how many of these I would need to exchange to get 50,000 high-level crystal cores." Su Li and Shin Siyuan looked at each other, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Su Li spoke slowly. "Is this moss? Tell us what this plant can do." It seems the system wants her to sign a contract, so the items it offers are probably not ordinary. Yu Xianglin explained, "This is a mutated plant I found in a very polluted rural domain. I named it Purification Moss. Purification Moss has no intelligence, but it can purify all pollution. The more polluted the environment, the faster the moss grows. But once it moves away from the pollution source, it goes into hibernation." Thinking about the air pollution, water pollution, and leaked nuclear radiation on her home planet Blue Star, Su Li and Shin Siyuan looked at the moss with shining eyes. Su Li excitedly called out to the system. "System, check how many crystal cores this moss is worth." The system scanned and responded mechanically. 1 square meter of moss is worth 200 high-level crystal cores. This time, the system did not speak aloud. Su Li pulled Shin Siyuan aside and started whispering. 200 high-level crystal cores for 1 square meter of purification moss. If she used all 50,000 crystal cores to buy moss, she could get 250 square meters. That number sounded a bit unpleasant. Although she gained many crystal cores this time, she couldn't use all of them just to buy moss. After all, what if after returning to Blue Star, the country develops more ways to use crystal cores? And as long as there is pollution, purifying moss can still grow. There aren't many other things on Blue Star, but is there less pollution? Considering these issues, Su Li and Shin Siyuan decided to exchange 30,000 high-level crystal cores for purifying moss. That is about 150 square meters. The remaining 20,000 will still be traded for high-level crystal cores. They told Yu Xianglin about their decision. Yu Xianglin responded very decisively. "Okay, are you sure you only want 150 square meters? If the blind box shop can ask for more, she can save some crystal cores. After all, she has plenty of purifying moss. She has planted a whole acre in her space. Every day, she has to use her own group's waste to water the moss. She is quite tired. But since they don't need it, she can't force them. Maybe she can sell it to those oases later." Both sides exchanged money and goods. After storing the items in her space, Yu Xianglin planned to leave. At this moment, Shin Siyuan and Su Li exchanged a smile. It's not easy to find a wealthy person in such a small place. A rich lady so adorable. How could she not get a few more benefits from her? Moreover, there was also a task assigned by the system to Su Li. After meeting Yu Xianglin in person, Su Li thought the system's task was actually worthwhile. These 1 million system coins are too good to miss. So Su Li quickly stopped Yu Xianglin from leaving. "You're now a member of our blind box shop. You can check out the products on the 5th floor. You should be interested." Su Li then handed Yu Xianglin a booklet about products from the Beast World continent. Yu Xianglin flipped through the booklet page by page. Su Li asked the system, "Now that this person is here, can you tell me why I should make her an employee? This world is too dangerous." Su Li knows how fragile human nature is in the apocalypse. So initially, she didn't plan to hire staff for this dimension's blind box shop. Her plan was to close the shop after they finish their tasks and return to Blue Star. When she goes back, she plans to buy a few passes between this dimension and Blue Star. The system suddenly gave her a new task, to have the country send people over to manage things. She didn't expect this kind of task from the system. The system explained, "I can't say too much about this. The natural order here doesn't allow me to reveal too many details. To prevent your actions as a traveler from causing a butterfly effect, which could change the original course of this world and human destiny." Waiting to hear the main story, Su Li wondered, when did her sharp-tongued system become so verbose? "So, what's the real story with Yu Xianglin?" she asked. The system replied, "She is the heroine of this world." After hearing this, Su Li finally understood why the system insisted she sign a contract with Yu Xianglin. Basically, it was all about making money. This world originally came from a novel. Yu Xianglin is the heroine of that story. She has the ability to communicate with mutated plants and animals. In the novel, Yu Xianglin formed a large army of mutated creatures. They fought bravely and became the ruler of this world. Now, Yu Xianglin already has quite a few followers. These followers include both mutated plants and animals, as well as humans. Currently, the school is just one of the side missions the heroine has conquered. In the novel, this side mission was quite difficult, and it took Yu Xianglin a long time to complete. The system's idea was to let Yu Xianglin work at a mystery box shop for a year. In the future, whether she wants to explore the business routes of this world or trade with the main characters, it would be much easier. Su Li was a bit speechless. Wait, where did you learn all this, system? Who makes friends by making others work for them? The system replied. Isn't that narrow-minded? It's called deep binding. And how do you know the heroine wouldn't want to work at a mystery box shop? Don't judge big shots with your small-town ideas. Su Li remained skeptical about what the system said, but she decided to give it a try. What if it worked? Yu Xianglin sat on the sofa, flipping through a product catalog. The more she looked, the wider her smile grew. I initially thought that the world where this blind box shop is located was similar to my world before the apocalypse. But looking at the items in this booklet, fruits that can keep you from feeling thirsty for a day and instantly restore your energy. Long-term consumption that can improve health and repair aging or damaged cells. A fruit that, when applied with juice, can increase strength. If ordinary people use these, how are they different from those with special abilities? There are even fruits that can grant people special powers after eating them. Her eyes widened instantly. With such fruits, she could train a team of superpowered individuals. This is truly amazing. In that case, the people in front of her must all have special abilities. At first, she thought they might survive until the day they leave school, relying on their brains and weapons like guns. Items like iron stomach sheep, mint bubble beads, cool clothes, pregnancy fruits, and water-repelling beads. These aren't mutated plants or animals, but they have abilities that normal mutated creatures don't. The more she looked, the more she felt this blind box shop was not simple. It has such treasures, yet no survivor has ever mentioned them. But in the end of the world, having treasures means hiding them. She is the same. She wants every one of these amazing items. But now, what should she trade for them? She thought for a moment and was about to speak. Then she saw the gentle-looking girl from the shop walking over. She was followed by a group of people. Oh, it's the team she casually saved in the laboratory building some time ago. The morning exercises just finished. Many customers come to the blind box shop. Chunling was busy attending to other customers. But suddenly, Dijin entered with a serious expression. Behind him, there were others like the last visitors, yellow-haired, Liang Xiao, Li Qingqing, and others. Dijin said he wanted to make a deal with the owner. From his serious look, it didn't seem like a small transaction. Looking over at Su Li's side, it seemed her deal with Fish Xianglin was also finished. Chunling then took him to the meeting area. Before he could greet Su Li and Shen Xiyuan, he saw Fish Xianglin sitting on the sofa. He sounded a bit surprised. Yu Xianglin, what are you doing here? That's obvious. Yu Xianglin rolled her eyes gracefully. Why are you here? I'm here for the same reason. She then looked around at Dijin and the others. It seemed their injuries had healed. Although there were scars on their faces and arms, they looked healthy and energetic. Yu Xianglin remembered when she first met Dijin and his team in the laboratory building. Back then, they were chased and attacked by mutated plants and animals. Those creatures acted crazy, chasing them inside the building. They didn't kill anyone, just played with them like toys. This made Dijin and his team badly hurt, unable to escape or stop. She tried to communicate with the mutated creatures using her powers. But they seemed confused and controlled by some force, so she couldn't talk to them. In the end, Yu Xianglin released her pet fox, a mutated fox. She made an illusion for the creatures, helping Dijin's team escape. She asked about their injuries. Dijin smiled bitterly and nodded. Thanks to you for helping last time. I'm almost fully healed now. After hearing their conversation, Su, and the others also understood. Yu Xianglin and Di Jin's team knew each other. It seemed they had been in danger, and Yu Xianglin saved them. No wonder Di Jin's team hadn't come to the blind box shop recently. They thought the team had been wiped out by this ghost school. Su and the others discussed this, since Di Jin was the first customer of the shop in this world. Their impression was deeper because of that. It turns out they were injured and recovering. They also realized how strong Yu Xianglin was. One person could save an entire team. What kind of strength was that? When Di Jin mentioned he was healed, he remembered why he came to the shop. If it weren't for the medicine he bought last time, their team wouldn't have survived the lab. Without healing powers or medicine, they would have been in big trouble. The injuries on his body were enough to take their lives. This time, they came to trade more food and medicine with the blind box shop. They also wanted to trade for some hot weapons. Some people in the team didn't have strong offensive abilities. If they had weapons, they could better protect themselves when facing mutated creatures, monsters, or zombies in the future. However, recently, because they needed to restore their abilities, the crystal cores they carried had been used up. Plus, since they hadn't gone out to kill zombies and gather crystal cores, they couldn't replenish them. Even without crystal cores, Di Jin had no intention of freeloading or borrowing without paying. Not to mention, he was not that kind of shameless person. And when it came to the blind box shop, he didn't dare either. He knew that the reckless grandfather and grandson, both named Shen, had previously targeted the shop. The grandfather relied on his mental ability. He brought his grandson to the shop to eat and waste food. In the end, they not only lost all their crystal cores to the shop but also got beaten up by Boss Su's lightning ability. They even lost the ability to use their mental powers. By the way, that grandfather and grandson had gone to ask him for medicine. But Di Jin would never give them medicine. Not to mention how precious medicines are in the apocalypse. Even more, he wouldn't associate with such greedy and wicked people. Since Di Jin didn't give them medicine, the grandfather and grandson left cursing. If his injuries hadn't been so serious at the time, he would have jumped up and slapped them. But he heard that they eventually couldn't get medicine, their wounds got infected, and they died. Thinking of this, Di Jin told Boss Su about the grandfather and grandson. He also meant to show goodwill. Su Li's expression was calm, showing no particular emotion. She didn't doubt that such people couldn't survive in the apocalypse. Using lightning to punish them was just a light warning, a lesson to others. She didn't expect that these two would eventually die at her hands. Di Jin understood her meaning in telling her this. He accepted her good intentions. She looked at Di Jin and asked, "Why are you here this time? Do you have any plans?" If it was just a small trade, Di Jin could easily exchange items at the self-service trading machine. There is no need to specifically seek her out, and she immediately shows friendliness. However, as the saying goes, a smile can open doors, so I'll listen to what he has to say first. Di Jin smiles and says, "I want to buy some things from the blind box shop, but I don't have enough crystal cores. Do you think the blind box shop might be interested in the method to extract the zombie virus vaccine?"